Distinguished delegates, good morning. The Secretariat would like to remind members of the following mitigation measures that are in place for the meeting. All delegates are required to wear a face covering at all times while in the public spaces and in General Assembly Hall, except when directly addressing the meeting. All staff are also required to wear face coverings at all times. Disposable face masks are available if needed. All delegates are to refrain from direct contact, including handshakes and other physical contact during greetings in recognition of the physical distancing requirements. All delegates should remain conscious of COVID-19 hand sanitizing and contact precautions. All movement and, if necessary, queuing require 2 meters physical distancing, and delegates are requested to minimize activity until seated in the meeting room. Introduction of the pre-recorded statements will be made by delegations from the national seats. Statements delivered by the representatives who are physically present in the Assembly Hall will also be made from the national seats. With the assistance of the occupational safety and health representatives, the President will oversee the implementation of the mitigating measures in the course of the proceedings. If at any moment it appears that the guidelines are not being strictly observed, the President will have no choice but to draw the attention of delegates to these guidelines or even suspend or adjourn the meeting as needed. Thank you for your attention.
The 12th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. We shall now continue the general debate. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of India to introduce an address by the government.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, it is my singular honor to introduce the pre-recorded address of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. Thank you.
Respected President of the General Assembly, on behalf of more than 1.3 billion people of India, I would like to congratulate every member state on the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. India is proud of the fact that it is one of the founding members of the United Nations. On this historic occasion, I have come to this global platform to share the sentiments of 1.3 billion people of India. Your Excellency, the world of 1945 was significantly different from today's world. The global situation, sources, resources, problems, solutions, all were quite different. And as a result, the form and the composition of the United Nations, established with the aim of global welfare, were in accordance with the prevailing situation of those times. Today, we are in a completely different era. In the 21st century, the requirements and challenges of our present as well as our future are vastly different from those of the past. Therefore, the international community today is faced with a very important question: whether the character of the institution constituted in the prevailing circumstances of 1945 is relevant even today. With the changing times, if we don't change, then the drive needed to bring change will also get weakened. If we were to make an objective assessment of the performance of the United Nations over the last 75 years, we see several stellar achievements. But at the same time, there are also several instances that point to the need for a serious introspection of the work of the United Nations. One could say that we have successfully avoided a third world war, but we cannot deny that there have been several wars and many more civil wars. Several terrorist attacks have completely shaken the world, and rivers of blood have continued to flow by. In these wars and in these attacks, the people who died, they are people just like you and me. Hundreds of thousands of children who would have otherwise enriched this world with their presence have left us prematurely. So many people have lost their entire life savings and have become homeless refugees. During those times and even today, can we suggest that the efforts of the United Nations to tackle these issues were sufficient? Over the last 8 to 9 months, the whole world has been battling the pandemic of the coronavirus. Where is the United Nations in this joint fight against the pandemic? Where is its effective response? Your Excellency, reform in the responses, in the processes, and in the very character of the United Nations is the need of the hour. It is a fact that the faith and respect that the United Nations enjoys among the 1.3 billion people of India is unparalleled. But it is also true that the people of India have also been waiting for a long time for the process, for the reforms of the United Nations to get completed. Today, the people of India are concerned whether this reform process will ever reach its logical conclusion. For how long will India be kept out of the decision-making structures of the United Nations? This is a country which is the largest democracy of the world. This is a country with more than 18% of the world population. This is a country which has hundreds of languages, hundreds of dialects, many sects, and many ideologies. This is a country which was a leading global economy for centuries, and also one which has endured hundreds of years of foreign rule. Excellency, when we were strong, we were never a threat to the world. When we were weak, we never become a burden on the world. Your Excellency, how long would a country have to wait, particularly when the transformational changes happening in that country affect a large part of the world? Your Excellency, the ideals on which the United Nations was founded and India's very own fundamental philosophy has a lot of commonality. They are not different from each other. Within the halls of the United Nations, one has often heard the words, "The world is one family." We treat the whole world as one family. This is part of our culture, our character, and our thinking. In the United Nations too, India has always given priority to the welfare of the whole world. India is that country which sent its brave soldiers to about 50 peacekeeping missions the world over to keep peace. India is that country which, in the course of maintaining peace, has lost the maximum number of its brave soldiers. Today, every Indian, while seeing the contribution of India in the United Nations, aspires for India's expanded role in the United Nations. Excellency, on 2nd October, India initiated the International Day of Non-Violence, and on 21st June, the International Day of Yoga. Similarly, the initiatives of the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure and the International Solar Alliance are realities today due to the efforts of India. India has always thought about the interests of the whole humankind and not about its own interests. This philosophy has always been the driving force of India's policies. From India's Neighborhood First policy to our Act East policy, as well as the idea of security and growth for all in the region, or our views towards the Indo-Pacific region, we have always worked for the interests of humankind and not driven by our own self-interests. India's partnerships are always guided by this very principle. Any gesture of friendship by India towards one country is not directed against any third country. When India strengthens its development partnership, it is not with any malified intent of making the partner country dependent or hapless. We have never hesitated from sharing experiences of our development. Your Excellency, even during these very difficult times of the raging pandemic, the pharmaceutical industry of India has sent essential medicines to more than 150 countries. As the largest vaccine producing nation in the world, I want to give one more assurance to the global community today. India's vaccine production and delivery capacity will be used to help all humanity in fighting this crisis. In India and in our neighborhood, we are moving ahead with phase 3 of the clinical trials. India will also help all the countries in enhancing their cold chain and storage capacities for the delivery of the vaccines. Your Excellency, from January next year, India will also fulfill its responsibility as a non-permanent member of the Security Council. I express my sincere gratitude to all fellow member states who have bestowed this trust on India. As the world's largest democracy, we will bring our years of rich experience for the benefit of the whole world. Our way forward is to proceed from human welfare to the welfare of the world. India will always speak in support of peace, security, and prosperity. India will not hesitate in raising its voice against the enemies of humanity, human race, and human values. These include terrorism, smuggling of illegal weapons, drugs, and money laundering. India's cultural heritage, tradition, thousands of years of experience will always stand in good stead for the developing countries. India's experiences and India's developmental journey, marked with its ups and downs, will only add to the strengthening of the path to global welfare. Your Excellency, in the past few years, following the mantra of reform, perform, transform, India has made great efforts to bring about transformation in the lives of millions of its citizens. These experiences are as useful for many countries of the world as they have been for us. In just about 4 to 5 years, India has brought over 400 million people into the formal financial sector. This was not an easy task, but India has proved that it can be done. In just about 4 to 5 years, 600 million people have been freed from open defecation. This was not an easy task, but India has achieved it. Within just about 2 to 3 years, more than 500 million people have been provided access to free health services. This again was not an easy task. India was able to do this. Today, India is one of the leading countries in digital transactions. Today, India is providing digital access to millions of its citizens, and in the process is ensuring empowerment and transparency. Today, we have also launched an ambitious campaign to make India tuberculosis free by 2025. Today, India is implementing a program for providing piped drinking water to 150 million rural households. Just a few days ago, India has initiated a huge project for connecting its 600,000 villages with broadband optical fiber. Your Excellency, in the changed circumstances of the post-pandemic era, we are moving forward with the vision of a self-reliant India. A self-reliant India will also be a force multiplier for the global economy. Today, it is also being ensured that there is no discrimination in extending the benefits of all the schemes and initiatives to every citizen of the country. Large-scale efforts are being made in India to promote women entrepreneurship and women leadership. Indian women today are the biggest beneficiaries of the largest microfinancing scheme of the world. India is one of those countries where women are provided paid maternity leave of 26 weeks. In India, the rights of transgenders are also being secured through necessary legal reforms. Your Excellency, in its journey towards progress, India wants to learn from the world as well as share its own experiences with the world. I am confident that on the occasion of its 75th anniversary, the United Nations and its member countries will endeavor with a strong commitment to maintain the relevance of this great institution. Stability in the United Nations and empowerment of the United Nations are essential for the welfare of the world. On the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, let us once again pledge to dedicate ourselves for the welfare of the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of India for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mauritius to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is my distinct honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by the Honorable Praveen Kumar Jagannath, Prime Minister of Mauritius. Thank you.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of state and heads of government, distinguished delegates, Mr. President, let me congratulate you on your election as President of the 75th session of the General Assembly and convey our deep appreciation to Professor Tijan Mohamed Bande for his able leadership during the last session of the General Assembly. This session of the General Assembly is taking place in very special and unique circumstances. Never before had we had to forego the opportunity to meet, network, and strengthen our bonds among our countries and discuss matters of global concern. I commend the Secretary General and his team for putting in place the business continuity plan which has allowed the UN to pursue its work. Mr. President, the choice of this year's theme is indeed very appropriate. The future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral action. This is exactly what we need. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought to the fore our collective vulnerabilities, as viruses know no borders. Few are those countries which have not been affected, and many have been affected very badly. We are deeply saddened by the hundreds of thousands of lives lost and the millions of people still afflicted across the world. The social, economic, financial, and health impacts will take several months, if not years, to be nullified. In Mauritius, we had to take urgent and drastic measures to stop the spread of the pandemic. A sanitary confinement was imposed immediately after the first outbreak as from the 20th of March, accompanied by the timely and effective implementation of a comprehensive package of public health response and containment measures, which enable us to significantly contain the spread of the pandemic and make our country COVID safe. We now only have a few imported cases which are being carefully monitored. I must express my government's sincere thanks and gratitude to the World Health Organization for the timely advice it has been giving and which continues to guide our decision-making process for reopening our borders. This pandemic, which comes on the top of the ongoing global crisis of inequality and climate change, has exposed and exacerbated the vulnerabilities and inequalities faced by countries of the South in general and in small island states such as Mauritius in particular. Decades of hard-won development gains have been eroded, and lives and livelihoods of many of our people have been disrupted. The services industry and the travel and tourism and hospitality sectors have all been severely affected. In the short term, like many other countries, we are focusing on preserving employment, which is our pressing concern, and in the long term, we will chart a path that leads to a more inclusive and sustainable development. Our topmost priority is to avoid the risk of a possible resurgence through a second wave of COVID-19, because that would be catastrophic for our economy. Mr. President, the pandemic has shown that more than 4.4 billion people are without any form of social safety net or health care. The pursuit of universal health coverage should be at the center of human development. This is the surest way to move closer to a world where everyone benefits from the human right to health. Despite all efforts to contain the pandemic, it is clear to us that the only way to overcome it would be through the development of an effective and safe vaccine. And we all know this is not something that all of us can engage in. In developing and producing such vaccines, multinationals and governments must ensure that there is a fair distribution at a price that is affordable to all. Our collective needs have to be taken into account, and it is only through our commitment to multilateralism that we will be able to succeed. Human health and planetary health are intrinsically linked. This is not a time for playing politics or making excessive profits from the vaccine. This pandemic cannot be defeated as a divided world. The lives of millions, the economic welfare of billions, and the social stability of the world are at stake. Global solidarity and reinforced multilateralism are therefore paramount. Mr. President, hardly had we had control on the pandemic that Mauritius became the scene of an environmental disaster, following the wreck of a bunker which collapsed on our reef within our internal waters. The ship MV Wakashu ran aground on the pristine reefs at Point Disney in the southeastern region of Mauritius on 25th of July, following which around 800 tons of fuel oil leaked from its breech tanks, which quickly propagated inside our lagoons and the surrounding areas. Bad weather further complicated the spread and restricted our ability to contain it. On 16th of August, the ship split into two. This oil spill is the worst environmental disaster that Mauritius has ever faced. We are still assessing the damage to the mangroves and the coastal areas. We wish to thank all the countries and the UN system which rushed to assist Mauritius during these difficult times. I have a special word of thanks and gratitude for the people of Mauritius, whose display of solidarity and spontaneous support helped protect our Ramsar sites and other environmentally sensitive areas. A major campaign of cleanup and general assessment was undertaken, but we know for a fact that mangroves and other areas will take time to return to their original state. This disaster, apart from the damage that it had caused to nature, has also adversely affected the livelihood of the fishermen and other people involved in coastal and marine activities. A second naval incident in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Sri Lanka only a few weeks later has brought to the fore the need to put in place a robust regional disaster prevention and management system that can be promptly deployed to limit the damage from oil spills. At the same time, there is a need for a review of governance rule concerning bunkers and tankers. Mauritius happens to be on an important and busy sea lane between the West and the Far East and is therefore directly concerned. We call on the International Maritime Organization to address these matters as a matter of urgency. Weaknesses in the current liability and regulatory regime for oil spills and for environmental catastrophes need to be addressed promptly. Mr. President, once the pandemic will have been eradicated, and we hope that this happens soon, we will wake up to a new reality, a reality for which there is no reset button. For many countries, the economy will likely suffer by a 14 to 20% contraction, with severe job losses and acute poverty. The road to the achievement of the SDGs will become longer and in some cases unattainable within the time frame. Added to those woes, we are witnessing severe weather conditions and other calamities, such as wildfires, with their lots of devastation, the pandemic has also resulted in the concentration on national needs at the expense of an indirect competition with the outer world. Borders have had to be closed as a result, and we are also witnessing unrest in many parts of the world where citizens are on the streets voicing their frustrations. We as leaders need to be attentive to these developments. As much as our efforts at national level are crucial, there is an imperative need for us at global level to take all necessary actions to ensure that the world economy does not sink into depression, that we get back on track on the SDGs, that we recommit to our obligations under the Paris Agreement, and more importantly, avoid any action likely to create more tension that could lead to further economic despair. This is the time when multilateralism cannot be jeopardized or put in doubt. The pandemic has taught us that no one is immune to it. The only way to fight it is to do it together, whether it is in the area of prevention, cure, or reconstruction. We salute the Secretary General's initiative aimed at setting out a vision for delivering the SDGs over the course of the decade for action and recovering better from COVID-19. We also commend the initiative of Canada and Jamaica on financing for development. Likewise, we are thankful to all the other countries and organizations that made significant amounts of funds available to face the pandemic. What we need now is long-term planning accompanied by adequate funds to ensure that affected countries can pursue their development path, for economies to grow, and for the populations to survive. Access to funds should be made less complex, and the discrimination linked to categorization of income status should be suspended, at least until such time that these countries are able to stabilize their economies. Mr. President, we appreciate the important work undertaken in respect of reaching a legally binding instrument on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. As we move to the drafting stage, it will be important to provide better clarity on marine organisms in the extended continental shelf of coastal states. In our view, the coastal state should enjoy full rights on those organisms, whether they are found on the seabed or above. In the 75 years of its existence, the world has undergone profound changes. But the sheer fact that the membership of the UN has quadrupled and the poles of economic power have been shifting, it is essential that the composition of the Security Council should reflect a fair, equitable, and geographically representative body. Our United Nations will be strengthened when we all feel well represented and have a say in the decision-making process. That is why we believe that the African continent must have its legitimate seats, both in the permanent and non-permanent categories of the Security Council. A reformed and enlarged Security Council with all regions and seats represented will restore confidence and enhance legitimacy of its work and our organization itself. A rules-based international order with the UN and multilateralism at its core is the guarantor for peace and shared prosperity. It is important for all of us to reaffirm our conviction to the the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, which is the cornerstone of international law. This remains timeless, universal, and an indispensable foundation for a more peaceful, prosperous, and just world. It is also important that the institutions that we have collectively created operate independently, and their rulings respected by all countries, irrespective of their size and power. Mr. President, as the General Assembly is aware, the decolonization of Mauritius remains incomplete despite the clear and unambiguous advisory opinion given at its request by the International Court of Justice on the 25th of February 2019, which determined that the Chagos Archipelago is an integral part of Mauritius, and UN General Assembly Resolution 73/295, which required the United Kingdom to end its administration of the archipelago by 22nd of November of last year. The UK continues to ignore the International Court of Justice as well as its obligations under international law by maintaining its unlawful occupation of the Chagos Archipelago. The General Assembly, given its crucial role in the process of decolonization, must take all necessary actions to ensure that all remnants of colonialism are dismantled as soon as possible, especially as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. The General Assembly has also been tasked with assisting Mauritius in the resettlement of the forcibly displaced inhabitants of the Chagos Archipelago. I need not recall the horrendous conditions in which these innocent persons were made to leave their homes. That by itself was a major crime, but what makes it even worse is the systematic manner in which they continue to be prevented from returning. Mr. President, COVID-19 has completely disrupted our activities for the past 6 months. We have been unable to have regular in-person meetings, hence our inability to pursue efficiently the implementation of Resolution 73/295. We will therefore have to attend to this forcefully and effectively as soon as the situation permits. We are nonetheless thankful to the Secretary General for his report and the UN Secretariat for amending the UN World Map to reflect the correct appurtenance of the Chagos Archipelago as part of the territory of Mauritius. I would also like to express our gratitude to all the member states and organizations for their continued support to the completion of the decolonization process of Mauritius. As regards Tromlin, which also forms part of the territory of Mauritius, we look forward to the early resolution of the dispute over the island in the spirit of friendship that characterizes the relations between Mauritius and France. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister for Rodriguez, Outer Islands and Territorial Integrity of the Republic of Mauritius for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Andorra to introduce an address by the head of government.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is a great honor for me to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency, Mr. Xavier Spot, head of government of the Principality of Andorra.
Senyor president, senyor secretari general, excel·lències, senyores i senyors, voldria iniciar aquesta intervenció felicitant sa excel·lència al senyor Volkan Borskir per la seva elecció com a president de l'Assemblea General, així com al secretari general, Antonio Guterres, i al secretariat de les Nacions Unides. Sens dubte, la celebració del 75è aniversari de les Nacions Unides, d'aquesta gran assemblea de tots i per a tots els pobles del món, nascuda amb l'objectiu primordial dirigir el multilateralisme,
whose main aim is to build a system based upon multilateralism and cooperation.
que la pandèmia de coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 va sacsejar els pilars de les nostres societats. La magnitud d'aquesta emergència de salut pública ha implicat una mobilització de recursos sense precedents. Govern i institucions, organitzacions civils i socials s'han volcat per combatre la Covid-19.
Have dedicated themselves to fighting COVID-19. However, it is health professionals who were the first to react and who have provided the most heroic effort. I wish to take this opportunity, the General Debate of the United Nations, to applaud their work. Not only have they demonstrated their professional value, but they have also demonstrated their dedication insofar as, unfortunately, this virus has often stripped victims of opportunities to engage in contact, stripped opportunities of the support, victims of the support of their loved ones, and which is vital at difficult times. And despite this, healthcare professionals have all provided ongoing support for patients and the families during this ordeal. All countries have suffered the consequences of this pandemic insofar as this virus knows no borders. I wish to voice my condolences to all of those families who have lost loved ones. In 1945, the United Nations was born from the ruins of the most devastating war in history. This body rose above the universal challenges, and it led to the establishment of a universal framework that accompanied tremendous progress achieved in areas of importance such as human rights, poverty eradication, the building of democratic institutions, the fight against climate change, sustainable development, and the protection of those most vulnerable during armed conflict. Where diplomacy at times fails, the United Nations has succeeded, and this thanks to multilateralism, including at times such as now, where the pandemic has unmasked weaknesses of states. The United Nations has persevered in efforts to achieve cooperation as an antidote to confrontation. Hence, I wish to applaud the work achieved by the United Nations, specifically by the Secretary General, in this particularly difficult context, which unfortunately shares many common points with the scenario under which the United Nations was founded. On 23 March last, the Secretary General issued a call for a global ceasefire to end armed conflict throughout the world, to pool efforts to fight against the pandemic, and to provide for humanitarian intervention. The fury of the virus illustrates the folly of war. Silence the guns. Let us take inspiration from the coalitions and dialogue slowly taking shape among rival parties to enable joint approaches to COVID-19, Mr. Guterres urged. A call for wisdom with which we align ourselves fully. This is the ardent hope of Andorra that this ceasefire be made permanent. At the same time, the United Nations has striven without unstintingly to plan and propose a response to ensure recovery for the countries most afflicted by the pandemic, where large-scale destruction of vast sectors of the economy has led to tremendously difficult consequences. A response needs to be based on more sustained, inclusive development with leaving nobody behind. In recent years, the United Nations has continued to broaden the sphere of action, improving people's living conditions. These issues are related to development and have become vital points on the multilateral agenda. This development should be a way to eradicate poverty, to combat inequality and injustice, to initiate climate action. The pandemic has worsened the situation, but at the national level, we envisage sustained cross-cutting initiatives, both internationally and in terms of cooperation. Indeed, absent a sustainable world, there is no future for us. This requires the participation on the part of all of us, public authorities, civil societies, private initiatives, scientific circles, and academia. And it is incumbent upon us to draw inspiration from the Sustainable Development Goals and the principles of human rights, which should guide our initiatives. More specifically, there can be no sustainable world nor sustained growth absent proactive participation of women in all areas. We are to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Platform of Action, a framework upon which it is incumbent upon us to make headway in important areas. We cannot accept the vulnerability of women, which has been exacerbated by the pandemic due to the violence endured, discrimination, violations of basic rights such as access to health and education. It is incumbent upon us to harness the means necessary to prevent disarray that has been wrought by the COVID-19 pandemic worldwide. We cannot allow for a rollback in rights. It is incumbent upon us to make progress in implementation of programs that are not regressive for women. The time is ripe for that, and we have an opportunity to generate meaning for the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, which is the most ambitious program ever established to promote women's rights. Let us seize this opportunity to rebuild, to tackle this crisis from the lens of gender equality, to ensure all women and girls throughout the world can exercise their rights, making this a reality for them to participate in all decisions. There's a need for governmental actions to rebuild, specifically for education, to re-envisage education as a basic, universal, indivisible right. There is no better weapon against discrimination and prejudice than education for all children. Education inspired on the principles of human rights, rooted in diversity, integration, respect for nature, and the embrace of nature. It is also incumbent upon us to understand that responsibility for educational functions lies with all of society, all adults who interact with our children and adolescents. There is a plethora of issues that needs to be addressed and considered from a cross-cutting standpoint: gender equality, attention to children and adolescents, participation, protection of elderly individuals, non-discrimination of persons with disabilities. Present-day realities, uncertainties of the future, and past experience reflect the degree to which teaching values and investment in efforts for schools can help to address those challenges. Success of our societies is rooted on this growth of human capital, which is made possible through education and training. I wish to reaffirm today my country's commitment vis-a-vis the international community so that together we can promote the necessary progress for quality education as a mechanism to guarantee quality of opportunity. Mr. President, the fight against climate change remains a priority for my country, a country with a keen awareness of the natural environment. This year needs to be a milestone for climate action with a new approach and the ratification of new goals for greenhouse gas emissions under the Climate Summit, COP26, to be held in the United Kingdom. Andorra has approved without hesitation nor delay the 2015 Paris Agreement, and we adopted a law on the energy transition and the fight against climate change. This with the aim of upholding the commitments undertaken in Paris. We were among the first countries to devise a plan for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, insofar as we are aware of the fact that it is incumbent upon us to preserve resources and our environment for future generations, and we have gained valuable experience in sustainability initiatives. For this reason, we shall spare no effort in the fight against climate change. Moreover, for 2 years, we have presiding over the pro tempore secretariat for the Ibero-American Summit, the theme of which is Innovation for Sustainable Development, Goal 2030. This clearly attests to our convictions and our commitment to fighting climate change in all areas. A joint declaration was adopted by the Ministers of the Environment on 16 September last, during the Conference on the Environment. This is a hallmark of our presidency and will help to set out for 22 member states of the conference an environmental agenda. The crisis spawned by the COVID-19 pandemic has had a major impact on the day-to-day lives of many families, and my country has not been spared this bitter reality. Given our responsibility and our duties vis-a-vis fellow citizens, men and women, our government has revisited the roadmap for the present legislature. We have drafted an action plan based on the conviction that decisions taken should help boost the potential of Andorra vis-a-vis development, conservation, and sustainability over the medium and long terms. A realistic plan based on our strengths has been established. Our strengths, such as the health system, social protection, our educational model, our high level of public safety, our unique history, cultural diversity, and rich natural environment. But there are also areas for improvement. We believe that sustainability should be viewed in a cross-cutting way. It should serve as an engine for political initiatives. It is incumbent upon us to establish a new roadmap, given that actions have been undertaken today and they will endure. These initiatives align with sustainable development goals insofar as it is incumbent upon governmental institutions to propel change that has been foregrounded by the United Nations. These initiatives are rooted in 3 pillars: social well-being, cohesion, the economy, innovation, alliances for change, their achievement on the basis of transparency, participation, proximity, effectiveness, and equality. Ladies and gentlemen, the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic has led to unimaginable situations. Mere weeks after the notification of the first COVID-19 victim, the world was brought to a sudden halt. Factories, offices, roads, stadiums, all fell silent to facilitate the fight against the invisible enemy. And this allowed us to see that the world will never again be the same. We, in mere weeks, saw an acceleration in the digital transformation. Teleworking has become a norm. Remote education has become a norm. Technological literacy has been made available to millions of people. We have also seen shortcomings in this process. We need to reconsider the values that underpin care for the elderly, the main victims of this virus. It is incumbent on us to acknowledge that telework does not lead to a better work-life balance when the spaces are not adapted. Remote education has starkly highlighted major inequalities between families when they lack equitable accesses to services, and we have endured overexposure to information. But there is also hope. We have seen solidarity. We have seen empathy, sincere gratitude for the healthcare professionals. We have seen civic mindedness and responsibility on the part of populations for the common interest. And we have seen an increased environmental awareness. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. We wish to support this organization, which represents the very essence of multilateralism. Throughout these many years, the organization has managed to safeguard its founding spirit and to evolve. Today, more than ever before, we need to acknowledge and recognize the spirit and the farsightedness of its founders. They rose above the ravages of a devastating war and differences to safeguard humanity. Our world is far from ideal. We need to surmount challenges such as persistent, unresolved conflict, blood spilling, an unbalanced world where poverty persists, hunger is again on the rise, access to health is not universal, climate change is the clearest sign of structural deficiencies. Put succinctly, a world with a Universal Declaration of Human Rights leads to several varying interpretations and readings. We need to reverse this situation together in a spirit of openness, integration, participation, and inclusion, values embodied by multilateral organizations. We have a great deal to achieve. We know of the goals, but it is not difficult to achieve. It is not easy to achieve them. For this reason, I wish to commend the efforts of the Secretary General vis-a-vis the reform of the development system, participation of states in resolutions and proposals for improvements. But it is clear that we cannot afford to lose time. We need to reaffirm our commitment to the Charter and achieve our goals of peace, security, respect for rights, and development. We hope to take this opportunity to firmly reaffirm our commitment to the United Nations, UN agencies, and multilateralism, demonstrating cooperation and inclusion and tapping into the solutions afforded to us by this unique organization. The values of the United Nations coalesce on a single goal. Solidarity. This will enable us to surmount a phase in history that abounds with uncertainty. We are faithful to a peaceful trajectory, more than ever before, alongside the United Nations, to reshape the multilateral order, to surmount challenges, to achieve change, to view the health emergency as an opportunity to end an obsolete and unsustainable development model and globalization model. The time is ripe to prioritize solidarity above all. 75 years later, more than ever before, let us summon the spirit that led to the creation of the United Nations. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the head of government of the Principality of Andorra for the statement she has made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honour to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Mr. Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Never in the history of our species, not since the Almighty felled the Tower of Babel, has the human race been so obsessed with one single topic of conversation. We've been following the same debates, researching the potential of the same drugs, and time and again we've been typing the same word into our search engines. COVID, coronavirus, has united humanity as never before. And yet the crisis has also been an extraordinary force for division. We've all been up against the same enemy, the same tiny opponent, threatening everyone in much the same way. But members of the UN have still waged 193 separate campaigns, as if every country somehow contains a different species of human being. Across the world, there's been an infinite variety of curfews and restrictions and closures, and we fought in a spirit of sauve-qui-peut. The pace has been so urgent, the pressures so intense, that each national government, democracy or otherwise, has decided entirely understandably to put the interests of its domestic population first. We've seen borders spring up between friends and allies, sometimes without consultation. We've seen the disruption of global supply chains with checkbook wars on airport tarmacs as nation has vied with nation for a supply of PPE. And after 9 months of fighting COVID, the very notion of the international community looks, frankly, pretty tattered. And we know that we simply can't continue this way. Unless we get our act together, unless we unite and turn our fire against our common foe, we know that everyone will lose. The inevitable outcome will be to prolong this calamity and increase the risk of another. Now is the time, therefore, here at what I devoutly hope will be the first and last ever Zoom-unga, for humanity to reach across borders and repair these ugly rifts. Let's heal the world, literally and metaphorically. And let's begin with the truth, because as someone once said, the truth shall set you free. And with nearly 1 million people dead, with colossal economic suffering already inflicted, more to come, there is a moral imperative for humanity to be honest and reach a joint understanding of how the pandemic began, how it was able to spread. Not because I want to blame any country or government or to score points. I simply believe, as a former COVID patient, that we all have a right to know, so that we can collectively do our best to prevent a recurrence. And so, the UK supports the efforts of the World Health Organization, my friend Tedros, to explore the etiology of the disease. Because however great the need for reform, the WHO, the World Health Organization, is still the one body that marshals humanity against the legions of disease. And that's why we in the UK, global Britain, are one of the biggest global funders of that organisation, contributing £340 million over the next 4 years. That's an increase of 30%. And as we now send our detectives, our medical detectives, to interview the witnesses and the suspects, the bats, the pangolins, whoever, we should have enough humility to acknowledge that alarm bells were ringing long before this calamity struck. In the last 20 years, there have been 8 outbreaks of a lethal virus, any one of which could have escalated into a pandemic. Bill Gates sounded the alert in 2015. 5 years ago, he gave that amazing prediction, Bill, almost every word of which has come true. How do we respond? As if to a persistent Microsoft error message, by clicking OK and carrying on. Humanity was caught napping, and we've been scrabbling to catch up, and with agonizing slowness, we are making progress. Epidemiologists at Oxford University identified the first treatment for COVID-19. They did trials with our National Health Service and found that a cheap medicine called dexamethasone reduces the risk of death by over a third for patients on ventilators. The UK immediately shared this discovery with the world, so that as many as 1.4 million lives could be saved in the next 6 months by this one single advance. And as I speak, there are 100 potential vaccines that are trying to clear the hurdles of safety and efficacy, as if in a giant global steeplechase. We don't know which may be successful. We don't know if any of them are going to be successful. The Oxford vaccine is now in stage 3 of clinical trials, and in case of success, AstraZeneca has already begun to manufacture millions of doses in readiness for rapid distribution, and they've reached agreement with the Serum Institute of India to supply 1 billion doses to low and middle-income countries. But it'd be futile to treat the quest for a vaccine as a contest for narrow national advantage, and immoral to seek a head start through obtaining research by underhand means. The health of every country depends on the whole world having access to a safe and effective vaccine wherever a breakthrough might occur. And the UK, we will do everything in our power to bring this about. We're already the biggest single donor to the efforts of the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness to find a vaccine, and it is precisely because we know that no one is safe until everyone is safe that I can announce that the UK will contribute up to £571 million to COVAX, a new initiative designed to distribute a COVID vaccine across the world. Of this sum, £500 million will be for developing countries to protect themselves. And the UK is already the biggest donor to Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance. In June, we helped to raise almost $9 billion to immunize another 300 million children against killer diseases. Gavi also stands ready to help distribute a COVID vaccine. But even as we strive for a vaccine, we must never cut corners, slim down the trials, sacrifice safety to speed, because it would be an absolute tragedy if in our eagerness we were to boost the nut jobs, the anti-vaxxers, dangerous obsessives who campaign against the whole concept of vaccination and would risk further millions of lives. And now is the time, above all, to look ahead and think now about how to stop a pandemic from happening again. How can we stop another virus from coming along and again smashing that precious Ming vase of international cooperation? How can we avoid the mutual quarantines, the brutal balkanization of the world economy? I don't think there's any reason for fatalism. Of course, the dangers can never be wholly eliminated, but human ingenuity and expertise can massively reduce the risk. Imagine how much suffering might have been avoided if we'd already identified the pathogen that became COVID-19 while it was still confined to animals? Suppose we'd been able to reach immediately into a global medicine chest and take out a treatment. What if countries had been ready to join together from the outset to develop and trial a vaccine? And think how much strife would have been prevented if the necessary protocols covering quarantine and data sharing, PPE, so much else, had been, so far as possible, ready on the shelf for humanity to use. So we in the UK, we're going to work with our friends, we're going to use our G7 presidency next year to create a new global approach to health security based on a 5-point plan to protect humanity against another pandemic. Our first aim should be to stop a new disease before it starts. About 60% of pathogens circulating in the human population originated in animals and leapt from one species to the other in zoonotic transmission. The world could seek to minimize the danger by forging a global network of zoonotic research hubs charged with spotting dangerous animal pathogens that may cross the species barrier and infect human beings. The UK is ready to harness its scientific expertise and cooperate to the fullest extent with our global partners to this end. Of the billions of pathogens, the great mass are thankfully incapable of vaulting the species barrier. Once we discover the dangerous ones, our scientists could get to work on identifying their weaknesses, refining antiviral treatments before they strike. We could open the research to every country, and as we learn more, our scientists might begin to assemble an armory of therapies, a global pharmacopoeia ready to make the treatment for the next COVID. Our second step should be to develop the manufacturing capacity for treatments and vaccines, so that the whole of humanity can hold them like missiles in silos, ready to zap the alien organisms before they can attack. But if that fails, and a new disease jumps from animals to human beings, overcomes our armory of therapies and begins to spread, then we need to know what's going on as fast as possible. So the third objective should be to design a global pandemic early warning system based on a vast expansion of our ability to collect and analyze samples and distribute the findings using health data sharing agreements covering every country. And as far as possible, we should aim to predict a pandemic almost as we forecast the weather, to see the thunderstorm in the cloud no bigger than a man's hand. And if all our defenses are breached and we face another crisis, we should at least be able to rely on our fourth step and have all the protocols ready for an emergency response, covering every relevant issue, along with the ability to devise new ones swiftly. Never again must we wage 193 different campaigns against the same enemy. As with all crises, it's crucial not to learn the wrong lessons. After the struggle to equip ourselves with enough ventilators, with countries scrabbling to improvise like the marooned astronauts of Apollo 13, there is a global movement now to onshore manufacturing. That's understandable. Here in the UK, we found ourselves unable to make gloves, aprons, enzymes, which was an extraordinary position for a country that was once the workshop of the world. We need to rediscover that latent gift and instinct, but it would be insane to ignore the insights of Adam Smith and David Ricardo. We need secure supply chains, but we should still rely on the laws of comparative advantage and the invisible hand of the market. Many countries imposed export controls at the outset of the pandemic, about 2/3 of which remain in force. Governments still target their trade barriers on exactly what we most need to combat the virus, with tariffs, get this, on disinfectant often exceeding 10%, For soap, tariffs of 30%. So I would urge every country to take a fifth step, and lift the export controls wherever possible and agree not to revive them, and cancel any tariffs on the vital tools of our struggle: gloves, protective equipment, thermometers, other COVID-critical products. The UK will do this as soon as our new tariff regime comes into effect on the 1st of January, and I hope, our new independent tariff regime, I should say, and I hope that others will do the same. Though the world is still in the throes of this pandemic, all these steps are possible if we have the will. They are the right way forward for the world, and Britain is the right country to give that lead. And we will do so in 2021 as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the founding of this great United Nations in London in January, and through our G7 presidency, and as we host the world's climate change summit, the COP26, in Glasgow next November. The COVID pandemic has been an immense psychic shock to the human race. Global fears have been intensified by the immediacy of round-the-clock news and social media. But we sometimes forget, we face a virus, a small package of nucleic acid that simply replicates. It's not even technically alive. Tragic as its consequences have been, it has been nothing like as destructive as other plagues, let alone the influenza of a century ago. And it's absurd in many ways, outrageous, that this microscopic enemy should have routed the unity of the human race. COVID has caused us to cease other vital work, and I'm afraid it made individual nations seem selfish and divided from each other. Every day, literally, people were openly encouraged to study a grisly reverse Olympic league table and somehow to take morbid and totally mistaken comfort in what seemed to be the greater sufferings of others. We can't go on like that. We can't make these mistakes again. And here in the United Kingdom, the birthplace of Edward Jenner, who pioneered the world's first vaccine, we are determined to do everything in our power to work with our friends across the UN to heal those divisions and to heal the world.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, First Lord of the Treasury, and Minister for the Civil Service of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. President, it's my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the recorded statement by the Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina. I thank you.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, Assalamu alaikum. I congratulate you on your election as the President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We are passing through an unprecedented crisis in the history of humankind due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is also the first time in the UN's history that the General Assembly is taking place on digital platform without the presence in person of the heads of states and the heads of governments at the UN headquarters in New York. This General Assembly Hall evokes deep emotions in me. From this very hall in 1974, my father, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, delivered a speech for the first time in Bangla as the head of government of a newly independent country. I also had the privilege of attending the General Assembly sessions in person for 16 times. I emphasized world peace and solidarity in all my speeches. As the head of government, this year I'm delivering my 17th speech in the Assembly. I take this opportunity to pay my tribute to all frontline fighters, including health workers and public servants, who are working tirelessly to ensure safety of the affected countries and population. I also commend the United Nations Secretary General for his bold leadership and multilateral efforts during this crisis. Bangladesh was among the first rank of countries to endorse the Secretary General's various initiatives, including his global ceasefire appeal. Just as the Second World War created opportunities for countries to come together in their efforts to cooperate through the establishment of the United Nations, similarly, this pandemic has emphasized the need for collective action under the guidance of right leadership. With profound gratitude, I remember the undisputed leader Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the greatest Bengali of all time. He taught the Bengali nation to stand firm in the world by ending exploitation, deprivation, and oppression. Following his footsteps, we have been able to secure a respectable position for Bangladesh in the Committee of Nations. From this August Assembly, he declared, and I quote, "The noble ideals enshrined in the United Nations Charter are the very ideals for which millions of our people have made the supreme sacrifice. The Bengali nation fully commits itself to the building of a world order in which the aspiration of all men for peace and justice will be realized." Unquote. His statement was indeed a bold expression for multilateralism. The reflection that Bangabandhu made in 1974 continues to remain equally relevant even today as we grapple with the current crisis. This year is particularly significant for the Bengali nation as we are celebrating the birth centenary of the father of our nation. Our reflection on his life, struggle, and sacrifice, and celebration of his achievements is a source of our encouragement for a brighter future and give us the hope to cope with the challenge of COVID-19. On the birth centenary, we, on behalf of all deprived people and nations, pay rich tribute to Bangabandhu. I remember with deep pain the brutal assassination of my father of the Bengali nation, and the then President Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman on 15th August 1975, along with 18 members of my family, including my mother, 3 brothers, 2 sisters-in-law. The lives of myself and my younger sister were fortunately spared as we were out of the country at that time. We had to stay abroad as refugees for 6 long years. I mention this to this assembly so that the world does not see the repetition of such heinous, brutal, and unjust killings ever. Mr. President, the pandemic is a stark reminder that our fates are interconnected and that no one is secure until everyone is secure. This pandemic, to a large extent, kept us restricted to our homes. Consequently, our economic activities were greatly hampered, along with our health systems. Bangladesh achieved a GDP growth rate of 8.2% in the fiscal year 2018-2019. But the COVID-19 pandemic has impeded our economic progress. However, in Bangladesh, from the beginning, we took initiatives putting equal emphasis on the lives and livelihoods of our people. We have announced stimulus packages aiming to minimize the impact of the pandemic on our business and productivity. We have greatly expanded social safety nets coverage. Every year, we allocate around 39 billion taka for our freedom fighters. Our allowances for the elderly, widows, destitute women, disabled, and other backward sections of the society are benefiting approximately 9.1 million families. We have readily arranged food and other assistance for people who are rendered jobless due to COVID-19. This arrangement has benefited nearly 10 million families. We have provided scholarships to 4 million students. We have also given cash incentives to 5 million people, including farmers, workers, and laborers affected by the pandemic. To ensure health care of the common people, we are providing 30 types of medicines free of cost through 18,000 community clinics and union health centers. Along with government assistance, I myself have collected funds and distributed an amount of Taka 2.5 billion among the orphans, poor students, madrasas, mosques, temples, school teachers, artists, journalists, who are otherwise not included in government's assistance programs. As a result, the impact of the pandemic among our people has been minimal. We announced 31-point directives soon after the detection of COVID cases in the country. We launched vigorous awareness-raising campaigns as well as distributed personal protective kits aiming to contain the spread of the coronavirus. These resulted in containment of seasonal diseases, which are otherwise common in our country. We quickly identified the impending challenges of our financial sector and announced 21 stimulus packages. These packages include sectors such as export-intensive industries, safety and security of the workers, working capital for small and medium enterprises, loan facilities for export growth, assistance to farmers and agriculture, loan for employment generation, interest relief for the affected business enterprises, refinancing schemes, and insurance for the health workers. So far, we have announced stimulus package worth $13.25 billion, which is equivalent to 4.03% of our total GDP. During the pandemic, highest emphasis has been placed on food production. At the same time, we have taken all measures to ensure adequate supply of nutrition for our people. Special arrangements have been made for keeping the industries running and for proper marketing of agricultural products and industrial outputs in full compliance with health guidelines. Consequently, our health sector and economy are still comparatively at a better shape. Despite the COVID-induced stagnation in global industrial outputs, our GDP has registered a growth rate of 5.24%, which is expected to be 7% in the next fiscal year. Mr. President, we hope that the COVID-19 vaccine will soon be available in the world. It is imperative to treat the vaccine as a global public good. We need to ensure the timely availability of this vaccine to all countries at the same time. If we are provided with the technical know-how and patents, the pharmaceutical industry of Bangladesh has the capacity to go for vaccine production in mass scale. Efforts to contain the pandemic and achieve Agenda 2030 have to go hand in hand. Bangladesh's second voluntary national review, presented this year, shows that we are well on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We are working hard to transform Bangladesh into a middle-income country by 2021, attain the SDGs by 2030, a developed country by 2041, and a prosperous delta by 2100. We cannot but emphasize more on the importance of leveraging science, technology, and innovation for closing the digital divide and mobilizing resources and technology transfer. It is also crucial that graduating LDCs and recently graduated ones are accorded scaled-up international support and incentive packages in the transition and post-transition phases to minimize the pandemic-triggered impediments. The migrant workers are the frontline contributors to the economies of their host and home countries alike. Many of them have lost their jobs during the pandemic, while many have been sent back home. We have allocated $361 million for the returnee migrant workers. It is critical to help them regain employment in the post-COVID job market. I urge the international community and migrant receiving countries to treat migrant workers fairly and with empathy. Mr. President, the pandemic is worsening the pre-existing vulnerabilities of climate vulnerable countries. In Bangladesh, we are dealing with the dual impact of recent floods and the cyclone Amphan, even during the pandemic. As the current president of the CVF and the V20 group of ministers of finance, Bangladesh would lead the forum to map out a sustainable and climate-resilient pathway out of the crisis. We also stand ready to contribute to securing a constructive and productive outcome in the Glasgow COP. The Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action has helped the international community come a long way to ensure gender equality. As we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Declaration, we need to strengthen our resolve and mutual cooperation to address all the critical areas of concern. In Bangladesh, we have closed 72.6% of our overall gender gap. Women's contribution remains at the core of our national development. They are also at the forefront of pandemic response and recovery efforts. In Bangladesh, we are implementing special programs for the development of children. As the current president of the UNICEF Executive Board, we are leading efforts to address the existing disparity. At the same time, we remain vigilant to ensure that this health crisis does not turn into a children's crisis. Mr. President, friendship to all and malice to none is the fundamental principle of our foreign policy. Inspired by this foreign policy dictum, Bangladesh has been consistently contributing to international peace and security and the establishment of a culture of peace. During the pandemic, we see the rise of hate speech, xenophobia, and intolerance. Embracing the spirit of a culture of peace can help address these worrying trends. Currently, we are the largest troops and police contributing country in the world to the peacekeeping missions. Our peacekeepers are putting their lives on the line to secure and sustain peace in conflict-ravaged countries. International community must ensure their safety and security. This year, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. As one of its original proponents, we call for due recognition of women's role in peace and security. We have already formulated a national action plan in this regard. Our unflinching commitment to peace has resulted in the adoption of a zero-tolerance policy towards terrorism and violent extremism. National efforts have to be complemented by international cooperation to curb this menace. We consistently and strongly support the global quest for a nuclear weapons-free world. To that end, we support the aspirations of developing countries to benefit from the peaceful use of nuclear technology. Our painful experience and the worst form of genocide and crimes against humanity that our nation had to endure during our struggle for independence motivated us to support the legitimate cause of the Palestinian people. Bangladesh provided temporary shelter to over 1.1 million forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals. More than 3 years have elapsed. Regrettably, not a single Rohingya could be repatriated. The problem was created by Myanmar, and its solution must be found in Myanmar. I request the international community to play a more effective role for a solution to the crisis. Mr. President, the pandemic has indeed aggravated existing global challenges. It has also reinforced the indispensability of multilateralism. On this 75th anniversary of the United Nations, our commitment to multilateralism, as embodied in the UN Charter, remains unflinching. At the national level, despite numerous challenges, we are committed to upholding the values of multilateralism and working towards building a Sonar Bangla free of poverty and exploitation based on democratic principles with full enjoyment of human rights as envisioned by the father of our nation. On the birth centenary of our father of the nation, this is our pledge to our nation and to the world. I thank you all again. Khuda Hafiz. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu. May Bangladesh live forever.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Fiji to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Mr. President. To deliver his pre-recorded statement, I have the greatest pleasure in introducing Fiji's Prime Minister, Honorable Josiah Porenge Bainimarama. Honorable Prime Minister, you have the floor of this historic 75th General Assembly. I thank you.
President of the 75th Session, Secretary General, Excellencies, Buluwinaga from Fiji, Your Excellency, the President of the 75th General Assembly, Mr. Bosco, and congratulations on your election. Your Excellencies, Fiji joined the United Nations in 1970, just 3 days after our independence. But even as we mark Fiji's 50th birthday alongside the United Nations 75th anniversary, any celebrations feels hollow against the enormity of COVID-19's global spread and the worsening impacts of the climate emergency. If there was ever a perfect storm of this dual crisis, Fiji has seen it. This past April, in the midst of our campaign to contain an outbreak of the coronavirus, Category 4 Cyclone Harold, already the third storm we had seen that season, made landfall at our shores. Our disaster authorities and health officials sprang into action, taking every step in line with everything the experts could tell us about how to stop the spread of this highly contagious virus. And we saved lives from Harold's devastation, even evacuating entire communities, all without allowing a single new case in relation to the storm. This was a turning point for Fiji. We knew that if we could overcome the virus in the harshest of conditions, it could be defeated. So we doubled down on our containment efforts, maintaining fast and early testing through our local WHO-certified laboratory. We either isolated or quarantined every close contact of every known case. We maintained a nationwide curfew and a complete lockdown of our two most populous cities. We have diligently managed travel through our border ever since, and the Fijian public has now been free of the coronavirus for over 150 days. Our doctors, our nurses, our contact tracers, our lab technicians, and the members of our discipline forces have fought tooth and nail for every day of that unbroken streak. And as I speak, they work in our quarantine centers, isolation wards, and at our border to allow our people to continue living without the virus in their midst. But while Fiji has contained the coronavirus, we have not been spared its economic devastation. Our vital tourism sector, which constitutes upwards of 40% of our overall economy, along with other key sectors like our garment industry, came to a halt overnight, thrusting our economy into the most severe economic crisis in history. Yet, despite a catastrophic blow to government revenues, we are committed to rebuilding from Cyclone Harold and building resilience to future storms and the rising seas. We must continue charting our path towards net zero emissions and the aims of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. These are not choices, Mr. President. They are matters of survival. but the development resources available to us are unaffordable and far too little in relation to the scale of our immense and pressing needs. Climate change and the coronavirus may be very different beasts, but the inequities they have exposed are all too familiar for small developing states. Once again, the worst impacts have fallen on us, those least equipped to bear them. Once again, our fate rests in the collective hands of the world, yet we still have zero guarantee of equitable access to a viable vaccine. Indeed, the divide between the highly developed and developing worlds has never felt so stark. But once again, the UN Charter supplies us hope, as has the ferocious advocacy and leadership from my friend, the Secretary General. 75 years ago, the UN's founding leaders recognized that no nation could know peace, no matter how responsibly and resolutely they act, unless all nations, large and small, did their part. The truth of that founding purpose is timeless, but it is clear that the multilateral system which emerged served the different needs of a different age. Mr. President, this is not 1945. Our community of nations is larger, and so are the challenges we face. If climate change was not making that clear, this pandemic has made it painfully evident. While we trust that science will defeat COVID-19, just as this has defeated smallpox, polio, and other communicable diseases, our changing climate will define the next normal post-COVID-19, becoming far deadlier before it ever abates. We are already seeing a version of environmental Armageddon, from the massive unprecedented fires in the American West, in Australia, and even in Scandinavia, above the Arctic Circle, which have devastated communities and infrastructure, turned iconic skylines orange, and scorched millions of acres of land. Just last week, Greenland lost a piece of its ice shelf that is larger than the number of small island nations. If global climate action mirrors our incoherent global response to this pandemic, our children will see far greater horrors. We will not cap global temperature rise at either the 1.5 degree or 2 degree target. We will not stop our ocean ecosystems from becoming inhospitable, and we will not prevent a sixth mass extinction event. Billions or even trillions of dollars thrown at scientists' feet decades on from now will not produce a silver bullet that saves us from unmitigated climate impacts. That strategy may suffice for COVID-19, but solving a challenge as complex as climate change demands daily and enduring commitment that is already overdue. Our recovery from this pandemic must mark a transition to a decarbonized, climate-resilient economic system. That is why, Mr. President, Fiji has worked closely with the UN and our partners in Canada and Jamaica, the UK, the EU, and Rwanda through high-level engagement on financing for development to explore how we all recover faster, recover better, recover bluer, recover greener, and recover together. In the face of crushing financial pressure, Fiji has kept its sights set on the SDGs in every way we can afford. When our borders first shut, we immediately reprioritized finances through a COVID-19 response budget. Since then, we have launched another national budget which puts all resources we can muster behind as balanced, sustainable, and inclusive a recovery as possible. We have allocated tens of millions of dollars in direct assistance to those left unemployed or who are working on reduced hours as a result of this pandemic. Education has remained free for every primary and secondary student in Fiji. Healthcare in government facilities has remained free for every Fijian. We have maintained our social protection for over 100,000 of our most vulnerable citizens, including the elderly, persons living with disabilities, rural pregnant mothers, and children from single parent or destitute homes in need of care and protection. No Fijian has been cut off from water because they cannot afford their bills. In fact, we are still expanding the life-changing benefits of renewable power to more of our people, adding to the over 800 Fijian communities already powered by solar home systems. Alongside our development partners, we are putting forward innovative solutions, including a new agro-solar project on our island of Ovalau, allowing the same land to be used for growing food and generating power. We are making higher education more accessible, with women composing a greater share of graduates from our tertiary institutions than their male peers. In under 2 years, we have planted 2.3 million trees and mangroves as part of our commitment to grow 30 million trees in 15 years. And we soon plan to monetize the carbon captured by Fiji's forests in partnership with the World Bank. We have relocated 5 entire communities vulnerable to the rising seas, with over 40 more identified for relocation. We are expanding our marine protected areas and protecting new coral reef systems, while maintaining our moratorium on seabed mining for the decade. We are committed to net zero emissions in shipping throughout the Pacific by 2050. We are building adaptive capacity by expanding access to information and technology to all our people, including in our most remote islands. Today, 95% of Fijians can access mobile broadband services. We are creating jobs through the construction of cyclone-resilient infrastructure, extending roads and essential services to the most remote pockets of our islands. And where climate impacts have left trails of devastation, we are building back stronger. There is so much more we can do, that we must do, to break the costly cycle of rebuilding from climate-driven devastation and maintain the pace of our march towards a modern economy. To fund our full recovery, developing countries have asked for a mere 10% of the historic stimulus packages the richest nations have deployed for themselves. If we do not bridge this gap, the economic wounds of this pandemic will fester and cracks of inequity will deepen, undermining hard-earned development gains and bringing economic catastrophe crashing down on the most vulnerable nations. All countries will be forced to reckon with the historic cost of that collapse. Mr. President, 2020 was meant to be the year we took back our planet, a super year for nature, for the oceans, for the climate, for biodiversity, for food security, for the survival of all life on Earth. But caught on our heels by this pandemic, every nation has fallen well short of their global commitment. Our recovery from COVID-19 is our last and best opportunity to set ourselves towards the future our children deserve. We know that neither this global pandemic nor the climate emergency can be solved in the communities suffering the most from their devastation. The campaign for collective action must press ahead in parliaments, in boardrooms, in stock exchanges, and in the hearts and minds of ordinary citizens everywhere in the world. That work begins here. It begins with the United Nations. While they may stand emptier than usual today, the halls of the UNGA are where our global responses to COVID-19, climate change, and other defining causes of our time must take form. They are where our collective future will be forged. This great institution, Mr. President, must remain the beating heart of global dignity, global security, and global order. While there are changes we know must be made, Fijians still look to the UN as a beacon for hope, a force for peace, and an anchor of stability. Fiji stands ready to serve our community of nations in every way we can, by way of peacekeeping, by way of our climate and oceans diplomacy, and by example, through the nation we build for ourselves. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Tokai Affairs and Sugar Industry and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Fiji for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of the Honorable Muhyiddin Muhammad Yassin, Prime Minister of Malaysia. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished representatives, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 75th Sessions of the United Nations General Assembly. I also like to thank His Excellency, Mr. Tijani Muhammad Bande, for his commitment, dedications, and leadership, and to congratulate him on successfully completing the work of the 74th session of the General Assembly, in spite of the extraordinary circumstances the world is facing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Malaysia welcomes the theme of this year's General Assembly, the future we want, United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral actions. I believe the theme resonates well with each of us, appropriately framing what the world needs during a time of much uncertainty. You can be assured of Malaysia's support and cooperations in achieving the goals of these sessions of the General Assembly. Before the onset of the man's newest lethal enemy in the form of the novel coronavirus, the world had already been reeling from numerous challenges. As war continued to ravage many parts of the world, the global economic ecosystem faced unsustainable pressure as the result of trade wars and populist political posturing. Amidst all this, the state of the planet continued to suffer neglect, while nations continue to bicker over who should take more responsibility to reverse the effects of climate change. All this took place against the backdrop of impoverished immigrants fleeing their homes, risking their lives by taking an arduous journey to a distant land in pursuit of a better life. Little did we know then that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused great disruption for the world. Worse still, this pandemic has affected the most vulnerable populations, women and children, people with disabilities, as well as the marginalized and the displaced. We must remember that COVID-19 does not discriminate, and because of that, our response should not too. No country has been spared. The pandemic has leveled the playing field for all nations, and the race is on to obtain a vaccine. Until or unless we obtain the antiviral medication required to treat and a vaccine to prevent this novel coronavirus, we can never fully declare victory against it. This is why the manufacturing of a vaccine must promote international collaboration rather than nationalistic competition. Saving lives should be our priority. On top of the socioeconomic impact COVID-19 has had on all of us, we need to also be mindful of the possibility of terrorism rearing its ugly head in this time of uncertainty. We must never discount the fact that terrorist groups could be ramping up their efforts to take advantage of the present uncertain times to further enhance their agenda. Transparent communication, Good networking and greater intelligence cooperations at the national and international levels are imperative to counter terrorism and radicalization during this pandemic. This is a psychological war waged on the vulnerable, and we must win over hearts and minds to succeed. Effective communication strategies at all available channels must be prioritized to ensure that misinformation and disinformation is countered without infringing respective domestic laws. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as a measure to contain the COVID-19 pandemic, governments are implementing lockdowns and rolling out initiatives to ensure that people do not lose their jobs and businesses do not shut down. The economic and financial impact of the pandemic has brought big and small corporations to their knees. We have witnessed how decades of hard work and dedication have been reduced to bankruptcy, or even the downsizing of companies on unimaginable scale. And this has resulted in thousands of jobs lost. And this is precisely the reason why the economic devastation of this magnitude needs the collective actions of the international community. There is a need to soften the impact to the livelihoods of all those affected. For Malaysia, the government has put in place mitigating strategies to address the socio-economic impacts of COVID-19 has had on our country. We hope Malaysia not only recovers, but emerges stronger from the pandemic. The balancing act that Malaysia strives to achieve between kick-starting our economy and implementing standard operating procedures, the SOPs, to prevent further waves of infection has been nothing short of challenging. Malaysia has put in place structural economic reforms in facing the new global landscape post-COVID-19. We have begun the implementations of economic recovery strategies, followed by an all-inclusive economic revitalization program. Even though it will take some time before we see the results, we will continue to try our level best to return to some semblance of normalcy. And we know we can only do better with the help of the international community. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the United Nations has been rather slow in aiding the response of member states to COVID-19. For instance, in the first few months of the pandemic, the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, failed to discuss the issue, even though the pandemic clearly poses a grave threat to the security of the world. Only on the 1st July of 2020 did the United Nations Security Council adopt a resolution to demand an immediate cessation of hostilities, which would allow nations to refocus resources on combating the pandemic. And this is a positive step. However, we can only imagine the benefits of such action if it had been undertaken much sooner. Differences in the Security Council left the body, as it has so many times, indecisive and ineffective. We must be brutally honest with ourselves and admit that after more than 7 decades, surely the fate of the world's peace and security should not continue to be left in the hands of a few. It is about time that the composition of the Security Council better reflects the United Nations' current membership. The 5 permanent seats in the Security Council reserved for the veto-wielding 5 victors of a world war has proven that the organization needs to be reformed. There would not be an alliance to pursue a common goal if one party thinks it has more right to decide than the others. Since 1946, the veto has been wielded more than 200 times. There is nothing democratic in the way the veto is used. The veto is open to abuse, be it sanctimoniously, hypocritically, to uphold wrongdoing. That is why we need to move the reform process forward. Only as an improved Security Councils and the United Nations can the world hope to see problems being addressed effectively. One of the most glaring failures of the United Nations is the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory. Despite the countless calls by the international community since the founding of the United Nations, the will of the majority continues to be negated by the few. They hide their true intentions under the guise of national security and the notion of justice. Wars took place and millions lost their lives, have portrayed that the very same actors caught in some of the worst tragedies have chosen to remain oblivious. For there to be lasting peace in the Middle East, the prescribed international consensus in conjunction with international law, United Nations resolutions, and the UN Charter, Israel must do several things. First, it must cease all of its illegal settlement activities. Second, it must withdraw its troops from the occupied Palestinian territory and surrounding Arab states. Third, it must allow Palestinian refugees the right to return to their land and property. Fourth, it must restore the original status of Jerusalem. And last but certainly not least, it must restore its credibility and revert to the negotiating table with Palestine. These are not new preconditions. These are merely a reflection of years of diplomatic work and the consensus reached over decades of negotiations. Israel can no longer be in denial. Israel continues to threaten Palestinian statehood with further annexation of Palestinian land, further denying Palestine any semblance of human security or peace. Malaysia's position on this matter remains clear and consistent. Annexation is unlawful. It violates the Charter of the United Nations, the Geneva Conventions, and relevant resolutions of the General Assembly and the Security Council. The acquisition of any territory by war or force is inadmissible and illegal. As such, there will never be, nor can there ever be, any legitimacy in Israel's actions against Palestine. Now, together with the rest of the international community, Malaysia will continue to reaffirm its support to the realization of the State of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem at its capital. The only viable way forward is a negotiated two-state solution. In this context, Malaysia supports the call of the international community, including by UN Secretary General, for the Middle East Quartet to find a mutually agreeable path for the parties to re-engage towards a negotiated, peaceful settlement. We continue to call upon the international community to uphold Palestine's legitimate rights to self-determination, which constitute one of the very core principles of the United Nations when it was created 75 years ago. Another glaring example is the plight of the Rohingya, when atrocities were committed en masse against the Rohingya in the state of Rakhine. Thousands fled their homes, fearing for their lives. Many died while crossing oceans and land in search of safety, whilst many others fell victim to opportunistic human trafficking rings, promising the Rohingya a life they could only dream of. Yet they still choose to make that life threatening decision to leave home out of sheer desperation. The spillover effects of the crisis in the Rakhine state, which includes the mass migrations of people from Myanmar, has significantly impacted not only Malaysia, but also other neighboring countries. Malaysia currently hosts the largest number of Rohingya refugees in Southeast Asia. As a developing nation coping with the cost of managing and providing protections to nearly 180,000 registered refugees and asylum seekers in the country, with 80% of them from Myanmar, our resources are stretched thin. Yet Malaysia is expected to do more to accommodate these incoming refugees. Is that fair? Now, although Malaysia is not a party to the 1951 Refugees Convention and its 1967 protocol, Malaysia has taken up the social and financial responsibility in providing humanitarian assistance and protection to Rohingya refugees on humanitarian grounds. The time has come for state parties to the Convention to shoulder a proportionate burden and responsibility in addressing the problems by opening the doors for more refugees for resettlement and relocation. Addressing the influx of these refugees into our borders is one side of the story. The bigger question is, how can the international community play a more meaningful role to end the atrocities in the Rakhine state? And these are just two glaring examples why a stronger, a better United Nations is necessary. The credibility of United Nations can and must be restored in order to build the future we want, United Nations we need. This can only be done if we find the moral courage and political will to do what is right. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia has and will continue to support the accelerated action and transformative pathway of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our development plans have always been geared towards sustainability, both for the environment and for the living, and have been embedded into the 5 yearly national development plans. It has also been included into Malaysia's shared Prosperity Vision 2030, which aims to develop a fair and equitable distribution of economic development at all levels by 2030, as envisaged by the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Since Malaysia implemented the Movement Control Order, the MCO, in March, we found that air quality readings in Malaysia has improved twofold, from 28% to 57%. The fear is that this could only be a temporary reprieve, as global carbon emissions may rise again if we continue to be complacent and do a business-as-usual approach in our post-economic recovery plan. The pandemic must therefore be treated as a turning point. It is important for the entire international community to respect the planet's limits and value our natural resources. Just like everybody else, Malaysia is also concerned about the environment. At the same time, Malaysia is one of the biggest producers of palm oil. Many farmers and smallholders are dependent on this crucial commodity to sustain their livelihoods. However, critics have linked palm oil to the destructions of the world's precious rainforests and the extinctions of wildlife. They also claim that it's dangerous to health. These claims are way far from the truth. Malaysia has over 60 national laws and regulations covering the protections of wildlife and the environment, health, the safety and the welfare of workers, and controls of pollutants. We are pleased and honored to inform that we have managed to retain 55% of our rainforests, exceeding 5% of our earlier commitment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. For the past 75 years, the United Nations has been the center of international relations. In the eyes of some, it can be considered as a failure, while others see it as a success. Call it what you want, but it's difficult to deny that the United Nations has managed to allow human society to progress in so many aspects, from education to the environment, to the health and social security of millions. Unfortunately, in recent times, multilateral commitments are becoming less persuasive because states are less willing to uphold shared values and solve challenges together. Governments are turning inwards, pushing a national perspective that wins more immediate public support. The United Nations should not be a platform to do this. It should be a capable institution that can hear and collectively address the concerns of its members and the problems that beset the world. In preserving stability, tranquility, and peace, Malaysia has long held the belief that our world demands for collaborative engagement by all. It is therefore in our interest that the international community works together to uphold a system based on our shared universal values through dialogues and cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, turning 75 is indeed a significant achievement. As such, let us not see the 75th anniversary of the United Nations go by without a resolve to fulfill our collective responsibilities. We need to build back better for our peoples, not just for now, but also for generations to come. Rest assured that the United Nations has Malaysia's fullest commitment to multilateralism based on the purposes and principles as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Malaysia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the representative of Cambodia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the great honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement by Samdech Akya Mohasena Padai Techo Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, at the general debate of the 75th session of the General Assembly. Thank you.
Excellency Volkan Bozkır, President of the General Assembly. Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This year's General Assembly is an exceptional event in the history of the United Nations. Not only it is held for the first time virtually via videos, but it takes place during a time when the world is overshadowed by a number of crises and uncertainties. Certainly, the world is facing great turmoil, unprecedented in the last 30 years, as a result of the tectonic convergence of a potential new Cold War, which could lead to a profound transformation of the entire geopolitical landscape. The continuous outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, climate and environmental change, non-state terrorism, not to mention the millions of human beings still suffering from hunger, misery, and exploitation, etc. On top of that, the world is now facing irreversible metamorphosis into a polycentric structure marked by intense rivalry turned adversary between superpowers. Parallelly, accompanied by the preeminence of middle powers moving rapidly to the foreground of regional politics. However, this year, we are commemorating the 75th anniversary, marking the end of the World War II, which is an unforgettable event for everyone. In this connection, we have to salute the founding fathers of the United Nations, who have laid the groundwork for the modern system of international relations and multilateral engagement, driven by the idealistic desire to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war that has brought untold sorrow to mankind. In this context, I would like to share my personal views on some topics for discussion in today's event as follows. 1. New geopolitical tensions and their impact on the world. Excellency President, the longest period of stability and prosperity in modern times, a fruit born out of the international order built in 1945, is being deeply shaken because the fundamental values underlying it, as well as the core principles of international law, are being flouted and no longer respected. Moreover, the trend of unilateralism and the exertion of force against weak countries is on the rise, undermining international order and multilateralism. Truly, nowadays, we note the degradation of the international arms control system and a significant increase in nuclear risk. Also, there has been an alarming shift in doctrinal military and political policies towards the idea of waging war as a means to maintain one's own supremacy, which is an unacceptable act. For instance, global commitments made are unilaterally reneged. Violent blows are leveled against international institutions, and the voices of reason are stifled by the arbitrary practice of unilateral sanctions and other coercive political, economic, and financial measures, all because of the strongest country uphold their interests above everything else. Furthermore, there's an abusive use of the right of interference, which has taken on such a proportion that it undermines one of the fundamental principles of our UN Charter, the right of peoples to self-determination and the national sovereignty. The damages on the current international order are causes for great concern. In addition, the possibility of a so-called new Cold War has also become a significant concern because this small country, once caught in the midst of the Cold War conflict, ideological rift, and nationalist fanaticism paid a very high price. Thus, we must outright reject any attempt to allow tragic history to repeat itself. Two, COVID-19 pandemic, economic and social recovery. Excellency President, never in our history has a health crisis had effects and consequences of this magnitude. Although we have yet to grasp the full impact of the pandemic on the world economies, we can anticipate the gloomy prospect of business bankruptcies and massive layoffs. Which have been affecting the lives of millions of people. Paradoxically, the pandemic has reminded us of the indispensable solidarity that unites our people of the world. For the world economy to recover faster, we must work more closely to address this crisis through international institutions based on the principle of transparency and efficiency. Now more than ever, we must renounce the inward-looking, me-first attitude, which is the very negation of the universality of the human values. Cambodia has shown its humanitarian gesture early this year, when the MS Westerdam cruise ship, floating at sea with no port to anchor, was allowed to dock in our port, thus allowing the stranded passengers and the crew safe passage to their respective country. 3. Global issues and challenges. Excellency President, now I would like to raise key global issues and challenges, starting with the effects of the pandemic on Sustainable Development Goals. Looking at the global economies which have severely been hit by the COVID-19, my worries are particularly related to the compounding effects on the resources to deliver on the key priorities necessary to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda on time. And this may require us to re-evaluate the feasibility of achieving the goals set in the past. Climate change is another matter of great concern. Global CO2 emissions have increased by 1.5% per year over the past 10 years. "75% of the Earth's environment shows significant signs of degradation by plastics, pesticides, nitrates, and heavy metals. As scary as these statistics show, it is mind-boggling to note that not many countries have done enough to meet their respective COP21 commitments. Cambodia is a small country with limited resources, but it strives to address the challenges related to climate change under both national and international frameworks. For instance, we have taken efforts to meet the obligations born of the COP21. Climate change action is a key component of our national development policy. In fact, we will update our nationally determined contribution NDC for the implementation of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change ahead of the COP26 meeting in Glasgow. For non-state terrorism and peacekeeping operations. Excellency President. Next, let me now shift to two other important issues related to peace and security, namely non-state terrorism and peacekeeping operations. In my view, it would be a very serious mistake to brush aside the threat of non-state terrorism in the mere hope that it would go away by itself. We have to admit that the root causes of this religious radicalism, or for that matter for all forms of radicalism, have yet to be addressed. In fact, all forms of radicalism or violent extremism stem from a deep sense of social injustice based on discrimination on gender, language, skin color, beliefs, or origins. Moreover, there remain other critical threats to the peace and security all around the world. In this context, Cambodia is proud of our peacekeeping contributions throughout the years under the UN umbrella. As of now, there are nearly 100 Cambodian blue helmets, of which 10% are women serving in Sudan, South Sudan, Lebanon, Mali, and Central African Republic. On this 75th anniversary of the UN, we must honor all those brave persons, including the Cambodians who have given their lives for the noble cause of contributing to a better and more peaceful world. Cambodia remains committed, today as ever, to continue our peacekeeping efforts with a view to promoting peace and development for all. Cambodia counts, nevertheless, on the UN to provide adequate resources, regular trainings in pre- and post-deployments, and continuous support to the peacekeeping operations to enable them to deliver on their mandate fully, efficiently, and safely. 5. Denouncing the injustice. Excellency President, as a peace-loving small country committed to democratic principles, Cambodia can play its part in the international community only if it is assured that the rules governing the international system are fairly applied. Unfortunately, all too often, depending on the political ambition and hidden opportunistic agenda of some countries, Cambodia had to deal with hypocritical double standards, biased and politically motivated decisions. In short, injustice. The story of injustice reminds me of a historical deja vu. A little more than 40 years ago, Cambodia was liberated from the Khmer Rouge dinosaur regime, where more than 2 million Cambodians have perished in the hands of the barbaric regime. For many years, the traumatized and exhausted survivors, totally stripped of everything, had to rebuild the nation from scratch. Quite ironically, it was to these very same survivors who were being punished by a majority of UN member states while allowing the Khmer Rouge executioners to occupy the Cambodian seat in the UN. The same governments that preached incessantly about democracy and human rights were the ones that have deprived the entire surviving population access to food, health, education, housing, development, and even peace for 12 long years. I believe history repeats itself in the case of EU's withdrawal of the EBA at a time when Cambodia struggles to survive amid the COVID-19 pandemic. The struggle notwithstanding, Cambodia is strongly determined, as it did 40 years ago, to defend what it believes is the rightful path. That is, to defend our sovereignty and to protect our so hard-won peace, which is fully cherished by Cambodians who have gone through the most tragic devastation and now are rising as a nation be on an equal footing, status, and rights with other nations in the region and the world. Excellency President, in conclusion, let me state outright that our world is in trouble. People are suffering, and the planet is suffering. Major challenges are ahead of us, and yet some countries have been shirking themselves from their own responsibilities. Ultimately, it is up to the most powerful country to stop threatening world peace and the survival of the planet, as much as it is up to the super and middle powers to work together to ensure a new world order based on the respect of the sovereignty of others and their peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée. On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway to introduce an address by the head of government.
President, Excellencies, I have the distinct honor to introduce a pre-recorded video message from the Prime Minister of Norway, Mrs. Erna Solberg. Thank you.
Presidents, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The United Nations was founded on hope, the hope for a better tomorrow in the aftermath of war. As we meet today, 75 years later, COVID-19 is putting us all to the test. Will we tackle the largest global challenge since the UN was established? Building on the lessons from other crises, infectious diseases, Norway continues our unwavering commitment to the UN and multilateral solutions. In response to the pandemic, we took the initiative to establish a UN COVID-19 Response and Recovery Fund. And we are co-chairing the global effort on access to COVID-19 tests, treatments and vaccines, the ACT Accelerator. We stand firm in our conviction that global problems need global solutions. President, the goal of the UN is a world of peace and security, a world ruled by justice and respect for human rights, a world that acts decisively to reduce inequality, poverty and hunger, acts to stem climate change, and acts to build resilience against pandemics and other global threats. We celebrate 75 years of the United Nations. In the next 75 years, how many new conflicts will emerge? How many new refugees will flee from destruction and persecution? How many girls will attend school? And how many children will be vaccinated? Whatever old challenges remain and new challenges arise in the next 75 years, the UN must be at the center of our coordinated efforts. This is why we continue to invest both financially and politically in this organization. I would like to pay tribute to the many deeply committed women and men who represent the United Nations across the globe, civilian as well as uniformed. You deserve our gratitude and respect. President, in June, Norway was elected as one of 5 incoming members of the UN Security Council. We are grateful for the strong vote of confidence from the member states. We are preparing for this assignment fully aware that it is one of the most important and demanding tasks in international politics. Throughout our campaign, we strengthened bilateral bonds with all UN member states. We pledged to listen and engage, to be open for dialogue with all countries. And we will honor this commitment. In addressing countries' situations on the Security Council's agenda, Norway will focus on 4 thematic areas in particular. First, we will use our experience from peace diplomacy to help fulfill the UN's untapped potential to prevent and resolve conflicts and sustain peace. Secondly, we will build on the women, peace and security agenda and promote women's participations in peace processes. Only an inclusive peace process can lead to sustainable peace for all. Third, Norway will focus on the protection of civilians, including children, based on international humanitarian and human rights law. We will give special priority to preventing and combating sexual violence and conflict. Fourth, we will bring climate-related security threats into the discussion. We must acknowledge that people living in conflict zones are among the most vulnerable to climate change, and that climate change in turn increases the risk of conflict. The Security Council has a primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. The Council should investigate any dispute or situation that might lead to international friction. And the Council should apply appropriate measures to stop aggression or prevent escalation of conflict. This is at the heart of the Security Council and at the heart of the UN. Because there can be no development without peace. President, human rights, the rule of law, and democratic principles are the building blocks of just, peaceful, and prosperous societies. Societies where citizens are protected and leaders are held accountable. Today, we are witnessing a different trend towards more authoritarianism and populism. Civil society, human rights defenders, and media workers are increasingly coming under attack. The basic human rights of women are being undermined. Minorities are being targeted and vilified. The pandemic is amplifying this negative trend. We have seen examples of the pandemic being used as a pretext to weaken democratic principles and human rights. The pandemic is an exam in the practical governance for all states. The report card will be open for the world to see. We must ensure that human rights, democracy, the rule of law, and gender equality are at the core of our response and recovery efforts. Only then can we hope not only to soften the fall, but to build back better. President, I am shocked and saddened by the increase in violence against women and children as a result of the ongoing lockdowns across the world. Women are bearing the brunt of the pandemic in many societies. Women are at the front line as healthcare workers. At the same time, women's own access to healthcare is heavily affected. Denying women access to sexual and reproductive health services can lead to more maternal deaths, more teenage pregnancies, and more child marriages. We must ensure that women and girls are protected, that they have access to healthcare, and that women have access to financial incentives for response and recovery. Norway has a long tradition of promoting women's rights and gender equality. We know from our own experience that it's not just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. Gender equality is well worth the investments. If we are to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, gender equality must be integrated in all our efforts. We must invest in girls and women, in their education, in their health, and in their participation in the labour market. Increasing their opportunities and levelling the playing field pays great economic dividends. So, President, eradicating poverty is the greatest global challenge. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is our plan of action for people, for the planet, and for prosperity. There is a danger that this pandemic may reverse years of progress on the SDGs. It has laid bare the weaknesses of our common systems. Extreme poverty is increasing. Jobs are being lost at an unprecedented scale, and children are being deprived of their education. We have no alternative but to take decisive action now and redouble our efforts to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. In our continued quest to achieve these goals, national ownership and resource mobilization is crucial. Progress requires financing. We acknowledge this in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda on financing for development. Funding sustainable development is more critical now than ever. And the pandemic has exposed and compounded structural inequalities in all countries. Our response must be focused on helping those furthest behind. The Addis Agenda highlights the importance of domestic resource mobilization in order to provide basic public goods and services. Yet, public goods and services such as healthcare and education remain underfunded. We need to stop the drain of public resources. We must prevent corruption, tax evasion, and other financial crime. To this end, Norway, in its capacity as ECOSOC President, launched a high-level panel on financial accountability, transparency and integrity, the FACTI panel, together with the President of the 74th General Assembly. The panel will review current challenges and offer recommendations related to illicit financial flows. It is a common responsibility of all member states to make sure that there are no safe havens for the proceeds of crime, corruption or tax evasion. President, we need a healthy planet to fulfill the SDGs. Many member states are facing climate-related disasters, more frequently and more dangerous than ever before. The most vulnerable among us are the hardest hit. The threat to small island states is existential. The people in the Sahel are among those most vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Yet they are among the world's lowest emitters of CO2. It is our common obligation to invest in resilience, especially in the parts of the world most adversely affected by climate change. 2020 remains the crucial year for countries to update and strengthen their national climate targets under the Paris Agreement. In February, Norway submitted an enhanced climate target for 2030. I encourage other countries to enhance their ambitions, especially the large economies. We must also give priority to further development of rules and cooperation under the Paris Agreement. Norway is actively speeding up the green shift in our economy, making it cheaper to be green and more expensive to pollute. President, the oceans are a vital factor if we are to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. The COVID-19 crisis has underlined the importance of ocean economy. We need to build back not only better and greener, but also bluer. A sustainable ocean economy holds benefits for health and society, as well as for the global economy and environment. Every dollar invested in key ocean actions yields $5 in return, often more. Actions include increasing sustainable seafood production, decarbonizing international shipping, scaling up offshore wind power, and conserving and restoring mangroves. Responsible resource management increases the potential for economic growth. 2 years ago, I convened the high-level panel on building a sustainable ocean economy, together with the President of Palau. The panel is comprised of 14 distinguished members. On December 3rd, we will present ways forward to better protect our oceans and release the enormous economic potential it holds. Our recommendations are based on the best advice from more than 150 international scientists and a wide network of business and NGOs. We will invite the international community to join this call for ocean action leading up to the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon next year. President, I would like to draw attention to the challenges seafarers are facing in this crisis. Around 500,000 seafarers currently await to disembark or embark ships and vessels globally. Almost 80% of the world's trade is transported by ship, including food, medical equipment, and energy production. If the crisis persists, it can lead to a major disruption of global trade, supply chains, and the world economy. I encourage all member states to designate seafarers as key workers and to implement the International Maritime Organization's protocol for crew changes. President, COVID-19 is putting us all to the test. Information, research, treatment, and vaccines must be shared in a way that leaves no one behind. If not, we all stand to lose. I started by saying that the United Nations was born out of hope. While we can always do better, I find hope in the way we have come together in this race against time. We are united against a common enemy. We have been reminded of a simple fact. We are in this together. There is no stronger argument for our continued support for the United Nations. Thank you, and stay safe.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Norway for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the representative of the Solomon Islands to introduce an address by the head of government.
President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, at this opening debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I have the pleasure of introducing a pre-recorded video statement by the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands, Honorable Manasseh Damukana Sogavare. Thank you.
Mr. President, on behalf of my government and people, may I take this opportunity to congratulate you on your election as President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your wealth of experience will serve this organization well as you lead us through our agendas, particularly during these unprecedented and challenging times as the world navigates its way through the global pandemic caused by COVID-19. Let me assure you of Solomon Islands' support and cooperation during your tenure in office. Let me also use this occasion to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Tijani Mohamed Bande, for his excellent leadership of the General Assembly over the past session. I highly commend his efforts in ensuring the work of the Assembly progressed in spite of the restrictions faced by the United Nations Secretariat and Member States' missions. I wish him every success in his future endeavors. Mr. President, at the outset, allow me on behalf of the government and people of Solomon Islands offer sincerest condolences to all who have lost loved ones to the coronavirus. We stand in solidarity with you all during these sad times. Never before has there been a time when the collective action of all United Nations member states is so greatly needed than right now. A time when the world faces the global deadly pandemic of the coronavirus. The theme you have chosen for the 75th session renders us this timely opportunity to once again turn our eyes towards the strengths of multilateralism to address the multiple and complex challenges that our world faces today. Mr. President, in the space of a few months, COVID-19 has resulted in more than 30 million confirmed cases of COVID-19, including 900,000 deaths, according to the latest official World Health Organization statistics. In the health sector, the virus remains a novelty to many of our scientific and medical professionals worldwide, and as such, its long-term health repercussions to those who have recovered from it are either unknown or poorly understood. I am pleased to inform the Assembly that Solomon Islands remain one of the 12 COVID-19 free countries without a reported case. 9 other Pacific small islands developing states share the COVID-19 free status. However, we have not remained complacent. My government has responded to the pandemic by undertaking the following steps. Firstly, a COVID-19 oversight committee comprising of all relevant government agencies was quickly established to coordinate the government's response to the pandemic. Furthermore, resources were swiftly mobilized to address gaps within our healthcare system and secure entry points on our borders. On the economic front, my government has created a stimulus package to cushion the negative impacts that the virus has and will continue to impose on our fragile economy. The public have been kept informed about the virus through talkback shows with the COVID-19 Oversight Committee. I also informed our public through my weekly address to the nation, which is broadcasted live on air and televised. This is to ensure that our people are kept informed on the steps the government is undertaking to protect the country. My government continues to focus on building the necessary health infrastructure within our hospitals in preparation to accommodate any persons that may contract the virus. In addition, we also have in-country testing capacity. This was only possible through the assistance of People's Republic of China and Australia, which, if I may add, is a manifestation of our theme. That said, we have put in place standard operating procedures of for different sectors to guide us in dealing with this global pandemic. Our objective is twofold. Our number one priority is to protect our country by keeping the virus from breaching our borders. The second objective is to keep our economy afloat. We are confident that should the virus breach our borders, we can contain and manage it at our quarantine stations. So far, 11 repatriation flights have been undertaken. More than 1,000 people have entered our borders, 80% of whom are repatriated nationals and 20% foreign nationals. We have scheduled more flights to repatriate more of our nationals abroad. COVID-19 has brought Solomon Islands closer with its partners. We have made new friends, the latest being Philippines Red Cross, who are doing a fantastic job in testing and looking after our students in Manila. We are grateful to the excellent work the Red Cross continue to do for our nationals. I take this time to thank all host countries and transit countries for their goodwill and understanding in accommodating our citizens as they wait to be repatriated. I also wish to express heartfelt thanks to our development partners, including Australia, New Zealand, Japan, the People's Republic of China, the United Arab Emirates, Asian Development Bank, World Bank, United Nations agencies, and in particular, the World Health Organization and our regional institutions for your kind assistance and generosity through financial support and timely donations of medical equipment for our health sector. Your unwavering support is deeply appreciated and will continue to be needed as we continue in our efforts to combat the spread of the virus. COVID-19 has closed borders and negatively impacted on the global economy. Solomon Islands is no exception. We are going through a difficult period. However, we have launched an economic stimulus package to reset and boost our economy. Let me thank all our development partners who have supported our economic initiative. We have also launched the Development Bank of Solomon Islands, which aims to provide sustainable financial services targeting development in the rural areas, especially the small and medium enterprises that primarily engages in commerce and industries. Mr. President, while dealing with a pandemic of global proportions, Solomon Islands continues to battle with the incremental effects of climate change and the negative impacts that it has on the livelihoods, security, and well-being of Solomon Islanders. Climate change has resulted in changing weather patterns that have caused anomaly weather events of epic proportions. Additionally, climate change has resulted in warming global temperatures, which are melting the ice caps and causing sea levels to rise. Both sea level rise and abnormal weather events have wreaked havoc on our infrastructure and homes, not to mention threatening our food security and lives. Just earlier this year, we experienced the traumatic effects of Tropical Cyclone Harold. And allow me to thank our development partners who stepped in to assist us during this disaster. Solomon Islands, for its part, remains committed to reducing our carbon footprint and doubling on our nationally determined contributions through our ongoing work on the Tina hydropower project. This 15-watt hydropower project will reduce our reliance on fossil fuels by 70%. Despite the challenges brought about by COVID-19, our efforts to have the project commissioned by 2024 remains on track, and we continue to call on development partners to remain with us on this steady trajectory. I wish to remind us all that in our collective efforts to combat the coronavirus, we must not lose sight of the need to address ongoing challenges brought about by climate change. I once again reiterate my government's call for more action by those with a greater means of implementation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, I call on all states to set ambitious nationally determined contributions. Let us adhere to what the science is telling us and strive to maintain global temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Mr. President, as a large ocean state with an area of 1.5 million square kilometers, the conservation and preservation of the ocean and its resources remains a priority for Solomon Islands. The lives of our people and the economy of our country remains deeply connected to the ocean. The Solomon Islands tuna industry generates around $60 million in revenue on an annual basis for the economy and provides employment for 2,000 Solomon Islanders. Sadly, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing within our maritime jurisdiction remains a threat to our tuna resources. About $150 million worth of direct economic value to small island developing states, including Solomon Islands, is lost as a result of illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing in the Pacific. I call on distant water fishing nations to reduce the incidences of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishings in our waters. On matters pertaining to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, my government remains committed to negotiating a legally binding instrument on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. My government looks forward to an agreement that is fair, comprehensive, and provides the capacity building for small island developing states such as Solomon Islands to fully implement. We note the challenges that COVID-19 has posed on the ability of states to conclude the negotiations in 2020. However, we must not lose this momentum. We must continue to strive to complete negotiation by earliest possible date. Ensuring sovereignty over our maritime zones remain important to my government. We are actively working towards the completion of the delimitation of all our maritime zones and have only one remaining maritime boundary left to conclude. In this regard, my government welcomes the work that is being undertaken by the International Law Commission on the questions of sea level rise and sovereignty. It is my government's position that once national maritime zones are deposited with the United Nations, they should not be subject to change despite sea level rise. Solomon Islands is an ocean state. The country's sovereign territory should not be changed due to the effects of climate change and sea level rise. Mr. President, at a time when the world is facing unprecedented challenges exacerbated by COVID-19, it is more important than ever that the world remains united in its effort to bring peace and unity among all peoples regardless of race, gender, and religion. As a post-conflict country, our people keep striving to maintain unity within our diversity. It is for this reason that my government is proud to have contributed 12 police officers to the United Nations African Mission in Darfur, Sudan. We stand ready to deploy more officers for United Nations peacekeeping duties in other United Nations peacekeeping missions, especially during these critical times. Mr. President, graduation from the category of least developing countries is an important milestone in the development trajectory of a developing country. Solomon Islands is in its transition phase of the graduation and is scheduled to graduate by 2024. However, both times that Solomon Islands underwent the triennial review, it did not pass the vulnerability criterion. Our vulnerability has become glaringly obvious now that COVID-19 has exacerbated the pre-existing challenges faced by Solomon Islands and made the pathway towards sustainable graduation and smooth transition extremely difficult. I welcome the Committee on Development Policy's intention to factor the impacts of COVID-19 on all sectors during the next triennial review in 2021. I further encourage them to work closely with us to ensure that their next report paints the true picture of Solomon Islands' development path as we continue to navigate our transition roadmap in these uncertain and challenging times. Mr. President, Solomon Islands presented its first ever voluntary national review report on the implementation of Agenda 2030 in July this year. Despite the technological challenges, we were able to highlight some of the achievements we have made to date. Solomon Islands continues to see an increase in number of children enrolled in the formal education system. Secondly, we are proud to have established a national financing framework for development which underpins the financing of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The report also highlighted the challenges we face in terms of our health sector and particularly on our rates of non-communicable diseases cases. 7 out of 10 deaths in Solomon Islands are caused by non-communicable diseases. It remains the largest single cause of death in the country. We are seeing increasing numbers of undernourished children and overnourished adults. In addition to this, the report also highlighted the vulnerability of our economy to external shocks and natural disasters. This, coupled with the impacts of COVID-19, will continue to affect Solomon Islands for the foreseeable future. Solomon Islands believes in the importance of Agenda 2030, the Istanbul Program of Action, and the Samoa Pathway in charting the course for sustainable development. We have factored this into our national development strategy as the path forward for a sustainable future for our people. I urge all development partners to remain committed to working with us to achieve our aim of sustainable development. Mr. President, Solomon Islands recognizes the contributions that our frontline health workers make in the fight against COVID-19. And in this regard, allow me to offer my deep thanks to Cuba for the training of our medical students. More than 80 Solomon Islands medical doctors have graduated from Cuban medical schools, and a further 8 more have graduated this year. We note with concern the 59-year-old economic embargo imposed on Cuba remains in place, and we reiterate the call for the lifting of the embargo within the spirit and purposes of the United Nations Charter. Finally, Mr. President, allow me to conclude by commending you on the theme of this year's General Assembly session. It could not have come at a more critical time when we find ourselves facing the deadliest pandemic to affect our modern world in the most horrendous of ways. So many lives have been tragically lost, and many continue to be affected by its ongoing onslaught. May we take the time to pause and reflect on how this virus has changed our lives and look at ways we can collaborate together to alleviate its impacts. As we continue to confront the problems that our world faces, from climate change to the deteriorating health of our planet, to the coronavirus, we must remember that they can only be addressed through collective action by each and every one of us. As the old African proverb says, if you wish to go fast, go alone. If you wish to go far, go together. Now is the time for us to act collectively to address the needs of everyone, including the most vulnerable among us. Together we can, and together we will go far. I thank you, Mr. President.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jamaica to introduce an address by the head of government.
President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, it is my distinct honor to introduce the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, who will deliver a pre-recorded statement at the general debate of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, I extend the congratulations on your election to the presidency of this 75th session of the General Assembly. I also commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Tijani Mohamed Bande, for maintaining the focus on social justice and climate action as critical elements of the decade of recovery. Your Excellency, during your term of office, you can be confident of Jamaica's continued commitment to the global recovery effort through a multilateral approach to finding viable solutions to the pandemic. Mr. President, Jamaica welcomes the significance and timeliness of this special theme to commemorate the 75th UN General Assembly. Indeed, the future to which we aspire is contingent on an effective and renewed multilateral system in which the United Nations must play a pivotal role. Prior to the advent of the pandemic, Jamaica had been recording significant progress in our pursuit of economic independence through macroeconomic stability, reduction in our high levels of public debt, poverty alleviation, human capital formation, and increased employment opportunities while protecting the vulnerable in our society. This placed us in a position to implement an initial social and economic stimulus program, in addition to our early response to control the spread of the coronavirus and to treat those infected. However, our economy now faces the triple challenges of reduced revenues, increased health and social expenditures, and an ongoing climate crisis, which threatens to undo years of hard-won development gains. Mr. President, the pandemic has highlighted pre-existing vulnerabilities and multiple structural weaknesses within our economies, large and small, rich and poor, and clearly demonstrated the systemic nature of risk worldwide. The great difference lies, however, in our respective abilities to mitigate the development reversals arising from the multifaceted impact of the pandemic and to recover stronger. Developing countries must therefore devise strategies to respond effectively. We must rebalance our economies and rethink the nature of global cooperation so that we not only recover stronger, but position ourselves to become more resilient to future systemic shocks. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the interconnectedness and interdependence of our world. It has underscored the need for strengthened and renewed multilateralism. As we strive to respond and recover stronger, we must reimagine the way nations cooperate. Persistent global problems require consistent cooperation to achieve strategic global solutions. Small Caribbean states, which are designated as middle-income countries, but whose small economies are largely dependent on one or just a few industries, are most deeply affected by this crisis. They urgently need increased access to concessional and non-concessional financing, given their limited fiscal space, reduced availability of public resources for investment, and the struggle to attract private investment. We see access to international development finance and the establishment of special funds to complement our response as an imperative, and we endorse the Secretary General's call for solidarity. I therefore convey Jamaica's sincere appreciation to the United Nations for establishing its COVID-19 Response and Recovery Fund and encourage donor countries to contribute. This fund represents an excellent example of the effectiveness of multilateralism at work. Its inclusion of vulnerable middle-income countries recognizes the reality that if one member of the global community fails, the potential exists for all others to be impacted. The entire international community will therefore reap benefits from the support provided. An area which requires particular support from such a fund or similar cooperation mechanism is the digital divide. The pandemic has forced schools and workplaces to close and people to practice social distancing. The internet has become our public square to meet and access critical information. However, Approximately half of the world's population is still not connected to the internet. With schools and work and healthcare and commerce and religious worship going online, persons without access to a reliable internet connection may be marginalized and disconnected entirely from the world. Now, more than ever, it is imperative that the digital divide not only be closed, but that countries are enabled to provide universal access to connectivity, as well as the tools to allow their societies and economies to capture the power of digital technologies. Universal, secure, and affordable connectivity is essential for greater participation in the global digital economy and for the attainment of inclusive, sustainable development. The pandemic has greatly accelerated the adoption of digital technologies and has provided developing countries in particular with an opportunity to leapfrog to a more digital economy. We call on the global community to respond with increased bilateral and multilateral cooperation in this area, which promises exponential increase in human capacity and economic dividends. We are heartened by the understanding, cohesion, and clarity for action displayed by the G20 digital economy ministers in their July declaration, the UNSG's high-level panel on digital cooperation, and last month's report on the task force on digital financing of the SDGs. All hands and ideas must be on deck for our national and collective digital resilience. Mr. President, myself as co-convener of the high-level event on financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond, along with Secretary General Guterres and Prime Minister Trudeau, remain committed to facilitate the process of developing concrete and global solutions and actions to enable countries to respond and recover better from what the Secretary General refers to as the world's first development emergency. On September 29th, when we convene the second high-level event, leaders will have an opportunity to highlight the collective measures they deem most effective for resolving the crisis and to put forward recommendations for United Nations support. We look forward to hearing the actions proposed, including those related to closing the digital divide with a view to enabling robust and resilient recovery. Mr. President, we note with grave concern UN reports that women and girls continue to face discrimination globally and that there are persistent gaps in their participation in economic activity, decision-making, and political leadership. We are seeing that the pandemic has deepened socioeconomic inequalities and disproportionately impacted women and girls, leading to increased exposure to domestic violence and loss of livelihood. We are taking measures to ensure that our national recovery efforts include a gender perspective and harness the full potential of all members of our society as leaders, innovators, and agents of economic, social, and environmental change. We are committed to furthering our engagement with the UN and our international partners to implement the Spotlight Initiative and to increase our advocacy through mechanisms such as the Group of Friends on Women, Women's Economic Empowerment, Gender Parity, and Women, Peace, and Security. Mr. President, there is no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has propelled the United Nations to a critical crossroads. It has exposed and exacerbated the gross inequalities that still exist. It has further reinforced the need for the international community to scale up cooperation to respond to the growing and deepening health crisis. The rapid spread of the novel coronavirus is exerting immense pressure on healthcare systems globally, many of which are already under stress. It has compounded existing disparities in health and increased the risk for the vulnerable, particularly the elderly and persons requiring medical care for non-communicable diseases. Given our limited fiscal space, we have adopted a whole-of-government approach to the pandemic while mobilizing the support of all our citizens. The pandemic has brought to the fore the importance of investing in non-communicable diseases prevention and care. Bridging the investment gap for prevention and treatment of NCDs must therefore be an essential pillar for our response to the pandemic and health security. We thank our bilateral and international partners, including PAHO and WHO, for their invaluable support and advice in our efforts to address this health crisis and its socio-economic impact. As the international community works in earnest to develop a COVID-19 vaccine, Jamaica welcomes efforts aimed at accelerating the equitable access to the vaccine, diagnostics, and therapeutics. We believe that the ambition to expedite development of these tools must be matched with a determination to ensure that they are safe, effective, and accessible to all. Mr. President, in keeping with our commitment to the full realization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, Jamaica is deeply invested in finding solutions at the national, regional, and multilateral levels to respond effectively and decisively to this pandemic. The immense challenges demand that, as a global community, we combine our efforts in a sustained and coordinated manner to identify opportunities for effective remedial action. As we seek to create the future we want, we must summon our energies, talent, and resources to combat this global crisis with fortitude. We must, Mr. President, act collectively, decisively, and immediately. Our decisions now will determine the kind of future we create. Let's together do the right thing. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Economic Growth and Job Creation of Jamaica for the address just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Samoa to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam President, I have the distinct honour to introduce the pre-recorded statement at the general debate of the 75th session of the General Assembly by the Prime Minister of the Independent State of Samoa, Honourable Tulaepa Lupusori'ai Sailele Malilengaoi. Thank you.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our General Assembly session this year is historically unique. We are commemorating the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, and our General Assembly is meeting virtually for the first time ever. But unprecedented times call for innovative solutions, so that as leaders we remain connected and united in our fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and our desire for a secure and peaceful world. Mr. President, celebrating this milestone allows Samoa to reflect on its journey with the United Nations. The United Nations almost 60 years ago ably facilitated our people's aspirations to be a sovereign state founded on democratic principles, Christian beliefs, and our cultural values. Upon attaining independence in January 1962, we joined the UN almost 15 years later, when we felt confident and prepared to assume our role as a global citizen and a dependable member of the United Nations. Our membership was firmly rooted in our belief in the sovereign equality of all member states and grounded in the promise of hope and justice the United Nations offers, irrespective of economic, political, or military strength. We are committed to multilateralism with the United Nations, representing the last bastion against the challenges and uncertainties that beset our world, from pandemics to economic crisis, climate change to systemic discrimination, endemic poverty to dangerous threats to peace and security. We need a balance of power among UN members, as well as responsibilities and representation for all people. This would set the scene for partnership bearing promise for the future. The theme for this year's general debate is apt and timely. We need to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism as we face challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic, so we can shape the future we want, the United Nations we need. As a Pacific Z, Samoa has continued to participate and contribute actively to the global effort to address challenges affecting the development, security, and human rights pillars of the United Nations. Mr. President, we are living in trying, unparalleled times. Never before as leaders were we required to make hard decisions to close our borders and provide near absolute guarantee to our people against the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic or to limit community transmission of the virus. The uncertainties we are facing have tested the mettle of our nations and governments like never before. Samoa extends its sincere condolences to our UN family for the lives lost due to the pandemic and pays tribute to the selfless service of all the frontline workers risking their lives to bring COVID-19 under control. While Samoa remains COVID-free, we have not been spared the serious and life-changing impacts on our nation and people who are still recovering from the devastation of the December 2019 measles outbreak that claimed more than 80 young lives. While the experience tested our resolve as a nation, it also strengthened our unity and resilience. Importantly, it reaffirmed our trust in investing in genuine partnerships. The COVID-19 pandemic is a timely reminder yet again of our interconnectedness. When our world is teetering over the brink of uncertainties, we need to be nations united as one. Global solidarity and a unified response is our best armor against the pandemic and the socio-economic impacts our people are facing. We acknowledge the ongoing support of the UN and all our development partners who continue to assist our efforts to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. We are hopeful for the successful development of a vaccine and its equal and even distribution. Let us all spread kindness faster than the virus and not hate, fear, and misinformation. Mr. President, what is a future we want and the UN we need? As Pacific Zs, our future is already uncertain and compromised if the world continues with the current trajectory of emissions causing more than 3 degrees of global warming. This would pose an existential threat for most of our islands. While the pandemic introduced temporary lockdowns, severe cyclones continue to rampage, coastlines whittle away, sea level rises higher, and our oceans yield to the gnawing acidification. While border closures were observed, climate change knows no restrictions and respects no boundaries. Tsunamis, tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, flooding, deadly bushfires, heat waves, and droughts continue to take and devastate countless lives. The heightened occurrence of catastrophic climatic-related disasters all over the world attest to why we must act with absolute urgency, even in the wake of the pandemic. Climate procrastination must end now before the window closes on any chance for us to stabilize the Earth's climate. Critical meetings such as UNFCCC, COP26 CPD, COP15, and the 2020 UN Ocean Conference have been postponed. This, however, should not equate to a deferment of ambitious actions. We need to uphold the Paris Agreement commitments and maintain the needed momentum on ambitious climate action. The United Nations remains the best hope to provide the political will and the necessary commitment to avoid what is an existential threat for many small states of this UN family. We must mobilize all leaders from governments, NGOs, private sector, and empower our youth and rural communities to fight the ongoing threat of climate change and unite against environmental degradation. The 75th anniversary of the UN should be a point of hope for generations to come rather than an end due to a legacy of selfishness, denial, and ignorance. While it is small island states like Samoa that are facing the brunt of the impacts of climate change, no country is immune to the reaches of climate change. Mr. President, we want a future with peaceful societies, free from conflict and nuclear weapons. The United Nations has made notable achievements in its peace and security agenda, but much work still needs to be done. COVID-19 is contributing to increased volatility and instability in some situations. Growing inequality, poverty, armed conflicts, terrorism, and insecurity still exist. People fleeing their homes in search of refuge and safety are becoming the new normal, and the threat of use of nuclear weapons is still present. We condemn international terrorism unreservedly. Through our membership to disarmament and non-proliferation conventions, we continue to urge for a world without weapons of mass destruction, including the total elimination of nuclear weapons. Our contribution to peaceful societies worldwide is through our police officers serving in UN peacekeeping missions in countries that require such assistance. We welcome the recent UAE-Israel Abraham Accord and new developments to secure a peaceful settlement in the Middle East that is durable and fair. We also commend the Secretary General's appeal for global ceasefire during the pandemic to end the plague of wars and instead fight the disease that is ravaging our world. Mr. President, Samoa presented its secondary voluntary national review on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals to the high-level political forum this year. I also represented Samoa at the SDG Moment event last week. We applaud this initiative, which takes forward our decisions from the 2019 SDG Summit and puts us, world leaders, in the driver's seat as we begin the decade of action to deliver the SDGs by 2030. Samoa's long-term vision for an improved quality of life for all mirrors that of the 2030 Agenda, which is a crucial roadmap to uphold the 3 pillars of the UN. Achieving the SDGs will take us closer to the world envisaged by the founders of this organization 75 years ago, and the future we wanted when we joined. Mr. President, the socio-economic well-being of our people remains at the core of Samoa's development initiatives. The promotion, respect of, protection, and fulfillment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms is indispensable to ensuring that no one is left behind. We commit to a human rights approach to sustainable development. We continue to invest in robust systems and processes that will improve the effective and inclusive implementation of our human rights obligations. This ensures linkages to our core sustainable development and national security priorities. This year, Samoa hosted the 84th session of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, a historic first. This milestone event is consistent with Samoa's ongoing efforts to improve and strengthen the engagement between treaty parties and the treaty bodies. It also ensured the effective and active participation and engagement of the Pacific people, especially the children, on the convention and the work of the committee. Samoa encourages other treaty bodies to imitate CRC's example. We also follow closely the work to reform the UN Human Rights Treaty body system. The rule of law and the vital protection it offers to all states, especially to the weak and small, needs to be respected, and we commit to always upholding it. We are also committed to advancing gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls, as stipulated in a Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Samoa will continue to look at initiatives such as the partnership with the EU and UN on the Spotlight Initiative to support efforts to eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls. Mr. President, let me conclude with a reflection on the UN we need. We have witnessed some positive outcomes in the reforms undertaken so far, reassuring us that the UN can respond effectively to the needs of its diverse membership. We look forward to the positive impact of the UN development system reform that promises improved UN presence in the Pacific region with the establishment of a multi-country office for the Northern Pacific states. We hope for an enhanced and effective UN engagement through the reinvigorated resident coordinator system, and expect a more integrated and focused delivery on the ground, informed by the priority needs of the member states. Samoa acknowledges the valuable contribution of the United Nations multi-country office in Samoa and its dedicated staff, who continue to collaborate with us and the Pacific to better the lives and improve the livelihoods options of our people and nations. We are concerned, however, with the lack of progress in the reform of the Security Council. Samoa remains convinced that an expanded Security Council that mirrors present-day realities is essential for multilateralism and for the Council's integrity and credibility. Increases in both the permanent and non-permanent categories should be part and parcel of the reform package, and it is time to move to text-based negotiations. As a large ocean state and a set, Samoa needs a United Nations that will produce a legally binding instrument on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. A UN that will continue to recognize the unique vulnerabilities of sets to the impacts of climate change by ensuring the effective implementation of the Samoa pathway. Mr. President, while we commit to advance unity for the common good and common prosperity, our ability to do so lies in our uniqueness. The United Nations has become the foremost forum to address issues that transcend national boundaries. The United Nations is placed to understand our unique cultures, respect our different beliefs, and embrace our differences as we unite to build the future we want in genuine and durable partnership. God bless our family. So forth.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lesotho to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by the Right Honorable Dr. Mwekiti Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, for delivery in general debate during this unique August 75th General Assembly of the United Nations. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President of the 75th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, it affords me great pleasure to congratulate you on your election to direct the work of this historic 75th session of the General Assembly. Such an honor bears testimony to your undoubted dynamism and diplomatic skills, which will in no small measure positively affect the outcome of the work of this Assembly. I assure you of my delegation's full support and cooperation in all your endeavors during your tenure of office. Permit me also to pay tribute to your predecessor, Professor Tijani Mohamed Bande, for his outstanding leadership of the 74th session. We congratulate him also on the many initiatives that he took in the furtherance of the work of our organization during arguably the most challenging session in this century. To Secretary General Antonio Guterres, I extend my country's gratitude and support for the sterling work he continues to do against great odds. We particularly commend him for his efforts and commitment in transforming the United Nations development system. We also recognize his tireless efforts in the daunting task of strengthening and streamlining the peace and security architecture to better integrate prevention, peacemaking, and peace building. The energy towards a global ceasefire during the pandemic is worthy of special mention. Mr. President, I wish to acknowledge this session's theme, the future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our commitment to multilateralism that is not only apt but also greatly inspired. 3/4 of a century ago, our forebears came together in San Francisco and signed the Charter of the United Nations. This session, therefore, marks the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the creation of the United Nations. We do so at a critical time and juncture in human history, which calls for true reflection on the role of the United Nations in the 21st century, the organization upon which humanity continues to place so much faith and hope for a better life for all. Since that time, the United Nations has been and will always be the symbol of humankind's fervent desire to conduct its affairs for eternal survival. The United Nations has achieved and made significant strides in addressing many of the serious challenges facing the international community. When the dark clouds of war threatened to engulf the world with a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions, humankind found the strength within itself to negate Armageddon. We also recall that the UN played a significant role in easing the pangs of decolonization. The purpose and principles of the UN Charter continue to be relevant today as they were 75 years ago. The United Nations has had to grapple with crisis situations in many parts of the world in pursuance of its mandate to maintain international peace and security. As today's problems grow ever more global, multilateralism and solidarity are more important than ever. We should remain steadfast against the re-emerging threats on multilateralism and global cooperation. We believe that a coherent and feasible strategy for the future, committed resources, streamlining priorities combined with responsible and inspired leadership are the prerequisites to achieving a relevant and vital UN for the future. This will go a long way towards fulfilling the ideals for which the UN was formed. Mr. President, Lesotho reaffirms its commitment to advance a collective vision of an effective United Nations to ensure a prosperous and lasting future for all our peoples. The world is indeed witnessing a revolution in information systems and their integration into the lives of men, women, and children. There can be no doubt that for some, information technology and globalization are beginning to turn theoretical possibilities into fact, as the use of computers and computer-dependent systems have resulted in improvements in basic health conditions and increases in life expectancy, efficiency, and productivity. Unfortunately, the majority who have been left out of that prosperity continue to live in conditions of extreme poverty. The challenge for the UN of the 21st century is to eliminate those disparities by bringing the poor countries into the digital age. Mr. President, this historic session of the UNGA comes at a sensitive time when the world is faced with a deadly COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused economic stagnation, loss of jobs, and many fatalities across the globe. This has posed serious challenges to our organization and exposed weaknesses and vulnerabilities in societies and economies around the world. The virus attacks all, regardless of ethnicity, faith, affluence, or nationality. In conflict-ridden areas, the situation is dire due to health systems that have collapsed. On this note, we commend the Secretary General for calling for a global ceasefire in all corners of the world. We support his determination and commitment in the fight against this pandemic. Lesotho believes the international community should collectively adopt measures that are focused on a holistic approach and close coordination within the UN to contain the spread of the virus. Measures against future pandemics should include ease of access to vaccines, medication, and essential equipment. Pandemics respect neither internal nor external borders. Cooperation and collaboration across and amongst nations, including the essential pillars of multilateralism, becomes more essential than ever. Mr. President, the coronavirus plague has escalated the vulnerability of people in need and has created fear and despair amongst people living under oppressed circumstances. We condemn all acts that result in displacement of women and children. Lesotho recognizes the leadership of the Under-Secretary General and Executive Director of UN Women for her exceptional work in leading global efforts for improving the living standards and the rights of women, and in particular the inception of the Gender in Humanitarian Action Program for COVID-19. We commend all efforts to mobilize the UN system, along with all relevant United Nations agencies that are helping in humanitarian and security interventions. Mr. President, Lesotho welcomes and appreciates the 2019-2020 Secretary General's trenchant progress report towards the Sustainable Development Goals and aligns herself with the principle of leaving no one behind. The report reveals that there has been some considerable progress in the implementation of SDGs. However, it is trite that the international community is not on track to deliver by 2020. It is also shocking to learn that the number of people suffering from hunger and malnutrition increased, especially in countries in special situations like Lesotho during the reporting period, while at the same time, climate change is reported to be occurring much faster than anticipated. We are meeting here, though virtually, at an opportune time during the commemoration of the UN 75th anniversary, which coincides with a decade of action that is intended to increase the momentum and implementation efforts on SDGs. Indeed, our commitment to strengthen partnerships and international cooperation has never been so critical to provide solutions to our collective global challenges. By virtue of being a least developed and landlocked country, characterized by a weak macroeconomy and fragile fiscal policy space, Lesotho will bear the major socioeconomic brunt of the pandemic and thus remain at high risk of being further left behind. Mr. President, devastated by coronavirus and weakened health systems, Lesotho may not achieve the SDG on health. In this vein, we call on development partners, the United Nations, and the international financial institutions to support the LLDCs, LDCs, and SEEDs, and similar vulnerable states such as Lesotho with the necessary resources to respond to this crisis in commitment to leaving no one behind. While Lesotho recognizes that equitable and quality education is part of human development, I regret to inform this August virtual gathering that the current pandemic is creating an education emergency that is having devastating impacts on children in my country. The abrupt closure of schools for over 4 months is undoubtedly expected to lead to a decline in the education outcomes. In fact, UNESCO warns that schools closure has the potential for increased dropout rates, which will disproportionately affect adolescent girls, further entrench gender gaps in education, and lead to increased risk of sexual exploitation, early pregnancy, and early forced marriages. This scenario has negative outcomes on achieving SDGs related to education, poverty, health, and gender. Mr. President, climate change continues to be a key challenge to our efforts towards achieving sustainable development. Member states of the UN possess different levels of capacities and resources to address the causes and effects of climate change. In light of all this, Lesotho calls for urgent action at the global level and within the UN development system to mobilize for crisis response and to set the world on the collective path for resilient, substantive, and sustainable recovery. Mr. President, the unfortunate but inescapable scale back of the work of the Commission on the Status of Women due to the pandemic has hindered progress and showcasing of best practices by member states. Nonetheless, we are pleased that in March this year, the General Assembly adopted a political declaration which coincided with the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, which remains the comprehensive and transformative agenda for the achievement of gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. Since its adoption in 1995, we have undeniably made significant advances on women and girls' rights. In Lesotho, we are making progress in the representation of women in leadership roles. There is a significant representation at the decision-making levels, including in the private sector. Lesotho remains convinced that the United Nations is the only universal institution that can safeguard world peace and ensure the survival of all. As we stop to ponder and reflect on the past, a new pattern of ethnic intrastate conflagrations are emerging, and new dimensions have become increasingly important in international security. These include proliferation of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction, terrorism, illicit arms trade and trafficking, drug trafficking, strains on the conflict resolution and peace-building efforts, threats of social and economic injustice, and the plight of migrants, refugees, and internally displaced persons. At the same time, racism is rearing its ugly head in some parts of the world, threatening immeasurable gains of civilization. The record of the United Nations in the recent past in peacekeeping has been mixed. We have had unqualified success in some places, but then in others success has eluded us. Our resolve, therefore, would be to ensure that our machinery for peacemaking and peacekeeping is fine-tuned to maximum precision. First, the financing of peacekeeping operations must be put on a more secure footing. Persistent arrears, such as those we have experienced recently, cannot but have an adverse effect on the peacekeeping efforts of our organization. Secondly, greater attention should be paid to peacemaking and preventative diplomacy, thereby reducing the prospects of conflicts with their attendant costs. The strategy of preempting the eruption of conflict is, of course, closely linked to the United Nations efforts in the fields of social and economic development, because it is in the soil of poverty that the seeds of national upheavals take root and sprout. Last but not least, the changed nature of the challenges facing the Security Council call for the restructuring of that organ to reflect the changed realities of present-day international relations. Most of the international peace and security matters with which the Council is currently seized pertain to developing countries or countries in transition. Thus, it is reasonable to suggest that the composition of the Security Council should include an appropriate proportion of developing countries in both the permanent and non-permanent categories, in line with the Ezolwini Consensus. The intergovernmental negotiations on the reform of the Council has continued to address the question of equitable representation on an increase in the membership of the Security Council. It is encouraging to note that discussions have shown a general support for the need to increase the membership of the Security Council, especially of developing countries, and a subsequent need to review the Council's composition. The general view is that the size and composition of an expanded Council should reflect most accurately the universal character of the United Nations and present-day realities. It is further been recognized that the principle of sovereign equality of all members of the United Nations and the concepts of equitable representation and distribution, legitimacy, effectiveness, and efficiency should serve as guiding principles for the reform of the Security Council. Mr. President, several political questions continue to preoccupy us. The people of Israel and the Palestinians have overcome formidable obstacles. Yet the most difficult and divisive issues still remain unresolved. The peace process in that area of the Middle East is of utmost importance and must therefore be negotiated against a backdrop of continuing and satisfactory progress. We urge the international community to respond quickly, appropriately, generously, practically, and flexibly to the needs of the Palestinian people, with the centrality of their inalienable right to sovereignty in focus. Achievements must match expectations. Over the past 29 years, the UN General Assembly has passed, to no avail, an annual vote condemning the economic, commercial, and financial blockade of Cuba. As a result, the people of Cuba have been subjected to undue hardship, which has been relentless even during the global pandemic that required international humanitarian cooperation. We renew our call for the lifting of this embargo that has had a negative impact on that country's economy and brought hardship to the Cuban people. In Africa, many significant developments have taken place in respect of peacekeeping that have to be understood in the context of changes in the international environment. Western countries have launched several initiatives aimed at identifying ways in which the international community can assist Africa to cope with the challenges of conflict prevention and management. While Africa, in keeping with its determination to combat conflicts on the continent, is appreciative of these gestures from its outside partners, we wish to remind the international community of the United Nations' primary role as the guardian of world peace and stability everywhere, including in Africa. The determination of Africa to address, through the African Union, the problem of conflicts on the continent should not be misconstrued as absolving the United Nations from its responsibility for peace and security where Africa is concerned. The situation in Western Sahara also merits our attention. The General Assembly has consistently reaffirmed the inalienable right of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination. We express our disappointment at the lack of progress in this regard. 29 years have passed since the Security Council approved the settlement plan and subsequently established the UN mission for the referendum in Western Sahara with a mandate to implement the plan. It is therefore unfortunate that the self-determination referendum has not been held and the Security Council appears reluctant to use all diplomatic tools at its disposal to ensure compliance with the peace plan. Lesotho will continue to stand with the people of Western Sahara in their quest for independence. In conclusion, my delegation looks forward to close collaboration with you and all other member states over the next year to advance a collective vision of a truly representative and effective United Nations to ensure a prosperous and lasting future for all our peoples. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sweden to introduce an address by the head of government.
President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of Sweden, Mr. Stefan Löfven.
Excellencies, we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the United Nations in the midst of a global pandemic, a pandemic that has placed enormous pressure on our societies, our communities, and our families. I would like to express my deepest condolences for the lives lost. Times like these test the resilience of our societies and our international cooperation. More than ever, we need to work together in solidarity. In this spirit, Sweden and Qatar co-chaired the negotiations on the declaration on the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, which was adopted on September 21st. Member states sent a strong message of support for a rule-based international order and for multilateralism. We all recommitted to strengthening international cooperation with a modern, innovative, and inclusive UN at the core. We now have the rare opportunity to build better societies, societies that are more resilient. We have the opportunity to jointly address shared challenges: the pandemic, the climate crisis, widening inequalities, violations of international law, and threats to international peace. To create, as Secretary General Guterres called for in his recent Mandela lecture, a new social contract and a new global deal. Excellencies, Sweden fully supports the UN's leadership of the global COVID-19 response and recognizes the crucial role of the World Health Organization. So far, Sweden has contributed more than $170 million to the global response. And together with a number of world leaders, I have expressed my commitment to securing equitable and global access to future COVID-19 vaccines. No one is safe until everyone is safe. Securing access to vaccines is a global challenge that requires international cooperation and solidarity. Excellencies, climate change is one of our most pressing issues. Throughout the world, young and old people alike have marched together on the streets to demand that decision makers like us act in line with scientific recommendations. We must reshape our societies and lower emissions. Sweden is striving to be the first fossil-free welfare nation, but welcome all competition to beat us to the post. We will continue to work with the industrial sector to achieve net zero emissions, not least within the leadership group for industry transition that we launched with India at last year's climate summit. We call for more ambitious, nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. We will work for an ambitious outcome at COP26 in Glasgow. Excellencies, as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we need to strengthen our resolve to ensure that no one is left behind. Ensuring the equal participation of every individual, irrespective of their gender and sexual orientation, is essential to realizing the 2030 Agenda. The current pandemic is exacerbating existing discrimination and inequality and the risk of sexual and gender-based violence. It is having a disproportionate impact on women's and girls' access to essential health services. Robust funding of sexual and reproductive health and rights must be a priority. The 25th anniversary of the landmark Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action offers an opportunity to intensify our efforts for gender equality. Sweden is ready to take on a leading role in UN Women's Global Action Coalition on Economic Justice and Rights. I am delighted to see that others have joined Sweden in pursuing a feminist foreign policy. Excellencies, the pandemic is playing enormous pressure on the ability of democratic institutions to function and is having serious consequences for human rights. Far too many leaders and governments are using it as a pretext in their attempts to silence opposition, civil society, and human rights defenders. Sweden will continue to promote our drive for democracy, which aims to strengthen respect for democratic principles and institutions, civil society, and international law. We support the Secretary General's call to action for human rights. Excellencies, millions of people around the world have lost their jobs and livelihoods because of the pandemic. Social dialogue in the workplace can help mitigate the impact of the pandemic and shape solutions. We need a sustainable transition in the global labor market, an issue I worked closely on with President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, when we co-edited the ILO report on the future of work. Sweden invites more countries to join the Global Deal Partnership for Decent Work and Inclusive Growth. We have also seen trade barriers introduced during the pandemic. Free, fair, and sustainable trade is key in order to create new jobs and increase prosperity. The World Trade Organization has an essential role in upholding a rules-based international trading system. Around the world, record numbers of people need humanitarian aid to survive. The protracted conflict in Yemen has resulted in the world's largest humanitarian crisis. I urge donors to step up their support of the humanitarian response. We support UN peace efforts and urge the parties to immediately agree on a ceasefire, inclusive political talks, and continued implementation of the Stockholm and Riyadh agreements. We extend our solidarity and support to the Lebanese people following the devastating explosion in Beirut. Excellencies, the pandemic is a threat to international peace and security. Sweden and the European Union strongly support the implementation of the Secretary-General's call for a global ceasefire. The UN Security Council has an enormous responsibility. To succeed in its mandated task of upholding international peace and security, it must be reformed to effectively address current and future challenges. The fight against impunity for international crimes remains essential, and Sweden is steadfast in its support of the International Criminal Court. Women's influence in peace processes, political transitions, and crisis recovery is crucial. This year marks the 20th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1325. It must be a year of concrete action. Sweden remains an active partner to the United Nations through financial core support, diplomacy, mediation, and as a contributor of military and public personnel to UN peace operations, including MINUSMA. We are following developments in Mali with great concern. A peaceful, swift transition to civilian leadership with democratic elections is vital. Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol and aggression in eastern Ukraine constitute serious breaches of international law, challenge global security, and cause human suffering. The European Union is clear on the need for the implementation of the Minsk agreements. Sweden and the European Union condemns in the strongest possible terms the poisoning of the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. The Russian government must investigate the assassination attempt thoroughly and transparently. Those responsible must be brought to justice. We support, as the only viable means of solving the conflict between Israel and Palestine, a negotiated solution with two states living in peace and security. It must be based on internationally agreed parameters and an end to the occupation. The EU position is clear: annexation of occupied territory is illegal. In Syria, sustainable peace can only be achieved through a political solution in line with Resolution 2254. Sweden recently pledged $96 million to the crisis response at the Brussels IV conference. While there are plenty of challenges across the globe, there is also hope. Sudan now has a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Women and young people took to the streets in 2019 demanding political change, and courageous political decisions followed. Sudan deserves our support on its difficult path to democracy. Excellencies, next year Sweden will assume the role of chair of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Our main priority will be working for conflict resolution that builds on the OSCE comprehensive concept of security, with democracy and human rights at the core. The European security order must be upheld, not renegotiated. Sweden is alarmed of the situation in Belarus following the election on August 9th, which were neither free nor fair. The increased repression of peaceful demonstrators, journalists, and opposition leaders is unacceptable. We stand in solidarity with the Belarusian people in their desire to exercise their fundamental democratic rights. We continue to call on the Belarusian leadership to stop the repression and engage in genuine dialogue with the opposition, and we stand ready to facilitate such dialogue. Excellencies, this year also marks the 75th anniversary of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It serves as a tragic reminder of the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of the use of nuclear weapons. The nuclear threat is as present as ever. Milestone treaties have been abandoned or are at risk, and new nuclear capabilities are being developed. We call on the United States and Russia to agree on an extension of the New START treaty and on China to join discussions on follow-on arrangements. As a part of our multilateral disarmament diplomacy, Sweden, together with 15 non-nuclear weapon states, continues to pursue the Stockholm Initiative on Nuclear Disarmament, which aims to contribute to a successful NPT review conference. Together with the European Union, we strongly support the full implementation of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. We call on the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to adhere to its international obligations and take steps towards denuclearization. We remain committed to a peaceful resolution of the situation on the Korean Peninsula. Excellencies, future generations will grow up in a different world. We now have the opportunity to shape its direction. Together with other countries, Sweden will mobilize support for the Secretary General in advancing our common agenda laid out in the 75th anniversary declaration. Together we can build better societies. Together we can build stronger societies. And together we can address the challenges that lie ahead. Thank you.
Au nom de la...
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Sweden for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of Dr. the Honorable Ralph E. Gonsalves, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Prime Minister Gonsalves.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and friends. 75 years ago, our predecessors founded this noble institution as the primary international platform to promote dignity, security, and freedom for all. Crafted in the midst of seething political tensions and the immense human suffering wrought by preceding global wars, our United Nations has served humanity's most credible attempt at securing a peaceful and prosperous future for all nations and peoples. Yet, as we convene today against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic, the likes of which we have not experienced in over a century, the future we want and we all rightfully deserve appears in grave jeopardy. Amidst the rising tides of climate change, the scourge of desertification and land degradation, including in the Sahel, the challenges to biodiversity, the social, political, and economic inequities of the global economy, and the unevenness and contradictions of a lopsided multilateral system in which the norms and rules are conveniently applied and upheld in favor of the powerful. Amidst all these things, the bellowing calls for global reform and a renewed multilateralism reverberate ever more loudly. We are indeed at an important crossroad. A well-functioning United Nations, fit for the purpose of safeguarding the bedrock principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of all states, while addressing the critical issues of our times, is urgently needed. Mr. President, COVID-19 has laid bare the indisputable fact that coordinated multilateral action to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals is the surest pathway to global peace and security. In our increasingly interconnected and hyper-globalized world, we protect ourselves when we safeguard our neighbors. Indeed, peace and security are the ideals of a collective identity molded through stable relationships. The urgent challenges of our times cannot be solved by building walls, nor can they be effectively addressed by retreating to a corner of nationalistic isolationism. We must build bridges, and we must stand shoulder to shoulder with our brothers and sisters throughout the world as we lift each other up from the feverish ashes of COVID-19. In this regard, St. Vincent and the Grenadines pays tribute to all frontline workers and first responders, our capeless heroes, whose selfless contributions and sacrifices have kept many of us safe throughout the pandemic. We also extend our sympathies to the many families who have endured suffering throughout this ordeal. We stand with you as you honor the memories of your loved ones. We must keep the faith and more. Mr. President, the simple truth is that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought about a profoundly altered condition of life, living, and production. None of the awesome challenges arising from this altered condition can be solved by incrementalism or minimalist pragmatism, which merely tinkers with the pre-existing global economy. To be sure, human ingenuity and science will produce a vaccine within the next few months or a year, and the COVID rate of infection, hospitalization, and deaths will come down globally. But haunting questions remain. Would the vaccine be available cheaply and universally to all peoples the world over? Or would its distribution be so skewed and across countries that there is likely to arise a deafening roar that only rich lives matter? The good intentions of our United Nations and its specialized agencies, such as the World Health Organization, may nibble away at the inequity of a skewed outcome, but their impacts are likely to be only marginal unless there is an enforceable, international rules-based compact between all countries and major pharmaceutical companies to deliver universally and affordably the fruits of science and human ingenuity. It cannot be the usual result of corporate profits ahead of people's lives, livelihoods, social solidarity, and security. Even if, in this instance of COVID-19, the international community rises to the challenge and confirms that faith and good intentions without practical works is an illusion, would this be only an episodic response which leaves the pre-existing global order in place until the next and inevitable pandemic arises? This irrational, dangerous cycle has to be reconfigured with a global consensus, not merely to build back better, but to build back optimally and enduringly for all humanity's sake. Fundamentally, Mr. President, the old order is passing away before our very eyes as a consequence of the pandemic. But a new one is yet to come into being. Indeed, there is not in place even a transition to a better, optimal, and enduring condition. We are still quarreling about inconsequential matters, insisting on too many sideshows, and casting our gaze askance from the main events, metaphorically. It is a truism repeatedly ignored by powerful nations globally and ruling classes in dominant countries that our central global challenges cannot be solved in isolation of each other or only on the terms of the powerful. Yet the old reflexes kick in, harming inevitably the strong and the weak, though not in equal measure. So we end up, metaphorically, with a proud man who is ignorant of that which he is most assured. Right reason and mature reflection teach that over the past 50 years of the dominant human civilization and its appendant offshoots, there has been an explosion of individualism and freedom engendered by a huge enlargement of personal, financial, technological, and social spaces. Atomized individuals, and indeed atomized individualism. This has been elevated as the apotheosis of progress, and social solidarity has become frayed, tattered, and diminished as a public good. So along comes a pandemic, and the atomized individual has to rely on the prudent and collective good and the good behavior of his neighbors to stay healthy. This circle cannot be easily squared in an individualistic, dog-eat-dog social order. And metaphorically, all hell has broken loose. Thus, internally in our societies, we ought, in the current altered condition, to build a social individual, not an atomized one. This social individual necessarily has to be grounded in the requisite of social solidarity. Across nations, too, we must initiate and build a fresh compact of enduring solidarity, as we in our Caribbean community, CARICOM, have done with much success despite a limitation of resources. Our United Nations and its specialized agencies are the locales for the construction of an ambitious, renewed global compact, not of world government, but of a genuine community of nations through a bona fide multilateralism grounded in international law. This is not merely a technical exercise, but a profoundly political one of the first order, in which this revitalized compact is efficaciously fashioned on the fertilized soil of genuine commitment among all nations. Let us thus lift humanity higher. In this regard, powerful states must roll back their unilateralist, unwholesome, and prejudicial constraints on weaker nations. The list is long and includes unilateralist sanctions, weaponizing of the trade, banking, and financial systems, the misuse and abuse of so-called blacklists by developed countries against developing ones, the unilateralist termination of correspondent banking relations on purely spurious and hypocritical grounds, the breaking of international law willy-nilly to serve narrow national interests on this or that issue, including the existential matter of climate change, and the relegation of small island developing states to the expendable margins of the global political economy. Mr. President, as a small island developing state, faced with an exceptional and unique admixture of existential circumstances, ranging from our inherent vulnerabilities as a small open economy with porous borders, to the legacies of underdevelopment left in the wake of European settler colonialism, native genocide, the enslavement of Africans, and the endangership of Madeirans and Indians. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has made tremendous strides to advance meaningfully a progressive and people-centered development agenda. Yet, despite our best efforts, the disastrous economic implications of a global COVID-19 recession threatens to stymie our advances. These detrimental impacts, already disproportionately felt across the global south, stem from sharp declines in remittances, significant disruptions of trade, travel, and other economic activity, and the negative effects on social welfare as limited resources are diverted to save lives. For small island developing states, without predictable and reliable financing through concessional loans, without scaled-up development assistance, and flexible and innovative forms of debt relief, we risk falling further behind, unable to safeguard our human development agenda or provide necessary social protection to many of our people. To avert these grim prospects, ambitious reform of the international financial architecture that takes into account our small islands' exceptionalism is urgently required. Mr. President, the continued use of the illegal and inhuman economic embargo on the Republic of Cuba and the unilateral economic sanctions imposed for the purpose of stoking social unrest as a part of an externally driven regime change agenda in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela are but two egregious examples of how the norms and principles of international law are desecrated for sake of power and self-interest. Despite their own serious challenges, the governments and peoples of Cuba and Venezuela continue to stand as models of camaraderie and solidarity, dispatching medical brigades and essential supplies in response to COVID-19. Such is the absurd contradiction that those who employ the human rights mantra as a guise for unilateral action would willfully deprive millions of people living in countries near and far of their right to dignity and development by deploying the most debilitating foreign policy tools. The immense suffering of the people of Syria as a result of a conflict that they did not choose, and geopolitical forces over which they exert no influence, stands as a prime example of the paradox of humanitarian intervention. In similar fashion, the convergence of a parallelogram of forces, contradictory forces, in Yemen has precipitated a humanitarian crisis of monumental proportions. Syria and Yemen are arguably two of the biggest catastrophes in the world, which require constructive forms of multilateral engagement that yield people-centered solutions with full respect for international law. I feel sure that interested regional powers yearn for peace and stability in Yemen and Syria. Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines reaffirms its solidarity with the Palestinian people, whose daily existence remain marred by the persistent threat of illegal annexation. Honoring the Palestinian people's long-held quest for self-determination and statehood by revisiting the question of full membership of the United Nations is a matter that is long overdue and an essential component of lasting solution, a lasting two-state solution in the quest for a sustainable peace in the Middle East. Both Palestine and Israel must get together and sort this matter out. In a similar vein, the constructive and pragmatic intergovernmental engagement of Taiwan as a responsible advocate for sustainable development and an exemplar of the magnificent Chinese civilization validates the case for Taiwan's meaningful participation in the specialized agencies and bodies of the United Nations. Mr. President, the complex challenges of the 21st century will not be solved by military means or by a quest for hegemony. While those who sell weapons have been traditionally positioned to broker peace, we cannot expect to use outdated tools to address effectively contemporary exigencies. Accordingly, St. Vincent and the Grenadines reiterates the importance of addressing earnestly the question of Security Council reform by, among other things, expanding the permanent membership to include our brothers and sisters from the African continent, by incorporating the nuanced perspectives of small island states as a continuously rotating fixture, and by upgrading the working methods of this august but historically shackled body to reflect the realities of the modern world. The issue continues to occupy the attention of St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the Security Council, where my country has forged a strong partnership with the 3 non-permanent members from Africa in what has become known as the A3+1. Mr. President, amidst the thundering calls for racial and social justice globally, St. Vincent and the Grenadines affirms yet again that Black Lives Matter. During this international decade for people of African descent, the case for reparatory justice remains unanswerably strong. The legacies of underdevelopment in our country arising from the genocide of our native Kalinago and Garifuna people and the enslavement of African bodies prompt our just and legitimate demand for appropriate recompense, grounded in historical fact, contemporary reality, and international law, from European nations and their successor nation states in North America. The international campaign for reparatory justice, widely promoted by governments across the Caribbean community and by social activists within the industrialized countries, must form part of any serious effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, as I conclude, I reiterate that the complex, consequential, and overlapping challenges facing our world today can only be resolved through inclusive, multilateral solutions and comprehensive development strategies. Admittedly, in any collective struggle for peace or prosperity, there are no easy victories. Yet, it is in our darkest moments, when these struggles seem insurmountable, that we must work together in unity and in solidarity, not in spite of, but precisely because our distinct perspectives and interests necessitate that we, the peoples, work together. As we embark on a new decade of our collective journey, let us craft a more just and equitable world in which all nations and peoples participate meaningfully in measured apportionment of burden and benefit. I thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, the Public Service, National Security, Legal Affairs and Grenadines Affairs of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic to introduce an address from the head of government.
Madam President, I have a great honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Thongloun Sisoulith, Prime Minister of the Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Mr. President, at the outset, on behalf of the delegation of the Lao PDR, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Wolfgang Bosque, on your election as President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I am confident that with your extensive and rich diplomatic experience, you will be able to lead the deliberations of these UNGA sessions under the themes, the future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, which is most relevant to the current situations of the international environment to a great success. Our delegation is ready to extend full support and cooperation to you in the discharge of your noble duties. Let me also commend your predecessor, His Excellency Tijani Muhammad Bande, for his successful presidency of the 74th sessions of the United Nations General Assembly amid the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the ongoing work of the United Nations. Mr. President, 75 years ago, the United Nations has been created from the ashes of World War II, aimed at saving succeeding generations from the scourge of war that brought untold sufferings to all mankind, one after another. Ever since its advent, the United Nations has evolved into a main mechanism for preserving international peace and security, which constitutes a significant prerequisite for the promotion of international cooperations and socio-economic development to be thrived. The United Nations Charter has become a significant tool that identifies mechanisms and principles for our joint and collective efforts to achieve our noble common objectives. To date, 75 years have passed, and we can say that under the United Nations auspices, the international community has made a number of significant achievements. Conflict resolution mechanisms through peaceful means has turned into principle and prevailing trends. International laws and treaties has been gradually enhanced and serve as a tool to prevent and resolve various issues in areas such as disarmament, racial discriminations, religions and cultural differences, promotion and protections of human rights, and gender equality, to name a few. More importantly, multilateral cooperation under the flag of the United Nations has synergized collective efforts in responding to and addressing major common challenges that no single country can do alone, such as an issue of climate change, pandemic, terrorism, and others. In addition, we have seen joint efforts in tackling challenges of the international community under the framework of MDGs, SDG, Action Plan to help vulnerable countries, in particular the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. Those collective efforts have helped a number of millions of people to get out of poverty and hunger, and to have access to education, health service, and improved gender equality. Those are some significant achievements of the United Nations. But of course, the regional and international environment in the past 70 years is definitely different from the current setting. Therefore, the United Nations has to be adapted and strengthened if it is to effectively deliver its mandate on maintaining international peace and security, as well as promoting development cooperations. Against this backdrop, the United Nations should be reformed to fit the current environment in our joint effort in addressing the unfolded significant obstacles to peace and development, such as lasting resolutions to Middle East problems, in particular the Palestinian issue, and the call for lifting of economic embargo on Cuba, and so on. Cooperation for development should be further enhanced and prioritized. Without development, people will remain poor and hungry. As a result, peace cannot be sustained. And social problems such as crimes, drugs, human trafficking, and refugees will remain unresolved. This requires the international communities to actively address the pressing challenge together. Mr. President, as we all know, the world is currently facing serious outbreak of the new novel coronavirus, of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is an immediate and long-term challenge for us to respond and recover from its impact on economic development, both in the long term and the short terms. Over the past decade, the world has never seen the pandemic on this scale before. More than 30 million people infected, and nearly 1 million people have died. Besides, it has put huge impact on socio-economic development in many countries, leading the world economy to recessions. Many companies went bankrupt and unemployment skyrocketed. Achievements and efforts to eradicate poverty and progress in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals has been severely impacted. Therefore, the most immediate task for us is to jointly contain the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as to implement strict preventive measures. For the Lao PDR, we have adopted very strict preventive measures and achieved quite a good result, with only 23 confirmed infected cases and no fatality. These achievements is partly due to the cooperation and assistance provided by our friendly countries and the international organizations. On this note, I would like to take this opportunity to express our high appreciation to our friendly countries and international organizations for such valuable assistance accorded to us. I am confident that with a committed joint effort and with the progress being made on the research and development of vaccines, of which some are in the final stage, we will find a vaccine that is effective and safe to prevent COVID-19 soon. However, universal access to the vaccines is another important matter that needs to be considered. Otherwise, we will not be able to respond to the pandemic effectively. In this regard, I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt congratulations to the effort made by international organizations, in particular the World Health Organizations, and all countries for the assistance extended to the other member states who are facing difficulties, which enable us to control the outbreak of the COVID-19 at a certain level, including the initiative to establish a project to promote and ensure global access to vaccines without discriminations. If we can do so, We then will be able to meet the slogans of leaving no one behind. Another important task is a post-COVID-19 economic recovery. How are we going to revitalize our economy and stimulate economic growth? I believe that the international community has to collectively address the issues that are obstacles to the international trade, fundings, and technology access, and build mutual trust for win-win cooperations. Only this then it will bring benefit and prosperity to the international communities. Therefore, the international community must enhance a policy of open trade and cooperations, integrations and connectivity, as well as addressing the debt issue in order for the world economy to be able to thrive. Mr. President, today climate change has induced more frequent and severe natural disasters that brought huge impact on development to many parts of the world, which greatly affected to development, particularly food security and infrastructure development. Therefore, building society with climate resilience and adaptations is very important. In these connections, it requires that international communities provide financial support and technological know-how to the least developed countries in order for them to be able to respond to the natural disaster. On the same note, it also calls for concerted effort from all countries around the world to consume natural resources in a sustainable manner, employ more alternative energies, and follow the commitment under the Paris Agreement on reducing the greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to the rising of the world temperatures. What is more important is the fact that we have only 10 years left for the fulfillment of the international agreed agendas for the sustainable development by 2030s with the slogans, leaving no one behind. In the past years, although many countries have actively implemented the Sustainable Development Goals, and many achievements have been made, in particular on poverty reductions of people around the world. But with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, achieving SDGs will be a challenging task. I am of the view that in order to meet our lofty goals, the developed countries, including development partners, must honor the obligations on ODA to vulnerable countries such as least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for those countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals on their own. For Lao PDR, we have integrated SDG and its targets into our 8 5-year National Socio-Economic Development Plan for 2016 to 2020, and will continue to further streamline SDGs into our next 9 5-year plans. In addition, we have carried out outreach public awareness campaigns on the Sustainable Development Goals at central and local levels, so that all sectors of the societies are well aware of its importance and take part in its implementations. LAOPDR plans to present the second voluntary national reviews at the high-level political forums on sustainable development in July 2021 to report and evaluate progress made on the implementation of SDG in our countries. In general, through the implementation of our National Socio-Economic Development Plan, as well as the implementation of SDGs, LAOPDR has made significant achievements. The country continues to enjoy political stability, social order, and continued economic growth, which has significantly contributed to the poverty reductions of our people and improving living standards of all multi-ethnic people. We have been able to reduce poverty rates from 46% in 1992 to around 18% to date. Nonetheless, due to the impact of natural disaster and COVID-19 pandemic, the economic growth is greatly impacted and is expected to go down in 2020, but may not be negative. In our upcoming 5-year National Socio-Economic Development Plan for 2021 to 2025, LAOPDR will continue to develop our economy in line with sustainable and green growth strategy, integrated SDG into our National Socio-Economic Development Plan, as well as to build a strong foundations and necessary conditions for the country to graduate from the least developed country status in the future. Furthermore, in the regional cooperation context, the LAOPDR continues to support commitment and effort of ASEAN in the promotion of peace, stability, and security of the regions. We also embrace our efforts for regional and sub-regional economic integrations through ASEAN cooperation frameworks, ASEAN dialogue partnerships, and cooperation with other countries, including the ASEAN and United Nations Cooperation Framework aimed at achieving ASEAN Visions 2025 and other priorities. We also support ASEAN in the collaboration with the World Health Organization and countries in response to COVID-19 pandemic and seeking solutions to economic recovery from the impact of the pandemic. Mr. President, in conclusion, I have a strong confidence that multilateral cooperation, conflict resolutions by peaceful means, and cooperation for development under the United Nations Charter remain a relevant mechanism in our effort to synergizing and unifying us for maintaining international peace and security, and our concerted efforts in addressing our common challenges lying ahead. Lessons learned from history remind us that unilateralism and the use of force to solve the problems always led to war and ushered the unwanted disaster to our mankind. In this respect, we have to try to avoid any emerging elements causing disunity so we can prevent disaster from ever occurring again to our humanity in the future. LAOPDR has put great efforts in its national development, as well as efforts to eradicating poverty and lifting the countries out of the least developed country status. And we found that cooperation under the United Nations auspices is very important in assisting developing countries in this regard. We stand ready to fulfill our obligations and actively contribute in such cooperation mechanism. In this spirit, Lao PDR decided to present our candidatures for membership of the ECOSOC of the United Nations for the term 2023 to 2025. It is my hope that as the Lao PDR seeks a membership in this important United Nations body for the first time, we would highly appreciate the valuable support from all member states and the United Nations. And I promise that if elected, Lao PDR will actively contribute to the work of the councils. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency the Prime Minister of Lao People's Democratic Republic. And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Belgium to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to introduce the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium, Her Excellency, Madame Sophie Wilmès.
Monsieur le Président, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, trust, responsibility, commitment. These are the three pillars upon which we lay mutual assistance and cooperation between our countries, in short, upon which we lay effective multilateralism. These are the three values we require today to safeguard this multilateralism, values I wish to discuss with you today. 2020 will be forever etched in our memories as a painful year. The COVID-19 pandemic took us by surprise. Each of our states was faced with an unprecedented crisis. This virus claimed the lives and continues to claim the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. It has ripped apart families across the world. Moreover, its economic impact is gargantuan, but it has also sparked uncertainty and questions about the future. However, COVID-19 must not blind us. On the contrary, we must open our eyes to the weaknesses that this pandemic has laid bare, to our societal models, for example. We must acknowledge the negative and disproportionate impact that the pandemic has on people that suffer heavily already from inequality. Women, girls, children, older persons, and persons with a disability. Nobody must be left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time when we continue to combat this pandemic with strength and steely determination, as well as its consequences, we cannot nevertheless turn our back to the other major challenges facing us in the 21st century. Geopolitical tensions are palpable and conflicts raise or threaten to emerge across the globe. These tensions are simply exacerbated by the current health situation, and they jeopardize the delicate balances reached in our world. Conflicts are never inevitable. Nevertheless, they have a devastating impact on our populations. The situation in the Gulf, for example, remains a source of grave concern, and it requires us to move forward with great caution. The JCPOA remains crucial to guarantee the exclusively peaceful nature of the Iranian nuclear program. We must actively seek to preserve this agreement as well as the non-proliferation regime. The fact the embargo on conventional weapons is set to soon be lifted must not jeopardize the nuclear agreement and its achievements. That is an absolute priority for the region and its stability, for international security, and for the global non-proliferation architecture. In the Middle East, a lasting and sustainable peace must still be met. There can be no solution to the conflict in the Middle East without a lasting and just solution to the Palestinian question. There can be no peace in the Middle East without Israel enjoying the legitimate right to live in peace and security in internationally recognized borders. There can be no peace in the Middle East if we do not eradicate terrorism. Yes, the suspension of plans aiming to lend official status to the annexation of certain parts of occupied Palestinian territories is a step in the right direction. But no, it is not enough. These plans must be abandoned once and for all. Annexation would gravely jeopardize the viability of a lasting solution and would close the door on future negotiations. We commend recent announcement made regarding the normalization of relations between Israel and the UAE and Bahrain. We must see this as a sign of hope that such agreements can stand as a cornerstone for peace and stability across the region. That said, international and multilateral efforts aiming to lead to the resumption of negotiations must be actively supported to allow a negotiated and viable two-state solution based on international law and the pertinent resolutions of the United Nations. The security situation in vast swathes of the Sahel remains of grave concern despite extensive efforts and increased international support. Following a coup staged by insubordinate members of the Malian armed forces, the legal and constitutional order in Mali has been destabilized. The legitimate demands, aspirations and frustrations of the Malian citizens who are awaiting solutions to the challenges faced by the country must not be answered in this way. We extend our full support to all regional and inter-Malian efforts underway, designed to quickly usher in a civilian transition process in Bamako, which will make it possible to restore constitutional order. Many of Mali's challenges are common to the region as a whole. Terrorism, conflicts between herders and farmers, and intercommunitarian tensions spark a risk of acute security concerns. A holistic approach is vital to combat violent extremism. Such an approach must emphasize good governance, the fight against impunity, the strengthening of democratic institutions, tackling the grievances of marginalized groups, as well as sustainable and inclusive development. At the same time, increasing numbers of regions in the world are weathering the health, security and humanitarian consequences of climate change and worsening biodiversity. Drought and these abnormal meteorological conditions are driving people from their homes, whether this be in Somalia, Yemen or Afghanistan. The melting of the ice caps is leading to the militarization of the Arctic region. The impact of climate change exacerbates the social, political, economic and environmental causes of conflicts. The climate emergency is a challenge for peace. There is no more time to waste, and this is a cause behind which each and every one of us must rally. The Sustainable Development Goals and more generally Agenda 2030 are crucial tools to meet global challenges that we all face, whether these be poverty, inequalities, climate change, climate degradation, or environmental degradation writ large. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of these global challenges, we must take action. We must admit that we cannot act alone. None of these common challenges can be tackled in isolation. None of these complex problems have simple solutions. We have no other choice but to pool our strength and to rethink what we have come to accept as irrefutable truths. We must even change our paradigms, but we must always do all of the above in full respect of the principles of the Charter. Multilateralism does not function inherently. It functions because there is a common desire to make it function. If that means that the task of those that take action is if that means that it's more difficult for those that take action to take action and it's easier for those that simply sit and think to think, then that's as may be, but let us never choose the wrong struggle. Multilateralism is always more relevant precisely when it's called into question. Now more than ever before, we need effective multilateralism, never as a goal in itself. Multilateralism must be used as a means to tackle the problems that we all face. It must be used as a measure to tackle crisis head on. We need to use trust, responsibility and commitment. Trust. Now, when I say trust, I'm talking about trust in ourselves, the trust in our ability, collectively and individually, to tackle the crisis as embodied by our healthcare services. I'm talking about trust in our courage, in our resilience, our knowledge, and our responsible behaviour together with scientific progress to slow climate change. I'm talking about trust in our desire to achieve sustainable development for all. The international community has already overcome sizable challenges, and we will do it again. Resignation is not an option. When I talk about trust, I'm talking about mutual trust. Mutual trust means that we must all live up to our words. We must all engage in constant dialogue and put ourselves in other people's shoes. When we don't do this, distrust takes root, and sooner or later, necessary cooperation becomes difficult, if not impossible. When I talk about trust, I'm also talking about good governance at a national, regional, and international level to win the trust of citizens, be they male or female. Good governance must be built on the foundations of the rule of law, democracy, accountability, responsibility, and full respect for human rights. When I talk about trust, I mean trust in justice, a justice which must be built on the unshakable conviction that all individuals are equal and that no form of discrimination can change that inalterable facts. Ladies and gentlemen, trust, responsibility, commitment. As the United Nations, we have a responsibility to make global governance work. We work in different ways and contribute in different ways and at different levels, but everyone can benefit from doing their part. The United Nations is us. We share a responsibility to ensure multilateralism works and to demonstrate its added value. It is for this reason that we fully support the sustained efforts of Secretary-General Antonio Guterres to reform the United Nations. Such reforms should make the organization more effective, more transparent, more proactive, and more adaptable. We also fully support the Action for Peacekeeping plan. This initiative acknowledges the need to safeguard one of the most important instruments of the international community, peacekeeping, to support political processes, to protect hundreds of thousands of civilians, and to contribute to upholding a ceasefire. Ensuring that global governance and multilateralism function involves also not hindering the work of existing organs. It is on the basis of this conviction that Belgium reaffirms its support to the ICC, a body crucial in the fight against impunity, which cloaks the most serious crimes affecting the whole of the international community. As an independent and impartial institution, the court plays a vital role in this field. Responsibility also means taking ownership of challenges. It means moving from simply identifying challenges to working to tackle them. We have this responsibility to our fellow citizens, but we also have that responsibility to our children and future generations. This brings me to talk to you about commitment. For my country, the commitment to multilateralism is part of its DNA. That is perhaps as a result of our history and our tradition of compromise. International rules protect us. Cooperation and working closely together has made us stronger. Effective multilateralism means that the influence of our individual countries becomes irrelevant. If we adopt a multilateral approach, we all, as small or large countries, have a voice and we bring added value to the table. This commitment is what prompted Belgium to win its 6th term on the UN Security Council. As an elected member for 2019-2020, we have and will continue to honour our duty to make progress on the cause of peace and security. However, we note that the Security Council is not devoid of geopolitical tensions. It's an imperfect body. And we see in the Security Council 15 states that are not always able to resolve all conflicts. However, a lot of unanimous decisions are also made. There is inspiring increased cooperation between members. There are measures taken to tackle new security threats, such as climate change, and these are encouraging. I would say at this juncture that transitional justice is another area in which the United Nations can be more ambitious. There must be a human rights-based approach with justice and accountability at its heart. All of the above are ambitions which a lot of international actors hold, and Belgium will be committed on these fronts. Commitment is the driving force of cooperation and humanitarian assistance as afforded by my country. This commitment is what has prompted Belgium to provide multi-year support to UNRWA. And our country is in fact one of the major donors to this organisation in such a way as to improve the lives of Palestinian refugees. We're also a major donor to Yemen. We also support the efforts of UNICEF to monitor child rights in conflicts. Belgium has also provided predictable multi-year financing to UN development activities and continues to do so, and that makes it possible to take long-term action and to respond appropriately to many crises. We are committed also to UN Women, and this year we're marking the 10th anniversary of the organisation. My country has worked to mainstream gender equality into all of its endeavours. This indeed is a guiding light of our foreign policy, and it is bolstered by our conviction that gender equality is absolutely right, that we firmly support the work of Dr. Denis Mukwege as he combats sexual violence in the east of Congo. Commitment is indeed a defining feature of our armed forces, whether they're fighting in the global coalition against Daesh or whether they're helping multilateral operations in Mali or Afghanistan under the aegis of the United Nations, the EU or NATO. We need the United Nations to be a strong organisations, and such strong organisations must be able to draw upon resources that sovereign states earmark for them. Belgians will work tirelessly alongside the United Nations to mobilise resources necessary for its action, because such resources are a crucial component of multilateralism. As we mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we cannot succumb to pessimism. Ladies and gentlemen, let's roll up our sleeves and let us draw inspiration from previous achievements. In the coming weeks, we will mark the 20th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda and the Beijing Platform. These are all successes notched up by multilateralism, and have led to the establishment of a global political framework for women's rights. These are just some examples of what we can do when we work together on a daily basis. We're helping the situation of half the global population. That counts, but nevertheless, there is still a lot to be done. I would recall that multilateralism can work. And above, I've outlined many examples of effective multilateralism, so let us support it unequivocally with trust, responsibility and commitment. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Belgium for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ireland to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the honour and the pleasure to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Micheál Martin on Taoiseach, the Prime Minister of Ireland. Thank you.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations General Assembly meets this year in a virtual format in the shadow of COVID-19. The pandemic has taken an immense toll on our countries, our citizens, our economies, indeed on our entire way of life. It has imposed a particular burden on those least able to bear it, countries with weak healthcare systems and civilian populations suffering from insecurity, displacement, conflict and poverty. The pandemic has also revealed the best of humanity, the heroic efforts of our frontline workers to providing care and essential services to those directly affected, the remarkable social cohesion, solidarity and civic responsibility of people throughout the world through many months of restrictions and disruptions to lives and livelihoods. Mr. President, the pandemic reminds us that multilateral responses to global challenges remain essential. The reality is that we are interconnected and interdependent. Even the strongest of us cannot succeed alone. This is the guiding spirit of the United Nations since its foundation. The same unwavering commitment to working together underpinned Ireland's candidature for a seat on the United Nations Security Council. We are humbled and honoured that you, the members of the General Assembly, have placed your trust in us. You elected Ireland because you believed that we could make a real contribution on the core mandate of the Security Council, the maintenance of international peace and security. I promise that we will do everything we can to fulfil that trust. It is sobering to consider that since Ireland last served on the Security Council in 2001 and 2002, the number of issues on the Council's agenda has tripled. Violent conflict and insecurity continue to grow. We face enduring global challenges, hunger and food insecurity, the existential threat of climate change, violations of international humanitarian and human rights law, and impunity for perpetrators. The Security Council can and must play a central role in addressing them. We are under no illusions. Deep divisions exist on the Council. But we do not accept that these divisions mean that the Council can step back from its responsibilities. It must fulfil the role entrusted to it by the United Nations Charter and by the Member States. Mr. President, Ireland joins the Council with firm principles and clear priorities. 3 principles will underpin our approach: building peace, strengthening prevention, and ensuring accountability. These are at the heart of the Council's mandate. Building peace means ensuring that we promote sustainable, durable solutions to conflict. A key aspect of this is peacekeeping. Ireland has a long-standing and proud record of continuous service on United Nations peacekeeping operations. As a member of the Council, we will take a keen interest in shaping the mandates under which United Nations peacekeepers serve. We want to change aspects of peacekeeping for the better, for both peacekeepers and host communities. In line with the Secretary-General's Action for Peacekeeping initiative, peacekeeping operations must be adequately resourced, have access to appropriate training, and be sensitive to local needs. A commitment to upholding human rights and gender equality must be at the heart of all missions. We also need to become much better at linking peacekeeping to peace building, ensuring continued and sustained support for countries emerging from conflict. Peacekeeping is a vital task. It saves lives and prevents conflict. But as Secretary-General Guterres has frequently said, we need durable solutions to the causes of conflict. In Ireland, we have had our own experience of conflict. We know that conflict resolution is a long and complex task. It is rarely smooth or linear. It takes commitment and belief. The voices of women, young people, and civil society must be central. Peace processes cannot succeed unless women are fully involved. Mr. President, regional organisations such as the European Union and the African Union are making an increasingly important contribution to how the United Nations responds to international crises. Ireland is proud to play an active role in United Nations mandated European Union-led military crisis management missions and in European Union civilian missions. Irish troops, police officers, judges, coastguards, experts in rule of law and security sector reform serve in UN, EU and OSCE missions around the world, from Mali to Lebanon to Ukraine. We actively support African-led operations, both peacekeeping and preventative diplomacy missions, including through the African Union and IGAD, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development. Strengthening prevention is also vital. The United Nations needs to deploy all its resources, country teams, special representatives, political missions, mediators, and more, to intervene early to highlight and stop human rights abuses, to prevent conflict, and to support the efforts of local stakeholders in peacemaking and peace building. Crucially, we must address the factors underlying conflict, including insecurity, hunger, poor governance, climate change, violations of human rights, and the proliferation of small arms and light weapons. We have heard the argument that issues like climate, hunger, and human rights do not belong in the Security Council, that there are other fora to discuss these issues, that they do not belong in discussions of international peace and security. Let me be very clear. We reject that argument. It is not a case of either or. We know that climate change not only impedes sustainable development, but also contributes to conflict. We know that human rights abuses and the denial of justice can fuel radicalization and extremism. We know that poverty, hunger, and resource deprivation fuel insecurity and violence. We know that rising oceans pose an existential threat to some small island developing states. We know that without a firm commitment to supporting the poorest and most vulnerable countries on their development pathways, we will never adequately address insecurity and conflict. This drives Ireland's commitment to reach our official development assistance target of 0.7% of GNI by 2030. We have ample evidence of these trends. What we do not yet have is a Security Council ready and able to take on its responsibilities to address these issues. Ireland will do everything possible over the next 2 years to make all the progress we can. Accountability will also be a watchword of our term on the Council. Ireland stands firmly in support of the International Criminal Court. The Court has a unique and vital mission to ensure that those responsible for the most serious crimes of international concern cannot act with impunity. We are deeply concerned by any measures taken against the Court and against its officials and staff. Ireland remains firmly committed to upholding universal human rights, the dignity of all, and providing support to those who promote and defend human rights in the most difficult situations. Humanitarian workers must be able to work safely while helping the most vulnerable. The Security Council also has its own responsibility to prevent mass atrocity crimes. We strongly support the ACT Code of Conduct, which pledges Council members to act to prevent such crimes, as well as the French-Mexican initiative on restricting the use of the veto. We have seen the veto repeatedly abused over recent years to prevent the Council from taking necessary actions, including on access to vital humanitarian relief and in response to the use of chemical weapons in Syria. This speaks to the wider need to reform the Council. The longer the Council goes unreformed, and the longer African countries in particular are denied their rightful level of representation, the greater the threat to the legitimacy of the Council itself. Accountability also extends to failures to respect the resolutions of the Security Council. States cannot unilaterally decide which aspects of international law to adhere to and which to set aside when politically inconvenient. Mr. President, the Council has a large number of country situations on its agenda. From Syria to Libya to Yemen, our approach will be driven by a profound concern for protecting citizens and improving humanitarian conditions. We will support efforts for peace in Afghanistan, in which the rights of women must be included and respected. We will also work tirelessly to promote tangible progress towards a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine. Security Council resolutions set out recognized international parameters for an end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. These are reflected in the General Assembly resolution Ireland introduced in 2018 and balance the legitimate rights and responsibilities of both sides. As an international community, we need to create the space for direct negotiations. Ireland has long championed disarmament and non-proliferation. We played an important role in negotiating the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and are proud to have become the 41st country to ratify it this year. Nuclear proliferation must remain at the heart of the Council's work. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea must abandon all nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missile programs in a complete, verifiable, and irreversible manner. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action on Iran's nuclear program must be implemented in full. It is the most effective mechanism for preventing Iran from developing nuclear weapons. Iran must also end destabilizing activities in the region to create a context for an alternative future of economic cooperation and development. Peace and security in Africa, a key focus of the Council, has been an important priority for Ireland since the deployment of Irish UN peacekeepers to the Congo 60 years ago. On the Council, we will actively support peace and democratic progress in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mali, the Central African Republic, Somalia, Sudan, and South Sudan. We will also carefully consider plans for the drawdown of some peacekeeping missions, ensuring there are no cliff edge departures. Rather, we need comprehensive and inclusive transition plans that safeguard progress towards security and development. The Peace Building Commission has an essential role to play in this regard. Mr. President, the Security Council is often criticised for its failure to prevent and resolve conflict. Sometimes that criticism is justified. But we must also remember the successes. We have seen, for instance, the significant contribution that the Security Council and the wider UN system made to the peace process in Colombia, including the verification of the laying down of arms, clearance of ordnance, and the reintegration of former combatants. Peacekeeping missions such as UNIFIL and UNDOF, both of which have strong Irish participation, provide stability in volatile regions. Numerous peace agreements around the world have been brokered by the UN with the active support of the Security Council. But we need to see more concrete outcomes more often. That is what the Security Council was created to do. We must build the trust and political will necessary to achieve progress in even the most intractable conflicts. My primary focus today has been on Ireland's forthcoming membership of the Security Council. But we are at all times cognizant that the United Nations is a far broader and deeper entity. The United Nations work on human rights, international development, disarmament, trade and economic cooperation, terrorism and crime, the use of technology and safety of cyberspace remains critical. We need to see full achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. We must continue to support an effective, coherent, multilateral response to COVID-19. The guidance and global coordination efforts by the World Health Organization have been crucial, and Ireland is proud to be part of the European Union's unprecedented global response. including support to the COVAX facility, which will ensure developing countries have access to vaccines. Mr. President, the United Nations is not one monolithic body. The United Nations is all of its 193 member states. It is us. Small states such as Ireland depend on the rules-based international order to survive and to thrive. As a member of the Council, we will tirelessly uphold the primacy of the United Nations and the multilateral system as a whole. We will be guided by the principles of the UN Charter. We will listen. We will work across regional and ideological boundaries. We do not have historical baggage or special interests. We intend, Mr. President, to make every day count. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Ireland for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to introduce a statement by the head of government. Thank you, Madam President. It is my honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement delivered by His Excellency the Head of Government. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate Mr. Volkan Bozkır on his election as President of the 75th session of the General Assembly. I wish him all the best as he seeks to revitalize our organization. I express the Kingdom's appreciation to Mr. Tijani Mohammed Bandi for ensuring the General Assembly would continue its work despite the difficult circumstances resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. I seize this opportunity to commend the role played by the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, under these difficult circumstances. We support his outstanding leadership of the COVID-19 response, especially the call for an immediate global ceasefire and the global humanitarian response plan. Mr. President, this year's session is highly important as the world confronts a deadly and highly contagious pandemic whose global impact has jeopardized societies and institutions and posed unprecedented challenges to the whole world. The pandemic has thrown into sharp relief three interlinked crises facing our world since the beginning of the decade: uncontrolled environmental degradation, widening socioeconomic gaps and growing poverty, and institutional dysfunction in the face of the pandemic, as well as ineffective and inconsistent international cooperation. Mr. President, the dangerous effects of these crises and the need for urgent solutions were not the result of COVID-19. They have dominated our world since the early days of the millennium. At the 2002 World Summit on Sustainable Development, while calling for renewed global solidarity, His Majesty King Mohammed VI wondered whether the various disruptions and violent crises across the world are enough to convince detractors that sustainable development is in everyone's interest and a collective responsibility. We have 9 years left to achieve the SDGs. The success of our 2030 agenda will depend on the choices we make today. Our commitment is all the more important in the middle of a pandemic, as it affects first and foremost the most vulnerable, especially in Africa. COVID-19 has laid bare the inequalities that have deepened over decades. Had we made enough progress in implementing the SDGs, the implications of the pandemic would have been less severe. Morocco, along with a number of countries, believes that increasing vulnerabilities should be a real incentive to redouble our efforts and to reconsider our development plans to ensure that gains made before are not lost. Based on this vision, we in Morocco have set out to reimagine a new integrated development approach under the leadership of His Majesty the King. Mr. President, 75 years ago, the founders of this organization laid down the pillars of a new global order, rooted in cooperation and solidarity. They sought to end and prevent wars and create the conditions required for development and well-being. Given our firm belief in these noble values, we decided to join the United Nations in 1956, which was one of the first sovereign decisions the kingdom made after its independence. That vision is still as relevant as ever. Even though the United Nations has secured great gains for humanity in the past, we must continue to uphold these same founding principles today in the face of critical global challenges. It is now time more than ever before to undertake reforms that would make the United Nations system more attuned to global developments and more capable of responding swiftly to crises such as COVID-19. The time for statements is over. Now is the time for informed and result-oriented actions. Multilateralism is still alive, as reflected in the concrete initiatives taken to combat this crisis. Building a multilateral system is not a luxury. It is a necessity to ensure continued international cooperation, which should be our compass when confronting current and future threats in a post-COVID-19 world. In this regard, establishing a global health security system has become an imperative. The Secretary General made that clear when he said that COVID-19 has uncovered the fractures in the weak social structure which we have built with our own hands. The pandemic has shown the extent of damage that new diseases can cause to national health systems and the need for emergency preparedness based on an approach that brings together all stakeholders and all communities. Our response to the pandemic in Morocco has been guided by the steady hand of His Majesty the King. Our proactive and preventive measures have prioritized the health of our citizens and mobilized all institutions and the whole society to address the health emergency. Our support for the Secretary General's initiatives and relevant Security Council and General Assembly resolutions reflects our belief in the ability of the United Nations to coordinate and promote all forms of international cooperation in the face of this all-encompassing crisis. As chair of the ECOSOC Humanitarian Affairs segment, the Kingdom of Morocco launched a call for action in support of the humanitarian response to COVID-19, which was backed by 171 countries from all regional groups, as well as the African Union and the European Union. The call was inspired by the diplomatic and humanitarian principles of the Kingdom and His Majesty. We believe in the urgent need of providing COVID-19 vaccines and treatments in a just and equal manner. This would be the most concrete example of a unified global health system and a real test for international cooperation. We must also ensure renewed and more flexible resilience. reform international health regulations, and adopt sustainable funding mechanisms. To this end, Morocco will organize, in cooperation with Rwanda, the World Health Organization, and the World Bank, a high-level meeting on diplomacy for health security and emergency preparedness next year in Marrakesh. Morocco has also joined the Chilean initiative to adopt a new and flexible legal instrument that would ensure effective global health emergency preparedness. Mr. President, in addition to unequal vulnerabilities within societies and within and between countries and continents, the pandemic has also shown that much of what we had believed to be true before had proven to be wrong. This includes the link between underdevelopment and vulnerability, which we had always taken for granted. Many of the dire expectations some had for Africa at the beginning of the pandemic did not materialize. Africa has managed to meet the challenge on its own, relying on its strong population, creative youth, and able governments. In line with the spirit of solidarity that exemplifies South-South cooperation, His Majesty the King launched a practical initiative to assist African countries throughout the stages of response. As part of that initiative, Morocco established air bridges with around 20 African countries to move Moroccan-made pharmaceutical and medical assistance. The urgency of the pandemic and its socioeconomic implications should not distract us from the complicated and multidimensional challenges facing Africa, including the debt crisis. Morocco calls on the international financial institutions and partners to adopt and implement concrete guidelines to reduce the debt of those countries and to allow them to limit the impact of the pandemic on their development. Global economic recovery must be a top priority for the international community. The impact of the pandemic also requires innovative solutions for the financing of development. Mr. President, even though the pandemic has brought into focus some of the main issues on the UN agenda, we should not forget other remaining challenges, notably climate change, counterterrorism, migration, and peacekeeping. In this regard, we commend the United Nations and peacekeeping operations contributing countries for their efforts to adapt to COVID-19, allowing 100,000 peacekeepers deployed in 13 operations to continue their work in various conflict zones. Morocco believes in the importance of reforming peacekeeping operations, given the complexities of contemporary conflicts, and we remain committed to achieving the goals of the Action for Peacekeeping initiative. In this regard, Morocco and France will organize, in cooperation with the United Nations, the second Ministerial Conference on Peacekeeping in Francophone countries. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Morocco continues to embrace the Charter principles of peaceful settlement of disputes and respect for national sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. We remain committed to a definitive solution to the regional dispute over the Moroccan Sahara, in line with our territorial integrity and national sovereignty. Our position is unambiguous. No definitive political solution would succeed unless it meets the following 4 criteria. These are recognizing the full sovereignty of Morocco over its desert and the autonomy plan as the only solution to this contrived conflict, ensuring the full participation of all parties in the search for a definitive solution to this contrived conflict, ensuring full respect for the principles and norms set forth by the Security Council in its resolutions since 2007, including that a solution can only be political, realistic, practicable, enduring, and based on compromise. rejecting any proposal that goes beyond those principles. Such proposals, which only seek to steer the political process away from the terms of reference determined by the Council, have been rejected by the Security Council and the Secretary General more than 20 years ago. The political process under the sole sponsorship of the United Nations has seen new momentum. 2 roundtable meetings were held in Geneva in December 2018 and March 2019, bringing together for the first time all of the parties concerned. It is particularly encouraging that the Security Council consider this process the only path towards a political, realistic, practicable, and enduring solution based on compromise. We are deeply concerned at the harrowing humanitarian situation of those living in the camps in Tindouf. The host country has put an armed secessionist group in charge of the camps, in flagrant violation of its international obligations under the 1951 Refugee Convention, as well as other human rights-related international conventions and international humanitarian law. As COVID-19 continues to spread, we have every reason to worry about the fate of those people stranded inside camps run by an armed group that has no legal status under international law. It is time for the international community to take decisive action and compel the host country to allow UNHCR to conduct a registration exercise that would be in line with international refugee law and the urgent calls of the Security Council in all of its resolutions since 2011. Registration is important to put an end to the 40-year-long diversion of humanitarian assistance that was meant for those people stranded inside the camps of Tindouf. Mr. President, the security of Morocco is linked to the security of Libya, with which we have a common history and future. 9 years into the crisis in Libya, the security and humanitarian situation continues to deteriorate as a result of foreign interference, including military intervention. The only solution is a political one, decided by Libyans themselves, with the support of the international community and without foreign interference, as confirmed at the Skhirat meeting. We remain committed to providing a neutral forum for dialogue between the Libyan parties. Over the second week of September, we hosted in Bosnica meetings between the High State Council and the Tobruk-based House of Representatives, culminating in a comprehensive agreement on transparent and objective mechanisms to fill key positions. Mr. President, failure to settle the Palestinian question and to resume the Middle East peace process is a source of grave concern. There can be no just or lasting peace unless the Palestinian people can exercise their legitimate right to establish an independent and viable Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. We categorically reject all of the unilateral measures taken by the Israeli authorities in the occupied Palestinian territories, whether in the West Bank or in Jerusalem. Those measures only fuel tension and instability in the region. As chair of the OIC Jerusalem Committee, His Majesty the King has always called for protecting Jerusalem as humanity's common heritage and a symbol for mutual respect, dialogue, and peaceful coexistence among the 3 Abrahamic religions. This was confirmed in the Jerusalem Appeal that His Majesty and His Holiness the Pope signed in Rabat on March 30th, 2019. We express our heartfelt condolences and support to Lebanon in the aftermath of the explosion at Beirut Airport, or rather Beirut Port, and the ensuing material and human losses. At the request of His Majesty, the Kingdom has provided medical and humanitarian assistance to the Lebanese people in the hope of alleviating their suffering. Mr. President, we must turn the pandemic into an opportunity to rebuild a more efficient and effective multilateral system. We must take stock fully of the failures of the multilateral system, as well as its achievements in the face of the crisis, and build on good practices in the future. We must refocus multilateral action on solidarity, cooperation, and responsibility, and we must end conflicts and take appropriate measures through genuine and practical multilateral initiatives. Morocco, true to the principle of multilateralism, remains committed to working with like-minded countries to create a more just, united, and open global system. This was the commitment His Majesty the King made at the Millennium Summit, stressing that, as we embark on a new millennium, it is our solemn duty to push the boundaries of humanity, while acting in justice and showing mercy and solidarity. Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency the Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco for his statement. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 13th plenary meeting, to continue with the general debate, will begin at 3 p.m. Before adjourning the meeting, may I remind members of the mitigation measures, especially the physical distancing requirements in and around the room. The meeting is adjourned.
أعلن الجلسة.
The 13th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. We shall now continue the general debate. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Kitts and Nevis to introduce an address by the Prime Minister.
Madam President, Excellencies, I have the distinguished honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, His Excellency Timothy Harris. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon. Mr. President, let me, on behalf of the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis, congratulate you on your election to the presidency of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Our virtual convocation this year, the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, is testimony to the truly unusual times in which we live. I must also seize the opportunity to pay tribute to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his leadership during this difficult period of the COVID-19 pandemic. The theme of this debate is rather fitting for such a time like this. We must have faith in multilateralism and international cooperation if we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 and the stronger, safer future we all want to see. 75 years ago, at the twilight of the Second World War, the world came together at another inflection point, and it pledged that, and I quote, "We the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind, and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equality of rights of men and women and of nations, large and small, and to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained, and to promote social progress and better standard of life in larger freedom." End of quote. 75 years after, these objectives are still relevant and laudable. They remain a work in progress. This moment of global reckoning, a moment in which approximately 1 million of our brothers, sisters, friends, colleagues, neighbors, and parents have perished to a punishing pandemic, demands a renewal of purpose and promise. That promise must be fidelity to multilateralism and faith in international cooperation if we are to breathe new life into the United Nations Charter while achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, halting climate change, and pivoting to the stronger and safer future we all want to see, guided by the significant lessons of the distant and recent past. Mr. President, the year 2020 has taught us as a people, nation, and indeed an interconnected world that the time for mutual reliance is upon us, and that we need each other now more than ever if we are to rebuild and strengthen the socioeconomic foundations laid bare from this two-fanged crisis. The time is now. We must show up. We must speak up. We must share. We must listen. We must act. And surely we must lead. Multilateral action We are living in unprecedented times. The novel coronavirus disease, COVID-19 pandemic, has gripped the world like we have never seen before, destabilizing economies, overwhelming many healthcare sectors, and causing incalculable pain and suffering and millions of people all over the world. We commend the international community that has bound together in global solidarity to defeat the pandemic. I must congratulate the World Health Organization for its stewardship of the global response to fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. We as CARICOM states reaffirm our support for the WHO framework, Access to COVID-19, Tools Accelerator, Act A. This global collaborative framework provides a solid global response to defeat the pandemic by the rapid development, scale-up, and equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, underpinned by the strengthening of our health systems. Instead of nationalism, we need global cooperation in the fight to defeat COVID-19. We commend the all-of-society approach that has worked so very well in the context of St. Kitts and Nevis. Every stakeholder group has played their role in combating COVID-19 here in St. Kitts and Nevis. The world needs all nations, large and small, to work together for mutual success. St. Kitts and Nevis has been successful in containing the spread of the COVID-19 within its borders. Our Twin Island Federation has been fortunate to record a low infection rate with 0 deaths and have an R value below 1. We have a success story to tell the rest of the world. The implementation of a national response mechanism comprising of the establishment of a National Emergency Coordination Committee, the closure of our borders to non-essential travel, the imposition of restrictions on the physical movement of people within our borders, as well as the promotion of protective wear and a robust public awareness campaign, all played an exceptional role in our considerable success. COVID-19 reminds us that our fight to eliminate non-communicable diseases must be stepped up. People living with NCDs are at higher risk of contracting COVID-19 and are amongst the most affected by the disease. Climate change, NCDs, and COVID-19 are interlinked symptoms that something is awry with planet Earth. Mr. President, the novel coronavirus disease has disrupted international travel and tourism, global supply chains, industrial and commercial operations, and created widespread unemployment everywhere. This unprecedented situation will inevitably stymie our chances of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Multilateral assistance is essential for countries such as ours when faced with global challenges. Our fiscal resources are limited and have been severely tested in this particular instance. Now the call for concessional financing is louder and stronger than ever before. Advanced countries and the international financial institutions must respond positively to the call for concessional resources if we are to reshape our economies for a post-COVID-19 world and return to the path to sustainable growth and development. Given our economic and environmental vulnerabilities as a small island developing state, we are likely to be confronted with the multiplier effect of the pandemic, particularly as we brace for the most intense segment of the hurricane season. Mr. President, St. Kitts and Nevis is the smallest independent nation in the Western Hemisphere, and the impact of climate change weighs heavily on our daily lives. At this point in time, we are in the most active part of the hurricane season, at the mercy of Mother Nature, and for this reason, climate change will always be high on our agenda. Climate change for us is not something to be postponed for tomorrow. Indeed, it must be addressed like yesterday. We must regain the momentum and continue our work to consolidate the gains made so far. Turning to the high-level summit on biodiversity, earlier this month, the UN warned that countries are set to miss critical targets to preserve and protect Earth's biodiversity. This requires, of course, immediate and drastic action. We are therefore pleased to advocate for Sustainable Development Goal number 15, which calls for us to protect, restore, and promote the sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, and halt and reverse land degradation, and halt biodiversity loss. I look forward to joining my SID colleagues at the high-level summit on biodiversity to champion the cause for us to protect our biodiversity, not just on land, but on high seas. For St. Kitts and Nevis, the ocean is our lifeblood. Let us protect it to preserve a stronger and safer future. The Food System Summit to be held next year is timely, since our current inadequacies, as exposed by the pandemic, demand a vigorous examination of our strategies for food production and nutrition security. I am particularly encouraged by the positive response of Kittitians and Nevisians in answering the call of my government to strengthen our food security by scaling up our investments in agriculture and fisheries. The 25th anniversary of the Forward Conference on Women is one to be celebrated. As we continue to hail the contribution of women to the socioeconomic landscape of our country and the world at large, we are pleased to join in the commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the Forward Conference on Women next week. Earlier this year, we commenced our examination of the national implementation of the Beijing Declaration. The findings reveal that the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis has much to celebrate regarding the advancement of women over the past 25 years. But of course, there is still much more ground yet to be covered and many trails yet to be blazed. Through the implementation of our national gender policy and other legislation and focus attention on the Beijing's Declaration 12th Action Point, the Girl Child, we will continue to prioritize our pursuit of gender equality and the empowerment of our women and girls. Mr. President, St. Kitts and Nevis once again renews its call for Taiwan's inclusion in this international fraternity of nations. The Republic of China, Taiwan, remains a valuable partner for peace, prosperity, and development with the fullest respect for the rule of international law. Taiwan has stayed through its long-standing traditions and has remained a true partner in the fight against COVID-19. We have seen firsthand Taiwan's exemplary management of the pandemic within its own borders, and we have been impressed, quite frankly, by its willingness to help vulnerable states all around the world. Taiwan has assisted many states in combating this unprecedented health pandemic by sending more than 51 million surgical masks, as well as other medical equipment, to more than 80 countries. In our view, the international community has been deprived of the gift of true partnership offered by the 23.5 million people of Taiwan. My hope is that Taiwan can be included in the UN system, particularly the WHO, its meeting, its mechanisms and activities, thereby improving the global response and resources available to address transboundary crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic. The exclusion of Taiwan, its experience, its expertise and resources, in my view, leaves a partial vacuum in the global response to COVID-19. The World Health Organization can only benefit from the inclusion of such a worthy member. Equally, the existence of the antiquated embargo against Cuba, in our view, flies against the spirit of global partnerships which we desire in the future. At this time more than ever, vulnerable nations must be free to access Cuba's expertise in health and a myriad of other areas of global concern. In conclusion, this has been a very difficult year for all of us, but it also must be the year we can recommit to the United Nations and its lofty ideals. We must, through comprehensive reforms, make the UN system fit for purpose. We will have to look beyond antiquated frameworks and look to new socioeconomic models and rely on global cooperation to build a better world. Global threats to people and the planet are multiplying, and the United Nations in its 75th year must be resilient and innovative to help in this crisis and future crises. Strengthening global solidarity and cooperation, therefore, must be paramount for the United Nations. The United Nations creates the perfect environment to marry collective action and solidarity with multilateralism. We welcome the UN 2020 Future Possibilities Report, which provides a good guide on how governments can make certain changes to their economies now. However, there must be much more dialogue and commitment if we are to experience real change. The gravity of the pandemic has been laid out in several United Nations resolutions on COVID-19. And while we take action on them all in the General Assembly Hall, let us remember and commit to what they are all about, while remembering at the same time that we are all rise on the same tide. I thank you, Mr. President.
باسم الجمعية.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Lucia to introduce an address by the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by the Honorable Alan Michael Chasney, Prime Minister of St. Lucia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it seems rarely a year goes by where the international order is not declared in crisis. These calls have swelled to a justifiable new crescendo this year, with the multilateral order experiencing perhaps its gravest crisis since its origins 75 years ago. Today, we leaders assemble through extraordinary means and under extraordinary circumstances. with the legitimate question of whether this assembly has seen its best days, or if by reason of the strength of our actions and convictions, we may endure to overcome today's incredible challenges. Mr. President, St. Lucia looks forward to your wise and capable stewardship during this unprecedented 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We thank Professor Mohammed Ban for his very able and astute leadership over the course of last year. More than ever, the world needs effective leadership, and St. Lucia is committed to working with the United Nations toward our common goals. This year, possibly more than any point in our modern history, this assembly is beset by global risk and threats that force us to consider deeply the future we want and the United Nations we all need. This year's theme calls for the reaffirmation of our collective commitment to multilateralism, for us to continue to confront COVID-19 through effective multilateral action. The COVID-19 pandemic and its dire consequences on world economies, financial markets, and social and humanitarian destabilization have been emphasized by every leader who has come before me. However, it is worth restating that our current crisis demands urgent action. Small island developing states like St. Lucia have always been inherently susceptible to environmental, economic, and financial shocks. Our unique circumstances and consequent vulnerabilities have left us exposed to the ravages of the twin crises of the pandemic and climate change. Every day, as leaders of SIDS, we struggle to safeguard our people from the pervasive erosion of our hard-fought development gains. As the global community contends with the devastating impact of the pandemic, we must be honest with ourselves and acknowledge that the current challenges of SIDS is a symptom of a broader problem. The failure of our international institutions to keep pace with and adapt to the practical reality faced by SIDS. We must acknowledge that the global economic architecture created post-World War II never considered small island developing states. And despite the empathy and the understanding of the technocrats at the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and our own Caribbean Development Bank, as well as the other IFIs, they remain constrained by their own inflexible governance structures. For decades now, SIDS have been extremely vocal in highlighting the fact that this system has produced some of the most incredible paradoxes for our nations. They include the fact that SIDS are the most indebted, yet we are the least likely to get debt relief or concessional financing. SIDS are the smallest producers of global goods and services, yet we are the most restricted by the rules of international trade. SIDS are the lowest contributors to terrorist financing or banking impropriety, yet we're the most constrained, placed on gray lists and black lists posted all over the world, undermining our reputations. SIDS are the smallest emitters of carbon, yet we're the most affected by climate change. Mr. President, let me point out that all of these paradoxes are man-made. As I have often said, the solution to many of these problems simply requires a stroke of a pen. Our aspirations to build back better and advance our work to continue implementing the Sustainable Development Goals are extremely bleak within the current international context. For years, we've argued our case. The financial crisis, climate change, and the latest pandemic have provided the empirical evidence that reaffirm the vulnerabilities of SIDS and inadequacy of the solutions in the current global architecture. In recent years, SIDS, backed by academic research, have advocated for the establishment and the use of a vulnerability index, one that was already developed by the Commonwealth in 1989 as a more accurate determinant of eligibility for concessional development assistance. Yet nothing has changed. Our wealth is still being determined by per capita GDP. Though we know now categorically that this is not an accurate measure. At meeting upon meeting, all we receive are platitudes and more talk. Meanwhile, the storms and hurricanes, the crises, and the pandemics keep coming regardless. We are disproportionately asked to carry the burden of major shocks, which are caused by actions outside of our own control. With every additional shock, we become more indebted and dependent. And it will soon become impossible for us to survive within these fixed rules that are created without taking into account our exceptional circumstances. Unfortunately, the same obtains with the issue of climate change. For the SIDS, the Paris Agreement, though well-intended, has just not delivered. We understand the world is changing, and as noble of an ideal of eliminating poverty is, we must have greater aspirations of at least a minimum standard of living for all. I've said before, and it's worth repeating, if a family is struggling to survive, if a mother does not know where her children's next meal is coming from, if parents don't have a means to put a roof over their family's head, how are they going to participate or even care about the SDG goals? We cannot continue to attend meetings to discuss solutions within the current framework. We must first agree the global economic development architecture has to change. New forms of measurement and criteria must be adopted that are going to allow SIDS the opportunity to help ourselves. All we are asking for is a fair chance. That is, unless the new normal was always just a cliche, or it doesn't actually mean something. If we agree and accept that there is a new normal, then the criteria used before simply does not apply. We are at a crossroads, a pivotal moment for a meaningful course correction. We must choose the difficult and uncomfortable road to finally re-engineer the international system, to enable and to ensure fair, inclusive, and relevant policies and solutions for all. Or we'll continue down the path which inevitably leads to the demise of SIDS. Mr. President, there's much that must be done to meet the test of this moment. 75 years ago, it was not beyond human ingenuity to overcome the great challenges of the time, to give birth to multilateralism, to come together to solve problems and advance a common prosperity. The leaders of the day understood that humanity could not survive the course it was on. And so it built this United Assembly, our United Nations, to allow us to strive to collaborate rather than to divide, to resolve conflicts, enforce international rules of behavior, and build habits of cooperation that would grow stronger over time. Underpinning all of this were the key values of tolerance and mutual respect. United Nations and other multilateral processes and institutions born of that time have over the decades made a difference in the world. From brokering peace to educating children and eradicating disease, while weathering crises from within and without. But it is the considered view of my delegation that international institutions require profound structural shifts. Our collective commitment to multilateralism has to not only advocate for multilateral rules, but vigorously pursue change where change is needed. Or, as we've done in my island, challenged ourselves to build a new St. Lucia. We must equally rise to the challenge and build a new world economic order which addresses the SIDS and regains the confidence of nations in multilateralism. Mr. President, as we chart a new path forward as a global community, it would be prudent to take with us the lessons learned when multilateralism and diplomacy have delivered a proven record of service to our people. Such cooperation and success cannot be taken for granted, particularly our current difficult global context. Critical to this historic success has been the equal commitment of resources. A time we were our brothers and sisters' keeper. I take this opportunity to applaud the United Nations development system for their active response to the pandemic, for listening to the specific needs of states and mobilizing resources where possible. The support of the UN system is critical for the effective implementation of not only the SDGs, but the Samoa pathway. I also wish to offer sincere gratitude and commendation to the countries who stepped up to the challenge in the truest spirit of solidarity to assist states like my own to cushion the pandemic's blow to our socioeconomic landscape. This support has been immeasurable. Some of the countries who offered support and continue to do so themselves are grappling with a multilateral order that systemically stymies their development prospects. It is time to lift the economic embargo on the government and the people of Cuba. Not only has it affected the people of Cuba, but it's also affected the entire Caribbean region. It is time, once again, give states like Taiwan recognition that they can meaningfully engage in global processes and share their best practices. Even as China and Taiwan have their own differences, and while this is being addressed, climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic are stark reminders that Taiwan should not be left off the discussions. Taiwan has its own elections, its own currency, controls its own airspace, and has its own military force. A population of 24 million people is too many to be left off the table. As we mark 75 years, the continued exclusion of Taiwan calls into question the very principles the UN was established on. We must also recognize, as the world grapples with COVID-19 pandemic, Taiwan has demonstrated impressive leadership, not just by their own success with managing the spread, but coming to the aid of nations such as St. Lucia and other countries to provide medical resources and technical advice. The pandemic, which has touched every country, is a potent reminder of the interconnectedness of human societies, and more reason why, in building our new world economic order, we must leave no one behind. No people, no country should be allowed to fall through the cracks. St. Lucia would have never done as well as we did with managing the pandemic without friends like the people of Taiwan and Cuba. As I speak to you today, St. Lucia has only recorded 27 cases with no deaths. We have reopened our country to visitors. We've learned to coexist with COVID-19. I'm equally proud of the success record that many SIDS have had. Like many other nations, we are thankful that despite their own difficulties, Taiwan and Cuba have reached out to help the world. Mr. President, the chair of the Alliance of Small Island States emphasized in his remarks on the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations that we SIDS do not have the luxury to retreat from loss and damage. Science projects that if left unchecked, the impacts of climate change will see SIDS begin to disappear within our generation. Whole nation states wiped off the face of the earth. As our chair affirmed, the plight of SIDS is a plight of United Nations. The loss of any of our island states would signal a failure of the United Nations. No nameplate in the General Assembly Hall should have to be turned off indefinitely, simply because we refuse to collectively respond to the glaring warning signs. Mr. President, in this 75th year of the United Nations, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the United Nations Security Council of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the smallest country to ever take up a seat on the council. As a strong and capable voice in one of the most powerful and influential global bodies, we applaud our island neighbor for their continued advancement of multilateralism, small island state exceptionalism, and staunch advocacy of the fundamental principles of this organization. I also wish to note that we're also marking the 15th anniversary of the World Summit, where leaders supported the early reform of the Security Council. Due to the pandemic, discussions on this issue have not taken place, and St. Lucia joins other countries in encouraging text-based negotiations so the reform efforts will be expedited. Mr. President, the founding of the United Nations itself is a testament to human progress. Our predecessors chose the hope of unity over the ease of division and made a promise to future generations that the dignity and equality of all human beings would be our common cause. The Charter of the United Nations points the way with its vision of people and countries living as good neighbors, upholding universal values, and recognizing our common future. The 75-year-old principles of working together must endure, but the specifics must take account of our rapidly changing world. The question remains whether we possess the wisdom and the courage as nation states and members of the international community to squarely meet those challenges, whether the United Nations can meet these tests of our time. We need to rise to that challenge now. time is against us. St. Lucia and small island developing states stand ready to join forces and commit to building a new world economic order. So let's make it happen. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of St. Lucia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Trinidad and Tobago to introduce an address by the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago.
Madam President, Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Mr. President, it's an honor to address this August Assembly of States on this milestone, the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Allow me at the outset to extend congratulations to you, Mr. President, on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on your election as President for this session. You have the full support of Trinidad and Tobago as we acknowledge the enormity of your undertaking, especially as we continue to grapple with a global pandemic which has affected us all. I also wish to express our deepest gratitude to your predecessor, His Excellency Professor Tijani Muhammad Bande, for his astute leadership in the 74th session and for successfully guiding the work of the session during the challenging onset of the 2019 novel coronavirus pandemic. Mr. President, 75 years ago, in the aftermath of the Second World War, the United Nations was created with the primary objective of saving succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which had twice in our lifetime brought untold sorrow to mankind. Undoubtedly, the desire to create the political, social, and economic conditions for lasting peace remains as fervent today as it was during the organization's genesis in San Francisco. The 75th anniversary of the United Nations presents an ideal opportunity for reflection and introspection on whether we have embraced the opportunities to re-engineer and reinvigorate the mechanisms of multilateralism to engender the peace which has so far remained elusive, to advance social progress, and to chart the way forward to attain sustainable development which would benefit all of humanity. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago joined this family of nations in 1962, the year we attained our independence. As a small island developing state, we continue to embrace the principle of collective security enshrined in the Charter as a major safeguard for small states, where the rule of law, in the absence of military and economic power, sustains their strength and sovereignty. As we mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, all states, small and large, can be reasonably proud of some of our achievements under the umbrella of this revered organization, such as the creation of a roadmap for global sustainable development, advances in the development of international law, and the promotion of gender equality. Throughout the 75 years of the existence of the United Nations, the common thread in the tapestry of our collective action is the recognition that global challenges can best be overcome through the practice of multilateralism based on mutual respect and trust. Now more than ever is the time to demonstrate that true spirit of global partnership and the reaffirmation of the rules-based commitments. Mr. President, it is in this context that I congratulate you on the aptly chosen theme for this 75th session, and I welcome the opportunity to address this Assembly and share our perspectives on, and I quote, the future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral action, unquote. Small nations like ours, as well as big nations, anticipate and even depend on us all sharing and caring for each other. Mr. President, like many other small island developing states around the world, contending with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, Trinidad and Tobago has had to walk a thin line between saving lives and preserving livelihoods with limited resources. As a government, we took the decision to close our borders in March this year, to temporarily halt the conduct of non-essential services, and to implement physical distancing requirements, all in an effort to prevent the importation and spread of the virus. Subsequently, additional methods were implemented to the approach to safeguarding the population. Relevant adjustments were also made to address the impending economic consequences to protect the most vulnerable in our society, who would have temporarily lost the wherewithal to support themselves. Our experience thus far bears eloquent testimony of the need for small island developing states to be supported by an enabling international economic environment through business activity and financing, international trade, as well as technical cooperation, and most importantly, multilateralism. Mr. President, I take the opportunity to convey my condolences to and express my solidarity with all member states and all the families of those who have lost loved ones due to the COVID-19 global pandemic. While we mourn the loss of the hundreds of thousands of persons worldwide to COVID-19, we are greatly concerned with the alarming rate at which the disease continues to affect millions across the globe. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago commends the leadership role demonstrated by the World Health Organization, the WHO, in spearheading the efforts to treat with this plague. We also wish to salute and commend the healthcare and other frontline workers around the world who continue to work tirelessly, sometimes at significant personal sacrifice, to ensure that those affected by the pandemic receive the best available care. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic presents an existential threat of unmatched proportions to human health and safety around the world. It has overwhelmed health sectors, disturbed global trade and food supply chain, crushed the travel and leisure industry, as well as disrupt the basic livelihoods of people around the world. Alarmingly, the pandemic has intensified the vulnerabilities of small economies and has rendered us more susceptible to exogenous shocks. Further, COVID-19 has threatened to reverse the gains which our societies have achieved towards attaining our Sustainable Development Goal targets. Our prospects for achieving sustainable development hinge heavily on the safety and security of our people. The global pandemic has unfortunately exacerbated the threats posed by the illicit trafficking in small arms and light weapons, piracy, trafficking in persons, and cybercrimes. Given our ardent desire to free our society from the effects of the prevalence of unregulated small arms and light weapons, Trinidad and Tobago remains fully committed to the Arms Trade Treaty, which we view as indispensable in addressing the menace of the illicit arms trade. As one of the most multi-ethnic and diverse societies in the world, Trinidad and Tobago is cognizant of the value of diversity, mutual respect, and the right to live in freedom without fear of persecution. Regrettably, Mr. President, some parts of the world are still afflicted by the absence of tolerance for human rights, dignity, and diversity, which has engendered war crimes, crimes of aggression, crimes of genocide, and crimes against humanity. Trinidad and Tobago in this regard attaches great importance and remains unwavering in its support of the mandate of the International Criminal Court, which has established to hold those who committed such heinous crimes accountable under international law and to act as a deterrent to would-be perpetrators. We therefore continue to urge those states which have not yet done so to support the International Criminal Court. Mr. President, the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Eric Williams, declared, and I quote, "The future of our nation is in our children's school bags," unquote. That declaration remains valid to this day, and in our country, it is universally accepted that education is the key to success. It is therefore in our best interest to ensure that our nation's children have both the opportunity and the necessary tools to fulfill their highest potential. The government of Trinidad and Tobago remains attentive to the needs of all our children, with special emphasis on those who are most affected by this pandemic, such as those living in extreme poverty, those suffering from mental health ailments, those with special needs, and those who have lost loved ones. As we navigate through these challenging times, we remain committed to ensuring that no child is left behind in our campaign to build back better. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated my government's thrust towards a digital transformation of the public sector. As we adjust to the new normal, we have quickly adapted to utilizing remote platforms for conducting business instead of the traditional in-person meetings. We are optimistic that our greater reliance on digital platforms will result in opportunities for our young people in fields related to cyber technology and cybersecurity. Mr. President, it is widely acknowledged that climate change is a threat to our very existence. We are also cognizant that this pernicious threat does not recognize geographical boundaries and will disproportionately impact developing countries, particularly small island developing states and least developed countries. As a small island developing state, Trinidad and Tobago remains at high risk of being affected by the harmful effects of climate change, which have already been manifested in coastal erosion resulting from the rise in sea level. In this regard, our country continues to place emphasis on multi-pronged approaches for future adaptation to and mitigation of climate change within the constraints of our limited financial capability. We therefore remain committed to achieving our sustainable development through a combination of collaborative approaches and improved partnerships with stakeholders. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the significant decreases in energy prices, has precipitated the acceleration of our efforts aimed at diversification of our economy. In this respect, we have allocated resources and increased investment in the agricultural and tourism sectors, as we recognize the need to build resilience in these areas through incentives, policies, programs, and public-private partnerships. Additionally, engendering investment in agriculture will inevitably lead to a reduction in the demand for certain imported foods, preservation of our limited financial resources, and the achievement of a more food-secure nation. We will also continue to encourage the participation of women in agribusiness, agriculture, and tourism, as we remain seized of the fact that women not only undertake the role of ensuring that their families receive the nutrition they need to be healthy, but are sometimes the breadwinners. In this regard, the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has cautioned that a debt crisis is looming for the economies of the Latin American and Caribbean sub-region, which will compound their high debt to GDP and debt service ratios. Despite the middle and upper income status of many economies in the region, a strong case exists that these countries are deserving of special consideration for debt relief. We strongly urge the international community to assist with the financial support needed by developing countries, including middle-income countries like Trinidad and Tobago, to meet their development commitments. The promotion of gender equity and equality is a priority in our national development strategy. As a country, we have also remained unwavering in our commitment to the effective implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and have submitted our country's progress report this year on the 25th anniversary of the declaration. In recognition of the phenomenal contribution of women to peace and development, we are particularly proud to highlight the 10th anniversary of the introduction and main sponsorship by Trinidad and Tobago of the United Nations General Assembly Resolution on Women, Disarmament, Non-Proliferation, and Arms Control. Mr. President, the marine environment and its resources remain critical to the livelihood of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to our sustainable development. Governance of our oceans continues to be a priority. Unfortunately, as a result of the global pandemic, the fourth session of the Intergovernmental Conference on an International Legally Binding Instrument on the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction had to be postponed. Given the critical stage of the negotiations, Trinidad and Tobago remains hopeful for its early resumption, the successful completion of which would redound to the benefit of all humankind. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago continues to support the reform of the Security Council. We are firm in our view that this will improve significantly the global ability to effectively respond to the various security and other challenges which currently confront the international community. While we acknowledge that in its 75-year history, the United Nations has succeeded in preventing another global war, peace remains out of reach in some parts of the world. In order to be effective, we believe that the United Nations must adapt to the ever-changing geopolitical environment, and that the Security Council ought to reflect the diversity that characterizes and truly represents the United Nations. As we begin the decade of action and delivery to implement the Sustainable Development Goals, it is important to ensure that no country is left behind. It is on this note that we maintain that the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed against Cuba undermines the country's potential to achieve sustainable development. To this end, Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its call for the unconditional lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against Cuba. We have noted that despite the blockade, the government of Cuba has demonstrated the true spirit of multilateralism by providing healthcare personnel to assist countries in different regions of the world in their fight against COVID-19. We commend and thank the government and people of Cuba for this humanitarian gesture. In furtherance of this same spirit, we ask the member nations of the UN to continue to support the CARICOM initiatives, encouraged by Norway and Barbados, to bring all elements in Venezuela to accept dialogue and human rights as their guiding lights, as we look forward to fair and peaceful elections there in the near future, and trust that a satisfactory outcome would lead to a resumption of normalcy in our Caribbean shores as we all aspire together to achieve together in this region. Mr. President, as the United Nations commemorates its 75th anniversary, it is indeed opportune to reaffirm its founder's guiding vision as enshrined in the Charter, and to rededicate ourselves to be steadfast in our joint pursuit of the goals of upholding human rights, development, peace, and security. However, as we assess the performance and impact of the United Nations and the road we have traveled, we must also look ahead to the next phase in the life of our organization, given the many challenges which confront our global community. I am confident that by working together, we can achieve success. Mr. President, members all, I thank you for your attention.
باسم الجمعية العامة.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to introduce an address by the Prime Minister.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis.
Colleague heads of state and government, United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Volkan Basker, Excellencies, good afternoon. Mr. President, permit me at the outset to congratulate you on your election as President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and to assure you of our unwavering support of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during your tenure. I also wish to thank your predecessor, His Excellency Tijani Mohammed Bande, for his stellar efforts in guiding the work of the 74th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, I address this Assembly at a time when the world is still reeling from the seismic level shocks that the COVID-19 pandemic has unleashed on the global community. The COVID-19 pandemic has triggered an unprecedented crisis that has halted global economic activity and threatened global public health and social well-being. The more than 27 million confirmed COVID-19 cases across the globe continue to increase as we speak. On behalf of the government and people of the Bahamas, I express solidarity with member states who are fighting COVID-19 and extend our sincere condolences for the loss of life. Mr. President, when I addressed the Assembly last year, in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, I implored world leaders to treat the global climate emergency as the greatest challenge facing humanity. Little did we know that just a few months later, an even greater challenge would emerge, forcing the world to come to a grinding halt at a proportion not witnessed since the Second World War. Hence, the theme for the 75th session, The Future We Want, the United Nations We Need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral action, is relevant and applicable to our current reality. Mr. President, tourism serves as the main economic earner for the Bahamas. Like other countries, we had to temporarily close our borders and regulate the movement of people to limit the spread of COVID-19. Our priority was, and will always be, to protect lives and ensure the safety of those within our borders. The temporary closure of our borders caused one of the largest declines in visitor numbers since the advent of modern tourism in the Bahamas. The slowdown in economic activity in some areas of the private sector caused an unprecedented increase in unemployment, prompting the activation of an unemployment benefits program and self-employed assistance program, as well as other social safety programs, including the National Food Distribution Program, the largest feeding program in our nation's history. Mr. President, small island developing countries like the Bahamas always appear to be operating in a vicious recovery mode cycle, having to deal with successive exogenous shocks and climatic events. The Bahamas experienced major hurricanes in 2015, 2016, 2017, and in September 2019, Hurricane Dorian, the largest Atlantic storm in recorded history. UN initial assessments valued the loss and damage incurred at $3.4 billion. Infrastructure and housing projects are ongoing. While we grapple the impact of COVID-19, we continue to reach out to international partners for the much-needed assistance to restore and rebuild those islands. A donors conference coordinated by the United Nations Development Program was held in Nassau on the 13th of January 2020, for which I wish to express the heartfelt appreciation of my government for all of the pledges of financial resources and assistance made at this conference. My government looks forward to the full realization of the pledges made, as they are essential to our ongoing recovery efforts. Mr. President, the economies of small island developing states, including those of the Caribbean community, are under constant assault from various external shocks beyond their control. This group of countries is among the most disaster-prone areas in the world. Pandemics, hurricanes, or climatic events do not discriminate between low-income countries, middle-income countries, and developed economies. Hence, the compelling question remains as to why middle-income countries are still being assessed by international financial institutions using outdated methodologies that give no consideration to a country's level of exposure, vulnerability, and ability to recover from exogenous shocks. It is to be noted that ECLAC's view of the COVID-19 impact estimates that developmental achievements in the Caribbean and Latin America have been reversed by at least a decade. World Bank projections point to at least 100 million people falling into extreme poverty. I therefore reiterate the call for the institutionalization of a vulnerability index in the decision-making processes of the international financial institutions and international donor community. I also echo the call of the region for the capitalization of a Caribbean Resilience Fund. The decision of the G20 group to suspend debt service payments for the least developed countries is commendable, and I offer that this concession should be extended to other economic groupings as well. Mr. President, given the immeasurable stress and strain placed on global healthcare systems and supply chains, I commend the Secretary General for his continuous efforts to combat the pandemic. Mr. President, while we remain cautiously optimistic for a viable COVID-19 vaccine in the not-too-distant future, we note the collaborative efforts of the COVAX facility to secure arrangements for developing countries. Developing countries should be able to access vaccines via a transparent procurement process at affordable market rates. We salute the doctors, nurses, other healthcare workers, and all on the front line who have sacrificed their own health in order to assist tens of millions of people around the world. They are the real heroes to whom the global community owes immense gratitude. Mr. President, as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we should not allow the pandemic to dampen our spirits and detract from the commemoration of this august institution and its extensive list of achievements and milestones. Multilateralism has been and continues to be the most effective conduit through which small island states can have their voices heard and their policy requirements advanced. Mr. President, globally, we continue to see unprecedented climatic and environmental challenges. Worldwide, there has been a decline of 85% of the area of viable wetlands. Scientific reviews reveal that 60% of the ocean area is impacted by adverse human activity, including overfishing, pollution, and acidification from chemicals. The Bahamas continues to play its role in the preservation of a healthy marine and land environment, which includes the expansion of marine protected areas and heritage sites. We therefore welcome the scheduling of a biodiversity summit on 30th of September. We will continue to remain actively engaged in the negotiations towards an international treaty to sustainably use and conserve marine biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. In this context, I am pleased to inform that the Bahamas will seek to renew its membership on the Council of the International Maritime Organization, and we count on the invaluable support of member states for our re-election. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has spurred the accelerated utilization of and access to information communication technology, especially for young people and economically challenged communities. This trend must continue in a post-COVID-19 environment, as well as promotion of STEM careers for young people, as education has the potential to act as the great equalizer. Mr. President, the Bahamas is carefully formulating the gradual reopening of the economy to visitors. We hope to welcome some tourists this year. However, as we adjust to this new normal, we acknowledge that no country can survive this pandemic alone. Mr. President, we also take this occasion to reiterate our support for an end to the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against Cuba. Accordingly, the Bahamas will join the international community by voting in favor of the General Assembly's annual resolution on this agenda item. Mr. President, please be assured of the Bahamas' unwavering commitment to the United Nations and our pledge to adhere always to the United Nations Charter of Principles on which the organization was founded. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Sudan to introduce an address by the head of government.
شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيسة. سيد الرئيس يسعدني ويشرفني.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have the pleasure and the honor to introduce the recorded statement made by His Excellency Dr. Abdallah Adam Hamdok, Prime Minister of the Republic of Sudan, with my deepest thanks. In the name of God, the clement, the merciful, Your Highnesses, heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, may God's peace and salvation be with you. It is my pleasure to address you more than 1 year after the glorious revolution of December, which was accomplished at the price of the sacrifice of young Sudanese men and women who gave up their blood and their lives. This revolution was a sincere expression of the people and their aspirations to freedom, peace, and justice. It is our hope that the work of the session will be successful. I address my sincere congratulations to you, Ambassador Volkan Bozkır, upon your election as President of the General Assembly, with my best wishes for your success. I also wish to express my appreciation to your predecessor, Professor Tijani Mohamed Bande, the outgoing President of the General Assembly, for his tireless efforts during the previous session. The deliberations of this session come at a very sensitive time, when the world is facing a dark, strange enemy which spreads rapidly and has devastating effects that know no borders and make no distinction between rich and poor countries. The world has no other choice than that of solidarity to respond. For this reason, from this high rostrum, we call for strengthened cooperation and common action so that together we can face the challenge represented by the spread of the coronavirus pandemic. We must work tirelessly in order to put into practice the slogan of this session: the future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral action. We wish to express our support and appreciation to the World Health Organization. We hailed their role since the beginning of the spread of the pandemic, and we thank them for their technical support to the affected countries. We also wish to express our thanks to all countries and organizations that supported us in this area. At this time, Mr. President, Sudan is experiencing exceptional circumstances due to the impact of torrential rain and floods, which we have experienced and which are unprecedented. The challenges Sudan faces have been complicated by the fact that the flooding of the Nile has led to severe losses of human lives and property in the entire Nile Valley region. To this are added major damage caused by rain and floods in enormous areas where tens of thousands of houses have either partially or completely collapsed. In this regard, I wish to thank all the friendly and kindred countries who showed their solidarity through their generous support in response to this catastrophe. As you are aware, Sudan is going through a transition phase after the glorious revolution against injustice, tyranny, and the deterioration of the economic and social situation. The transition government is addressing the major ambitions which led the Sudanese people to mobilize, making every effort in order to respond to the many challenges, including the restoration of peace and of the economy. The coronavirus pandemic has further complicated the situation for the transition government, which inherited a paralyzed economy, a weak, devastated service sector, particularly the health sector, which has been neglected for decades. Mr. President, it is important to preserve the values of multilateralism and international cooperation, on which the Charter of the United Nations and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development are based. This is essential in order to reinforce the three pillars of the United Nations: security, development, and human rights. Moreover, global issues such as climate change, geopolitical tension, the various humanitarian crises mean that we must reach an understanding respecting the values and interests of peoples. This calls for a shared interest, a shared action through multilateralism and diplomacy, especially since we are witnessing rapid progress of communication and technology when it comes to relations between states and on the social and economic front and other areas. President, the adoption of the Constitution on 17 August 2019 is the second stage of the victory of the resolution. This makes peace the first priority of our government in the transition phase. In this way, the peace process of Juba was launched, which was not only a negotiation between two protagonists, but also a process of dialogue between the partners of the revolution in order to achieve peace, a cessation of hostilities, and to deal with all of the root causes of the conflict through the Juba Peace Agreement, which will be ratified next October 3rd. Mr. President, regarding the humanitarian aspect, we wish to express our thanks and appreciation to the United Nations and to its humanitarian agencies, as well as all international organizations in the donor community, for their support to the revolutionary government in its efforts to deal with the issues of displaced people, refugees, and repatriated people by providing health care, food support, and in this area, we indicate that the government of the revolution has removed all of the obstacles to channeling humanitarian assistance to the populations of the areas in conflict. In this framework, as part of the National Plan for the Improvement of Humanitarian Action, and in order to ensure that needs are covered, the state is trying to reinforce all projects to improve the living conditions of refugees and displaced people in accordance with all international instruments and humanitarian law. We work in cooperation with UNAMID for its exit strategy in accordance with Resolution 2525 of 2020 of the Security Council. The latest stages in handing on the tasks consist of establishing a national plan for the protection of civilians. This document was published on May 21st as an official document of the United Nations. We have submitted the first interim report on the first phase on August 15th. We will continue with the implementation in order to hand over all protection of civilian tasks by the end of the year. Sudan will then host UNITAMS, the integrated mission of the United Nations for the transition in Sudan. On the economic front, Sudan's citizens are suffering even more because of the economic practices inherited from the obsolete previous regime. We have undertaken reforms in order to restructure the economy and make it more rational. The previous deformations had put a large burden on the shoulders of citizens. We will try to reduce the impact over the long term through a series of programs for families and providing social support for poor families, which will lighten the burden or the impact of these reforms. The objective is to strengthen production and to bolster agricultural and productive sectors. This will be done both in towns and in rural society. There is also the Selatu or My Merchandise program, which guarantees all essential goods for citizens. Mr. President, Sudan gives great importance to the rule of law on the national and international levels. We are making tireless efforts to we consider national legislation and ensure that it is in harmony with international criteria and conventions. These efforts coincide with a number of domestic efforts to strengthen national capacity in order to make it possible for all institutions to take their responsibility in accordance with the Constitution and basic laws concerned. Since the rule of law on the national level is a responsibility of states and the government. The Constitution, Mr. President, gives particular importance to the issue of human rights. An entire chapter is dedicated to the implementation of the Constitution. The transition government has undertaken a series of positive steps in order to deal with the damage made during the previous totalitarian regime and to clean up the legislation, especially the laws which repressed freedom, also to strengthen the role of women and protect their rights, to guarantee the freedom of expression and speech, the right to peaceful assembly, and to fight impunity. The transition government is strengthening cooperation with the international community, and we have reopened the State Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights. It was reopened in September 2019 and began its work in January of this year. As part of the return of Sudan to the international system, we greatly appreciate Germany's initiatives, supported by other countries, to establish a group of Friends of Sudan in order to create a group of countries assisting Sudan to return from its isolation after a period of over 30 years. The holding of the Conference of the Partners of Sudan in Berlin in June of this year bore witness to this support. Mr. President, Sudan is working on contributing positively to stability and the political and economic situation of Africa, particularly in the regional field as a member of the IGAD and other regional organizations. I avail myself of this opportunity to stress the major positive role played by the African Union when it comes to responding to the coronavirus pandemic in Africa. I wish to reiterate Sudan's role as chair of the IGAD in order to harmonize its strategic objectives with that of individual states. The latest regular session of the IGAD welcomed Sudan's return to the organization and its role as chair, and expressed support for peace, security, the promotion of women's rights, and specific assistance for the Sister Republic of South Sudan, as well as another summit meeting to respond to the coronavirus. Mr. President, Sudan expresses its solidarity with the victims of terrorism wherever they may be in the world. We condemn terrorist attacks. We actively cooperate with international and bilateral efforts to fight terrorism and terrorism financing. We are doing this through our commitment to international resolutions and the relevant Security Council resolutions. Mr. President, Sudan, with the blood of its martyrs, has gone through decades of tyranny, injustice, and social deterioration. Despite all of this, this period of transition of the young, glorious revolution is experiencing many difficulties which call for the support of the international community. in order to be able to carry out the government's projects and plans intended to improve the economic situation. Our prime concern is to obtain debt forgiveness and preferential treatment. This is part of the work of our friends at the Conference of Berlin. Also, Sudan's name should be removed from the list of countries that are sponsoring terrorism. Sudan has returned to the international fold after 30 years outside it. This must happen, but we need this assistance and the support in order to be able to do so. We hail the efforts of the U.S. government and the U.S. Congress to remove Sudan's name from the list of countries sponsoring terrorism. It is our hope that we will be able to accomplish projects of reconstruction and reform so that Sudan will become once again an active player on the regional stage and to contribute to the international community and work to create the future we want. Sudan participates in the celebrations of the United Nations 75th anniversary, and it is our hope that the organization will truly be the one that we need for our collective commitment to multilateralism and for effective multilateral action for all peoples. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister of the Republic of the Sudan for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vanuatu to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam President, Excellencies, I have the distinct honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Bob Lofman Weibu, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor to deliver this address on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Mr. President, at the outset, let me sincerely congratulate you on assuming the presidency of this 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency, I assure you of Vanuatu's committed support during your tenure and have every confidence that your presidency will successfully guide us in our collective pursuit of the future we want and rally the spirit of cooperation essential for the United Nations we need. I would also like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Diani Mohammed Ban, the outgoing President of the 74th session, on his outstanding stewardship of this august body during such a challenging time. Mr. President, usually we would be gathered in an ionic General Assembly Hall to share our thoughts on the state of the world we share. The corridors, meeting rooms, and side events would be abuzz with activity as leaders and delegates come together. In this time of uncertainty and peril, we could most benefit from such gatherings. We cannot do so. Delivering our national address via video link may be emblematic of this extraordinary time, but it's also a sign of our resolve to adapt and make use of what is available. So even though for the moment we are not all able to travel or be together in person, we can continue to find ways to harness our collective commitment
with this vision of ending the pandemic and resetting our planet on a sustainable and peaceful footing. For so many of our people around the world, 2020 has been a year of unparalleled challenge. COVID-19 has unleashed a complex web of health, economic and social issues that have sorely tested government, business, community systems. The pandemic has exposed existing vulnerabilities and alerted to us the threats of new ones. We have seen it exacerbated the already unacceptable high rates of global inequality and poverty that we face. We have seen it has most severely impacted the most vulnerable in our communities, especially women and girls, people with disabilities, and those with chronic health conditions. We must unite to defeat the scourge of this disease. As governments, we need to be able to continue to reach out to help families that have been split up or kept apart, alleviate the consequences of job losses and business closures, and continue to provide health care under the enormous strains of pandemic management, all while dealing with the drastic plummeting revenue resources. Mr. President, COVID-19 also shone a new light on existing global challenges and conflicts, including the escalating threat of armed race and terrorism, continuous human rights abuses, climate change, the displacement of people, the scourge of non-communicable disease, and the disruption of the technological revolution that is redefining the future of our work. Around the world, we see the fallout from the pandemic is deepening community divisions, escalating geopolitical tensions, changing trade relations, and threatening peace. It is most worrisome that these complex global challenges are compounding at a time when our multilateral environment is under its most severe pressures to date. Make no mistake, we need inclusive materialism. The global solidarity and concerted international cooperation we forge today will make us stronger to tackle these challenges together. The time of crisis has heightened our mutual responsibility to strengthen people's faith in multilateral cooperation and international institutions. The United Nations, with its universal membership, plays a central role in addressing our shared challenges. We should be focusing our efforts on strengthening it, not weakening it. United Nations can be compared to a big boat with individual nations occupying individual cabins in that big boat. Mr. President, as a small open island economy located in the South Pacific, we in Vanuatu know too well the importance of global solidarity. We know from experience that we are always better off when we are working together than in isolation. Thankfully, there are still no confirmed or suspected cases of COVID-19 in Vanuatu. Early border closures gave us this precious window to prepare our health responses, but have also come with serious economic and social costs. On top of that, in April, our country was hit by another severe Category 5 tropical cyclone. The severity of this compound disaster has already left enduring scars on families, communities, and the nation. Limited resources and stranded further by ongoing recovery efforts from previous disasters. Even looming is the threat of further future disasters and extreme weather events, which are being fueled and exacerbated by climate change. Even so, our experience assures us that by working together, we can and we will recover. We will build back better and emerge stronger and more resilient. It is in this spirit that we come together as a nation in July to celebrate our 40th anniversary of political independence. We will come together again in December to mark our graduation from the least developed country status. Amidst the uncertainty and chaos, this is a special year for us. We especially view our graduation as a success story. We have and always will warmly embrace the solidarity of the LDC group and the support afforded to it. But in our 40th years as an independent country, we are ready for the next phase of our development journey. We are ready to make that step despite the catastrophic that has been unleashed by the pandemic and cyclone, and which will reverberate for many years to come. We are proud of our achievements, and we are mindful that we still have a strong way to go to achieve our sustainable development goals. We would rather build on our efforts and those of our development partners and graduate now with an extended smooth transition period that risks spilling back into the LDC category or halt graduation entirely. It is for that reason that we are seeking the support of bilateral, regional, and multilateral development and trading partners to provide full support to the implementation of the smooth transition strategy prepared by Vanuatu, in particular, the priority measures that requires targeted support for an extended support measures related to trade, aid for trade, and participation in international forums. If we are not careful, the events of this year and the continuing fracturing of multilateralism may dilute our global development aspiration. We all triumphantly signed up to 5 years ago under the 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. More than ever, we must return to this collective commitment and redouble our implementation efforts. In Vanuatu, we have already contextualized these global goals in our national aspiration, articulated in Vanuatu 2030, the People's Plan. This year, we have sought to ensure that our national recovery strategy not only responds to the immediate social and economic environmental needs associated with COVID-19 and Cyclone Harold, but that it empowers us to build back better and continue to advance our development aspirations. We must keep moving forward and not just revert back to how it was before. The increasing frequency of extreme weather events and other disasters means recovery has become the new normal. Building back better will only be possible if we have the right architecture in place. For us and other small island developing states, especially, our biggest threats are global, most notably climate change and the management of our ocean. Therefore, our solutions too must be global. And that means it is imperative that the necessary international architecture is in place, with the resources to address our complex challenges becoming scarcer. Vulnerable countries such as LDC and SEEDS especially face a daunting future. Put simply, we need a fully functional working United Nations. We need the United Nations agencies to be working in solid partnerships with member states and with other multilateral organizations. We know there are problems, but we need to find ways to fix this and not create even greater problems by continuing the trends that are undermining multilateralism and international cooperation. Building back better also means we can no longer just accept business as usual. So I would like to suggest some areas that we, as the United Nations, should focus on the forge a new path to a collectively brighter future. First, COVID-19 has resulted in mounting deaths in countries that can least afford to service them. It is essential that the multilateral financial institution provide debt forgiveness and relief. This should be accompanied with tailored concessional finance packages and grants. These measures should ensure there is adequate physical space for countries to weather not only the current crisis, but also to finance the implementation of the Sustainable Development Priorities. I acknowledge that some great work has already gone ahead in this area. However, I believe more needs to be done. Second, climate financing needs to increase to ensure the recapitalization of financial instruments, such as the Green Climate Fund. Again, we call for the processes to access these funds to be simplified and made easier to access in order to allow small island developing states like Vanuatu implement the climate change mitigation and adaptation priorities reflected on various frameworks of implementation, including the National Determined Contribution. Thirdly, the United Nations needs to find ways to address the de-risking measures adopted by large international banks that have prevented small island developing states, especially to set up corresponding banking relationship with our domestic banks. Finally, it is imperative that we ensure every country can get timely, fair, and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines, which means working cooperatively and not competitively. The UN must especially ensure that all of the most vulnerable countries in the world get access. Until we find the medical breakthrough that we all pray for, we must unite in our efforts to mitigate the drastic impact that the crisis is having on our people. Mr. President, as we look ahead to the future we want, we must picture a world of freedom, one that is free from persecution and human rights abuses. This year, as my country celebrates our 40th anniversary independence, we are reminded of our strong cultural connection with the Humanibne and Humanine Islands, commonly referred to in English as Matthew and Hunter Islands. Although they were integral parts of Vanuatu during each colonial period, France has regrettably and unlawfully claimed them as its own. Beyond representing the failure to complete the decolonization of Vanuatu, France's actions have impeded the ability of the Ni Vanuatu people to perform their traditional cultural and religious practices on the islands. This is of particular concern because maintaining our people's cultural heritage is of the greatest importance to the Ni Vanuatu people. We have endured a long and unfortunate history of colonial exploitation. Although all Ni Vanuatu consider Humanubne and Humanaing to be sacred, they have particularly great significance for those who come from the islands of Tana, Futuna, and Anaijam. For countless generations, the indigenous people of those islands have performed sacred rituals on them. To this day, Humanubne and Humanaing continue to maintain a central place in the religious observance of their people. I look forward to their return to the islands, as facilitated by the former UN Special Rapporteur on the rights of indigenous peoples. Furthermore, we are also mindful that some territories continue their struggle for freedom. In our region, New Caledonia will soon face another referendum on the question of independence. It is important that this remains free, fair, and transparent, and continues under the supervision of the United Nations. Mr. President, we know there are widespread human rights violations happening all around us. And yet it seems the world is taking a selective approach to addressing this. In our region, the indigenous people of West Papua continue to suffer from human rights abuses. Last year, leaders from the Pacific Islands Forum respectfully called on the Indonesian government to allow the United Nations Office of the Human Rights Commissioner to visit West Papua province. To date, there has been little progress on this front. I therefore call on the Indonesian government to please heed the previous call of Pacific leaders. Mr. President, the theme of this 75th General Assembly calls on us, the member states of the United Nations, to come together to frame the future we want for Vanuatu. This extraordinary difficult year has been the backdrop to the start of the next phase of nation building, marked by our independence celebration, culminating with our LDC graduation in a few months. We hope that by sharing our experiences, we can contribute to global learning as we navigate the current crisis and work together in the pursuit of sustained peace and sustainable development. And as we emerge from the grip of COVID-19, we should continue to align our national and global recovery to existing commitments, to reorientate growth models to the ones that are more sustainable and greener in nature. More than ever, multilateralism must be defended and responded to the evolving needs of our times. The UN Charter remains our moral compass and continues to remind us of our common duties to save humanity. I thank you, Mr. President, and God bless you all.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cabo Verde to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. José Ulisses Correia e Silva, Prime Minister and Head of the Government of the Republic of Cabo Verde, at the general debate of the 75th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I thank you.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the general debate of the 75th sessions is held in a context marked by the global health, economic, and social crisis. On this occasion, I would like to send a greetings of friendship and solidarity from the people of Cabo Verde to all the peoples of the United Nations, deploring the loss of human life that results from the coronavirus pandemic, and encourage a resilience that will lead us to better days. For the past 75 years, our tradition is to annually hold the debate of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. This is the meeting of the world and the great gathering of its people. A general debate of the 75th session attempts to use a digital platform for the same purpose. We do it without the usually warmth of the hugs and handshake in the corridors, halls, and reception, without the face-to-face interaction of live diplomacy, which is the most effective one. I would like to pay a special regards to the outgoing President of the General Assembly, Professor Tejan Mohammed Bandit of Nigeria. I congratulate him for having successfully accomplished a mandate and demonstrate leadership and adaptability in the difficult context of the COVID pandemic. I would like to welcome the new President of the General Assembly, Mr. Volkan Bozkır of Turkey, and wish him every success in this presidency. I would like to congratulate the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, on his tireless stewardship, a leadership that has given face and voice to the most anguished of peoples in this moment of great uncertainty, while at the same time striving to build global solidarity that responds effectively to the impact of COVID-19 on the lives of people, countries, and the world. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic is a global threat. Humanity is confronting its greatest challenge in more than a century. The impact of the pandemic has profoundly human and humanitarian dimension. In effect, it affects people, their life, their health, their family, their livelihood, their employment, their social inclusion and protection, their mobility, their leisure, and their psychology and mental stability. The pandemic has further exacerbated inequality between the developed and developing countries. Few countries in the world have enough savings to accommodate the extraordinary costs imposed by the global crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and at the same time to recover and relaunch their respective economy. In developing countries, such as those of the European Union, a financial package of 75 billion euros was needed to support member states. The financial stimulus of the richest country exceed hundreds of billions of dollars. And what about Africa and small islands development states? Are they able to bear the cost and the recovery and relaunching based off their savings alone? Of course not. We are facing internal struggles in each country and at the same time a global struggle which requires global collaborative solutions. Nobody wins with Africa more impoverished. With the increase of humanitarian and security crisis, everyone wins if African countries have the necessary resources to overcome the serious health, economic, and social crisis caused by COVID-19 and enter a new era of structured transformation that positively impact their economies and their human development indexes. It is in this context access to a vaccine should be equitably and universal, and external debt should be forgiven. This must be the subject of global responsibility pact in order to not to leave anyone behind. External debt forgiveness is essential. It is necessary not only to deal with the economic contraction and the macroeconomic imbalance caused by the coronavirus crisis, but there is a turning point to boost the sustainable development of African countries in the framework of strong commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. A differentiated approach must be given towards small island development states. taking into account their great vulnerability to external economic and environmental shocks, as well as their great dependence on tourism, a sector devastated by the global pandemic. Many of the seats have historically performed well in reforms and policies aiming at increasing resilience and reducing vulnerabilities. This needs time to be effective, but efforts cannot be in vain. That is why it makes perfect sense to focus on debt cancellation or relief initiatives leading to not just the recovery of economy, but the pursuit of sustainable development. For seats, the response of the international community cannot and should not be an eligibility problem based on per capita GDP. Instead, global efforts should focus on evidence that reforms are helping nations to make progress in achieving SDGs. In Cabo Verde, our priorities has been to apply the resource released from external debt service to finance the strategic agenda for sustainable development 2030. In doing so, we emphasize human capital development, health security and public health, digital transformation, and energy transition, water strategy for agriculture associated with the renewable energy, blue economy, and sustainable tourism. They are a driver of SDG to make Cabo Verde a country that is more resilient and less vulnerable to external shocks, eliminate extreme poverty, improve household income, and creating decent job opportunities for young people with a more diverse economy. These priorities are achievable with the shortening of public investment cycles, the attraction of national and foreign private investment, public-private partnership, and cooperation for development. All of this is possible within an environment of political and social stability, low reputational risk, and a business-friendly mindset, ensure building an institutional framework of trust. Mr. President, today, once again, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the importance of multilateralism is clear. Everyone loses when economies are disrupted and when borders are closed. Some may lose more than others, but our world and its people are far worse off. The devastating potential of climate change knows no borders either. And everyone loses, especially the generation of 21st century and generations to come. Poverty, hunger, insecurity, instability, and violence extremism, such as terrorism and organized crime, have the impact and implications that extend well beyond nations' border. We live today in context of serious pandemic, but it must not confine the ambition of Agenda 2030. The Decade of Action initiative launched by the Secretary General could not be more timely. We must speed up and make the implementation of Agenda 2030 more urgent so we can better respond, recover, and rebuild. Cabo Verde firmly supports this initiative. The pathway to the future we want is full of uncertainty, but the continuing mandate of the United Nations will serve as a beacon to light the way. We have an opportunity to build a better and more sustainable world. It's the post-pandemic era, one that is defined by the advent of peace and the reduction of conflict, more secure. No longer proliferation of nuclear weapons, more focus on human rights, driven by sustainable and human development, and energized by greater cooperation in matters of security, economy, knowledge, science, and technology, with benefits for all. Political leaders have an increased responsibility, and none from any country should be absent from the commitment of millions of young people who legitimately care about their future and that of their children and grandchildren to come. The United Nations, must unite the nation in building the future we want. This can only be achieved by reaffirming the undeniable importance of multilateralism. 75 years later, everyone agrees that it's necessary to reform the organization, namely the composition and function of the Security Council, the revitalization of the General Assembly, the strength of the Economic and Social Council, and the alignment of work, matter, and cooperation among those main main body. There's an urgency to carry out this reform, both in relation to peace building and in relation to the promotion of development. And that depends on us, the United Nations, the leaders of the world, of the United Nations. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Reform of the Republic of Cape Verde for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Madagascar to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement delivered by His Excellency Mr. Christian Ntse, Prime Minister of the Republic of Madagascar, at the 75th United Nations General Assembly General Debate. Thank you. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. Madagascar is honoured as I take the floor to address our august assembly on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, on behalf of the people of Madagascar and personally, and this on the occasion of the 75th session of the General Assembly of our organization, the United Nations, during which we are celebrating its 75th anniversary as well. Mr. President, I would like to express my sincere congratulations on your election and wish you every success in the conduct of this session, which is an unusual one, due to the highly symbolic anniversary celebration that I've just mentioned, and also due to the extraordinary situation of the COVID-19 pandemic, which the entire world is currently facing and fighting. I would also like to reiterate my support for our Secretary General and encourage him in his solemn mission in the service of Member States. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, given the severity of the global spread of the COVID-19 pandemic and its immeasurable impacts on all of humanity, with, among other things, nearly 1 million deaths globally, including 216 in my own country, I would like to convey from this rostrum a message of solidarity, of compassion and of encouragement to all the nations and peoples of the world. We are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the United Nations in unusual circumstances, at a distance from one another. And we must take this sign of the fragility of the world as an opportunity to come together in our shared faith in our collective future, and to come together around the human values of shared peace and prosperity that drive our organization. Given the uncertainty permeating our shared planet and the need to accept that individual efforts and individualistic achievements have reached their limits of common sense and effectiveness, we should take note of those most important shared values of our organization, such as unity, solidarity among peoples, and cooperation among nations. We must therefore reaffirm our commitment to what unites us and reject what divides us. It is through solidarity and cooperation that we will be able to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is the form and the tangible beneficial meaning that we can give to and also receive from multilateralism. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as at the beginning of its history 75 years ago, the immediate challenges facing the United Nations are immense in this anniversary year. COVID-19 which is a threat to us all, does not distinguish based on age, gender, religion, or race. The deep-rooted economic imbalances and social inequalities that we have continuously fought in our organization have been exacerbated by the health crisis. The situation in the sphere of peace, international security, and human rights has further deteriorated in some parts of the world. Several national elections have had to be delayed, which destabilizes democracy. The economic crisis has become widespread, and the resulting fragility in society has been substantially worsened for millions of our people. The unexpected emergence and virulence of COVID-19 have exposed our collective shortcomings in the face of a shared threat. This requires us to rethink the scope and the reach of the multilateralism that we are promoting, so that every country around the world has a genuine shared bedrock of resilience, along with the appropriate tools to address multifaceted shocks such as COVID-19. And the aim of all of this is so that we don't undermine decades of collective work within our organization as well as within the various regional communities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madagascar has addressed the pandemic as much as its resources and capacities allow, raising awareness and mobilizing to protect its population and to bolster the country's resilience to the COVID-19 crisis. Since the official announcement of the COVID-19 pandemic in Madagascar in March 2020, our country has quickly implemented a multi-sectoral response strategy to better cope with the social, economic, and environmental challenges and impacts. The country's response is based on three main goals: curbing the spread of COVID-19 to stem the pandemic, assisting vulnerable people and effectively meeting their essential needs, and protecting and stimulating the economy, maintaining human capital, and facilitating a recovery. With this in mind, our efforts are focused on establishing and strengthening a governance structure for the pandemic response, strengthening social protection measures, and supporting economic resilience. This response got underway quickly on the basis of several major activities, such as the establishment of the Operational Command Centre at the national and regional levels, and the development of multiple social assistance programs to support families affected by the public health crisis, as well as vulnerable families. What's more, the state decided to help the private sector maintain employment and the means of production through unprecedented tax relief, helping the sectors that have been affected to better cope with the consequences of the health crisis, with aid packages such as providing seeds and fertilizer for farmers, giving food parcels to some affected workers, ordering more than 5 million masks from free export companies and small private enterprises, launching a major public infrastructure investment project, and support for research and innovation to produce COVID organics, or CVO, an improved traditional remedy for effectively combating COVID-19. Madagascar has truly stood out with CVO, which is the result of major research done by the Malagasy Applied Research Institute, IMRA, given Madagascar's recognition as a haven of global biodiversity, with a very rich and varied global pharmacopoeia. CVO, which is preventive and curative, has undoubtedly allowed Madagascar to avoid a human tragedy similar to what has unfortunately happened in many countries around the world with the spread of COVID-19, because the country distributed this remedy en masse in conjunction with the many social and public health measures it adopted. Madagascar has not faced this challenge alone. It has benefited from the vital and substantial support of the international community and scientists from all over the world. And here I would like to convey to all of them the profound gratitude of the government and people of Madagascar. Lastly, on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic, I would like to pay particular tribute to all of Madagascar's medical personnel, to the defence and security forces, to all the volunteers, and all the essential service workers in the public and private sectors for the sacrifice and services that they have worked hard to provide by giving care and treatment to the sick and protecting our fellow citizens and their property, sometimes risking their own lives in the process. The results we have achieved show that Madagascar has a handle on the spread of COVID-19 because the recovery rate of confirmed cases is 93%, while mortality is at 1.2%. The entire people of Madagascar also deserve our sincere gratitude for their conscientious and calm behaviour during this difficult time, and for the sacrifice and patriotism that they have demonstrated in this difficult moment in our history and the history of every other country around the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madagascar considers it urgent that we make up for lost time in our collective thinking and action on the impacts of COVID-19. With this in mind, it is essential now that we come up with and promote a new concept with new innovative response instruments that promote global, regional and local initiatives for the production of medical outputs, including medicines and vaccines. We must strengthen international cooperation in the area of health to make the most of the comparative advantages of each country, increasing the number of models that are available and adapted to countries' levels of technology and innovation, and promoting universal access to innovative practices and scientific data. And we must establish mechanisms to finance healthcare systems. Given the global health challenge caused by COVID-19, these proposals will only be feasible with unprecedented cooperation between nations, the scientific and medical research community, the pharmaceutical industry, and multilateral partners. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madagascar intends to rapidly catch up the delay in its development. As part of this effort, major priority initiatives have been launched in several areas, such as strengthening the fight against corruption, including in the public administration. As guarantees of good governance, the security and justice sectors have also been strengthened. Despite the impact of COVID-19 on our country's resources, respect for the rule of law and the promotion of responsible democracy mean that we will organise elections for the Senate in December 2020, since the Senators' terms come to an end in January 2021. The question of economic development and social progress remains one of our country's priorities because only shared prosperity can have a virtuous effect on the social well-being of our people and also provide a better future for our children. Today, the international community stands alongside us as a partner in all that we are doing to overcome the major development challenges facing Madagascar. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners for their full commitment to Madagascar and its people. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the limits of multilateralism in terms of cooperation in the sphere of health and healthcare, and it is essential that we make corrections in the many important different areas that I have mentioned already. We need to do this so that achieving the goals of the 2030 Agenda is not entirely jeopardized by the unexpected effects of the pandemic. In view of our shared challenges, Madagascar calls today for a new universal multilateral initiative through the adoption of a global post-COVID agenda under the banner of the United Nations. This initiative, which could be time-limited, would aim to better diversify and coordinate all our multilateral commitments and actions to respond to the major socio-economic risks brought about by the current health crisis, in particular for the most vulnerable economies. This approach, which we want to be a more focused and dynamic one, will help us restore confidence in ourselves and breathe new life into the ideals of solidarity and multilateralism that bring us together in our organisation. Now, more than in the past, it is the responsibility of each member state of our organisation to hold fast to the ideals of the Charter upon which the UN was built, and to strengthen its status as the ideal framework for international cooperation to resolve major global problems such as COVID-19. This will be essential if we want to build the United Nations we need to bring about the future we want. I wish every success to the work of this 75th session, and I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Madagascar for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic to introduce a statement by the Deputy Prime Minister.
Shukran.
Thank you, Madam President. It is a pleasure to introduce the pre-recorded statement delivered by His Excellency Walid Al-Muallim, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Syrian Arab Republic. At the general debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Thank you. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations was born after the Second World War out of a global consensus on the need to maintain international peace and security, and to promote friendly relations between nations. These relations were to be based on respect for equality and the right of people to self-determination without resort to force or the threat of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any nation and in any manner inconsistent with the United Nations principles. But where are we in all of this? Do these principles and values truly govern today's international relations? Or have they become mere talking points for political and media consumption? If we are honest with ourselves, we must admit that the answer is clear. We are straying further every day from the principles and values that underpin the United Nations and international norms. This is because some governments have illegally imposed their own agendas on other nations and have used the United Nations for the sole purpose of furthering those agendas. Paradoxically, the main theme for this year's general debate is the future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral action. This is the main theme of the general debate of the 75th session of the General Assembly. But quite frankly, the situation today does not bode well for the future we want, nor does it reflect the United Nations we need. We want a secure and prosperous future, free from terrorism, occupation, and inhumane sanctions.
We want a future that respects international law and promotes dialogue and understanding between nations. We need a United Nations that upholds the principles and purposes of its charter and unequivocally stands against wars and warmongers. We need a United Nations that supports its members while avoiding politicization, illegal interference, and attempts to destroy nations and communities. This is what we have wanted all along. This is what we need today more than ever before. This is more true as we confront COVID-19, which has posed global humanitarian and socio-economic challenges that have spared no nation. It has created exceptional conditions to the extent that we are forced to address each other today remotely and through pre-recorded statements. The important question is, will this new reality compel some to put aside their narrow interests and return to the right path? Today's imperative is that we combat this pandemic together through multilateral joint action with deeds and not with words alone, to build a more equal world, better equipped to withstand crises and achieve real sustainable development for all. This is what we hope and work towards. Unfortunately, the reality on the ground is the complete opposite. Political agendas continue to take precedence over humanitarian agendas. As the COVID-19 pandemic rages across the world, unilateral coercive measures imposed on the Syrian people and other peoples are being renewed instead of lifted. New measures, such as the so-called Syria Civilian Protection Act, are being added under false pretexts. The Syria Civilian Suffocation Act would have been a more fitting name. When the delivery of life-saving medications and medical equipment is blocked in the middle of a pandemic, does that really protect civilians, or does it deprive them of treatment? When efforts to rebuild Syria after the destruction brought by terrorists are obstructed, does that really serve Syrians, or does it reduce employment, worsen living conditions, and prevent the return of refugees and IDPs? When wheat fields are burned down, oil fields are looted, and the energy sector is targeted, does that really protect civilians? Or does it deny them access to food, heating, gas, and electricity? I could go on, but I think it's clear that the real purpose of the act is to put pressure on Syrians, their livelihoods, and their daily lives. It is an inhumane attempt to suffocate Syrians, just like George Floyd and others were cruelly suffocated in the United States. And just like Israel suffocates Palestinians on a daily basis. Though the tactics may differ, the essence is the same. Unilateral coercive measures imposed by some countries clearly violate international law. The humanitarian exemptions they repeatedly invoke do not exist on the ground. These are false claims intended to cover their inhumanity and save face. We call on all affected countries and those that reject such measures to close ranks against them and alleviate their impact on our peoples. This should happen through cooperation, coordination, and concrete political, economic, and commercial means. Mr. President, we all keep repeating in our statements that terrorism is a constant danger to stability and prosperity across the world, and one of the main threats to international peace and security. Unfortunately, some, if not many, do not act on these statements. All relevant Security Council resolutions have yet to find their way from the UN archives to implementation. Our joint actions haven't risen to meet the threat posed by terrorism. To the contrary, there are those who invest in, support, and fuel terrorism, moving terrorists from one region to another and from one country to another, all in the service of their suspicious agendas. Of course, when it comes to sponsors and financiers of terrorism, the current Turkish regime reigns supreme. The Turkish regime is one of the main sponsors of terror in Syria and the region. It has facilitated the passage of tens of thousands of foreign terrorists into Syria and continues to provide all forms of support to Al-Nusra Front and its affiliated terrorist groups that have massacred Syrians. It carries out Turkification and forced displacement policies in the territories it occupies in Syria, and in what can only be considered a collective punishment against 1 million civilians that have rejected the Turkish occupation in Hasaka and a dozen other towns, the Turkish regime has deliberately and repeatedly cut the city's water supply, endangering lives of civilians, especially in the COVID-19 pandemic. In legal terms, this amounts to a war crime and a crime against humanity. And by the way, this is the same criminal behavior that terrorists exhibited when they cut the water supply to millions of civilians in Damascus in 2017. Then, just like today, the self-styled human rights defenders did not even lift a finger. To make matters worse, the Turkish regime has failed to commit to the Astana outcomes and the Sochi agreements on Idlib. It has moved terrorists and mercenaries, referred to by some as moderate opposition, from Syria to Libya. It has violated Iraq's sovereignty, used refugees as bargaining chips against Europe, and laid claim by force to energy resources in the Mediterranean. The current Turkish regime has become a rogue and outlaw regime under international law. Its policies and actions, which threaten the security and stability of the whole region, must be stopped. Mr. President, the continued illegitimate presence of American and Turkish forces on Syrian soil meets all the legal conditions of an occupation. The Syrian Arab Republic will spare no effort to end this occupation by all means possible under international law. The actions of these forces, taken directly or through their terrorist agents, secessionist militias, or manufactured and illegitimate entities, are null and void, with no legal effect. They are a flagrant violation of Syria's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. In this regard, we condemn once again all the crimes of the so-called global coalition committed since the start of its illegal intervention against Syrians in their northeast. These include siphoning the oil, preventing farmers from selling wheat to the Syrian state, attacking towns and Syrian army checkpoints, and destroying houses and infrastructure. I also condemn the actions of the so-called SDF. These secessionist militias are plotting against Syria's unity and its people and looting its resources. They detain and kill civilians that oppose them in northeast Syria. They assassinate regional figures. My message to them is simple. Stand with your country and learn from history before it's too late. His Excellency President Bashar al-Assad, President of the Syrian Arab Republic, made our position clear on all of the above when speaking before the elected members of Parliament, and I quote, "In the middle of global convulsions and in the throes of chaos, obfuscation and lies, we will not lose focus. We will not miss the target. Just as our enemy's policy is one of supporting terrorism, our policy is to decimate terrorism and liberate remaining territories to restore our territorial integrity and protect our people. Timing will depend on the readiness of our armed forces to march into battle. When the battle starts, we will not distinguish between homegrown terrorists and foreign ones. We will not differentiate between terrorists and occupying forces. We will not make a distinction between Zionists, Turks, and Americans. On our territory, they are all enemies." End of quote. In this regard, I pay tribute to the Syrian Arab Army for their sacrifices. It was in large part thanks to them that we have been exceptionally successful in our war on terrorism. I would also like to thank our allies and friends for their valuable support and assistance in this noble fight. Mr. President, the Syrian government has always engaged in the political process. We have participated openly in talks in Geneva, consultations in Moscow, and meetings in Astana. We have dealt positively with the outcomes of the Syrian National Dialogue Congress in Sochi, including the formation of a committee to discuss the constitution. We have had serious and constructive conversations with the Special Envoy for Syria in the lead-up to the formation and convening of the Constitutional Committee in Geneva. We hope that the committee will succeed. Success, however, is only possible if there is no external interference whatsoever in its work and by any party. Since the committee was formed and started its work, it has become the master of itself. It is up to the committee to decide its methods of work and its recommendations. The whole process, from A to Z, must be exclusively Syrian-led and Syrian-owned. Syrians have the sole right of determining the future of their country. Mr. President, Israel persists in its systematic and grave violations of human rights and international humanitarian law in the Syrian Golan, occupied since 1967. This includes settlement construction, racial discrimination, arbitrary detention, torture, and looting of the Golan's natural resources. Over the past few years, Israel has also supported terrorists and launched repeated attacks on Syrian territories. It is worth noting that as these violations continue, the so-called international community has remained silent. Some have even supported Israel and perpetuated the occupation. This is yet another sign of the hypocrisy of these countries. who only champion human rights when it suits them politically. That being said, it is delusional to think that the difficult situation we face in Syria could change the fact that the Golan has and always will be part of Syria. And we will not rest until we recover it fully up to the borders of June 4th, 1967. This issue is not subject to any bargaining, blackmailing, or statute of limitations. No illegal Israeli action and no US decision will change anything at all. They are null and void and carry no legal effect under international law and relevant UN resolutions. Notably, Security Council Resolution 597 of 1981. Mr. President, as a matter of principle, Syria reiterates its steadfast support for the right of the Palestinian people to establish their own independent state with Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of June 4, 1967. Refugees must be granted and guaranteed the right to return to their homeland in keeping with international law and relevant UN resolutions. We condemn the war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territories. We hold countries supporting Israel responsible for the implications of these crimes. Any decisions, steps, or deals that run counter to relevant UN resolutions and violate Palestinian rights are untenable and void in form and in substance. Mr. President, Syria renews its support for the Islamic Republic of Iran against the US policy aimed at undermining the nuclear agreement and destabilizing the region. Such policy reflects the US administration's disregard for international law and their obligations under international agreements. Syria also condemns the unjust economic embargoes on Cuba and Venezuela. We stress that the sovereign rights of these nations must be respected, and we reject any form of interference in their internal affairs. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Syrian Arab Republic for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore to introduce a statement by the Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Singapore. I thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time in the UN General Assembly's 75-year history that world leaders are not gathering in person. The decision to proceed with a high-level week, largely virtually, is testament to our commitment to multilateralism and the United Nations. I would like to congratulate His Excellency Volkan Bozkir on his election as President of the 75th session of the General Assembly. I would also like to thank His Excellency Tijani Muhammad Bande, President of the 74th session, for steering the UN through this very challenging period. COVID-19 has become the defining crisis of our time. The global death toll continues to rise, and the global economy, trade, and travel have all been severely disrupted. Millions of jobs and hundreds and thousands of lives have been lost. The world is facing a period of prolonged turmoil. The multilateral system is confronted by nationalism, xenophobia, the rejection of free trade and global economic integration, and the bifurcation of technology and supply chains. But these threats are not new. COVID-19, in fact, has accelerated and intensified these pre-existing trends. Protectionism and unilateral action will ultimately be self-defeating. First, modern supply chains are very complex. It is extremely difficult to completely onshore all production of key items, since the materials and the expertise from elsewhere will always be needed at multiple steps of the process. Many countries experience disruptions to the flow of essential goods during the lockdowns. Supply chains based on just-in-time efficiency are now being reviewed on the basis of just in case. Second, bifurcation shrinks the global pool of knowledge and reduces opportunities for the sharing of the benefits of research and innovation. It is because countries were open to sharing scientific knowledge that we were able to produce test kits quickly during this pandemic in the early phase. As my Prime Minister said at the Global Vaccine Summit last June, what we need now is vaccine multilateralism. We need greater international cooperation to ensure equitable and universal access to COVID-19 vaccines. Third, breaching contractual obligations for the export of critical goods and movement of people erodes trust between nations. Our path to the post-COVID-19 new normal will not be linear. At each stage of the way, all countries need to balance the public health concerns with economic and social concerns and make trade-offs based on their unique national circumstances. Continued international cooperation is key to overcoming the devastating impact of the pandemic and to rebuilding. We need to build greater trust, and we need to learn from one another. We also need to cooperate to establish safe protocols in order to restart international travel again. The pandemic has not changed Singapore's fundamental belief in the necessity for multilateralism. Small countries make up over half of the membership at the UN. It is essential to have a system where small sovereign states have an equal voice and disputes can be settled peacefully in accordance with international law and agreed rules. This is why Singapore worked with a cross-regional group of countries to establish the Forum of Small States back in 1992. The Forum of Small States has always been a champion of the UN and for a rules-based multilateral system. You can count on the Forum of Small States to continue speaking up for a stronger UN and for greater multilateralism. But the multilateral system does not only advance the interests of just small states. Large nations also benefit from acting through multilateral institutions because they gain political legitimacy. We all benefit from a more peaceful, stable, and prosperous global environment. Multilateral institutions provide an avenue for countries to pool our ideas and to work together to deal with the common challenges facing humanity, including COVID-19 now, and it's also essential for us to advance our shared interests. The current system is not perfect. Much more has to be done to strengthen and to reform the rules-based multilateral system. It needs to be fit for purpose and be able to adapt to the changing realities of today. There are several short and medium-term challenges that we need to overcome. First, we need to defeat COVID-19 together. We need to understand that none of us, in nations large or small, will be safe until all of us are safe together. And what we need now is more global cooperation, not less. We have to ensure that medical supplies and scientific collaboration can continue to flow across borders. And we need to intensify our exchange of information and infection protocols if we hope to resume some semblance of a normal life, including the resumption of international travel, and to do all this safely. In this context, the pursuit of vaccine multilateralism is critical to ensure universal and equitable access to a COVID-19 vaccine and to maximize the global health impact of an eventual vaccine. Singapore and Switzerland have been working with 13 other like-minded partners as friends of the COVID-19 Vaccine Global Access Facility, COVAX for short. This COVAX facility seeks to reduce the risk and to facilitate equitable access to vaccines by all nations. We continue to support the World Health Organization's efforts in formulating responses to COVID-19 and to facilitating vaccine development. Post-pandemic, it may be necessary to review how the WHO processes can be improved further. But for now, we should focus on the immediate priority of overcoming the pandemic. Second, we need to work together to rebuild our communities and institutions. In the immediate term, we need to help those who have lost their family members, lost livelihoods, and had education interrupted. We should also consider ways to tackle the inequalities which COVID-19 has exposed and in some cases exacerbated. We need to build more equitable societies. Ensuring an open trading system is key to these rebuilding efforts. No country can be completely self-sufficient. It is in the interest of all countries that we uphold and strengthen supply chain connectivity. In fact, seeking more markets and diversifying our sources of supply will build resilience. This is why Singapore issued a joint ministerial statement affirming supply chain connectivity with Australia, Canada, Chile, New Zealand, Brunei, and Myanmar, and at the UN spearheaded the joint statement on open markets, the flow of essential goods, and supply chain connectivity, which I'm glad to report had 175 co-sponsors. It is hard to overemphasize that the open, rules-based multilateral trading system is a foundation for sustainable global recovery. This system has allowed countries to trade in goods and services in mutually beneficial ways. It has raised hundreds of millions of people from poverty. In the aftermath of COVID-19, we should look at ways to support and strengthen this system to make it work better for the future. We also need to rebuild safe and reliable transport networks to facilitate the resumption of people mobility. Third, as we rebuild, we must continue the important work of increasing resilience to meet the challenges posed by the digital revolution, by cybersecurity threats, by climate change, and transboundary pollution. I shall focus today on the challenges posed specifically by the digital revolution and climate change. We must harness new digital technology for the benefit of all our societies, whilst mitigating the possible negative impacts. COVID-19 has accelerated the deployment of artificial intelligence, robotics, digital payments, e-government services, and remote work. At the national level, we need to ensure digital inclusion, especially for communities such as older persons, people with disabilities, and the financially disadvantaged. We have a responsibility to help our people to upskill and reskill, to be equipped for jobs of the future. We also have to help our businesses leverage digital tools to grow, to become more efficient, become more competitive, and to find new customers. At the international level, governments, businesses, and individuals need to be able to transact and transfer data securely across borders. It is thus critical to collectively develop a trusted, open, and inclusive cyberspace underpinned by international law and norms of responsible state behavior. This is why Singapore strongly supports the UN Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation. We will also continue to work with the UN group of government experts on advancing responsible state behavior in cyberspace in the context of international security, and the open-ended working group on developments in the field of ICTs in the context of international security, the OEWG for short. On climate change, the Paris Agreement established a very important global consensus for climate change, for action on climate change. And we must not lose sight of our goal to preserve this planet for future generations. COVID-19 showed how inextricably linked our well-being is to the health of our one and only planet, and for the environment that envelopes us. It is irrefutable that respect for biodiversity and wildlife is essential for humankind's own health and our existence. Countries should therefore align recovery efforts with long-term climate goals. Climate change presents a clear and present danger for Singapore, and indeed for all other small island nations. Although our impact on global emissions is small, we are especially vulnerable. And that is why Singapore takes our climate action obligations so seriously. We submitted our enhanced 2030 nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement and long-term low emissions development strategy for 2050 and beyond to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in March 2020, even in the midst of tackling this current pandemic. Countries cannot go back, cannot hope to go back to the way things were before COVID-19 came upon us. And neither can the multilateral system. We must adapt, and we must reinforce our international institutions so that they remain open, inclusive, transparent, and fit for purpose. The role of the UN, in particular, is crucial. It is indispensable as a universal platform for cooperation based on the principles of equality, mutual respect, mutual benefit, and international law. But UN itself must adapt and reform in order to respond effectively to contemporary and future challenges, if it is to remain relevant for the next 75 years. The UN Secretary General has already initiated some of this essential work. But the reform of the UN should not only be geared towards meeting new challenges, but also on promoting the forging of consensus amongst member states on emerging issues. There needs to be continued emphasis on long-standing issues, like support for small island developing states and the least developed countries. We need to concurrently revitalize the General Assembly and make a genuine attempt to reform the Security Council. International governance, now more than ever before, needs to be more representative, more inclusive, and more open. We need to take into account a wide spectrum of views and do more to acknowledge the rich diversity of our global community. The UN and the Secretary General's ability to take on current and future challenges also depends on the political and financial commitment from member states. It is thus essential that we continue to support them. Likewise, other multilateral institutions, such as the World Trade Organization, need to be reformed as well. The WTO is the neutral arbiter for international trade disputes with the mandate to monitor and enforce internationally agreed trade laws. Singapore, as a strong supporter of a rules-based multilateral trading system, believes in the value of the WTO. And this has brought decades of prosperity to all of us. However, the WTO's rules were designed for an agricultural and manufacturing-based world economy, and today are in urgent need of reform. The The world needs appropriate rules for services, especially digital services and intellectual property, in preparation for this digital age that is unfolding in front of us. Singapore is committed to working with others to keep the WTO relevant and well-functioning. For instance, we worked with 22 other like-minded countries to establish the multi-party interim appeal arbitration arrangement to keep the WTO's arbitration mechanism functioning. We expect the World Intellectual Property Organization, the role for WIPO will also grow in importance as the world moves progressively online and new value is created out in cyberspace. We must seize the opportunity of the UN's 75th anniversary, and that presented by the current COVID-19 pandemic, to reinvigorate the rules-based multilateral system. We have a chance to collectively recreate the conditions for inclusive economic growth envisioned in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We need to strengthen our collective ability to respond to future shocks, and COVID-19 has been a clear and present example of that shock. But we need to be able to respond through the multilateral system. This current crisis has brought into sharp relief our common humanity. We must not leave anyone behind or alone. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal to introduce a statement by the Minister.
Je vous remercie, Madame.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it is an honor for me to present the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Amadou Ba, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad of Senegal, at the occasion of the 75th session of the GA.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the General Assembly, heads of state and of government, heads of delegation, United Nations Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, on behalf of His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, I would like warmly to congratulate the Republic of Turkey in the light of the appointment of Ambassador Volkan Bozkir to lead the work of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Senegal assures him of its full support, and we wish him the very best of success in his important work. I would also like to thank his predecessor, Professor Tijani Mohamed Bande, for the remarkable work that he accomplished in one of the most difficult contexts, characterized by an unprecedented health crisis. I also would like to reiterate Senegal's support to the Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, our support for his continued work to achieve a reformed United Nations as the bedrock of more inclusive multilateralism based on solidarity. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we had planned to mark the 75th anniversary of the UN in style. However, here we are, meeting virtually, physically separated from each other as a result of the pandemic. The infinitely small, to paraphrase President Macky Sall, has overwhelmed us. This is something that is unprecedented in our organization's history. Therefore, the topic chosen, the future that we want, the UN we need, reaffirm our collective commitment for multilateralism, address COVID-19 thanks to effective multilateral action, this topic could not be more timely, as it invites us to carry out a clear-eyed analysis of our common challenges. Marking this anniversary, more than simply taking stock, gives us a genuine opportunity to carry out a critical analysis of our organization's history, its achievements, but also its shortcomings, which may hinder the attainment of its goals, which are themselves more topical than ever. I would like to address three major topics in my speech. First of all, the imperative need for a collective response based on solidarity to the global health emergency. Subsequently, in an uncertain context, the need for the United Nations, whose vocation is universal, to remain committed to its overarching priorities defined around the three major pillars of peace and security, sustainable development, particularly the climate emergency, and promoting and protecting human rights. Lastly, I would like to share some lessons from Senegal's experience as a developing country, notably when it comes to its strategy to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 2020 will forever remain etched on our memories as a result of the pandemic's devastating effects on all areas of our life, which have shown, if there was any need, our collective vulnerability. In these circumstances, I would first of all like to pay tribute to the hundreds of thousands of victims of COVID-19, and I wish those who are sick a swift recovery. I would also like to pay tribute to those who have been tackling this collective threat, in particular health workers. I express my admiration and my encouragement to them all. To the international organizations, notably the WHO, responsible for coordinating the global response to this threat, I reiterate Senegal's support. My delegation calls for the effective implementation of the resolution adopted by consensus at the 73rd World Health Assembly in order to ensure rapid, affordable access to essential health technologies and products, such as tests, medicines, and vaccines. We believe that any vaccine or treatment developed to fight against COVID-19 should be considered to be a global public good, and it should be accessible to all countries. Senegal, through the Pasteur Institute and with the support of the government of the UK, Senegal has signed a partnership to ensure the production of rapid testing kits for COVID-19 at an affordable price in the context of the Diatropics Initiative. By implementing its commitments, our country will release the results of this partnership. We must also work together to ensure the availability of and access to essential health services, in particular basic primary care, which are crucial for the attainment of the 2030 Agenda, notably SDG number 3. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the devastating impact of this crisis on our economies is unprecedented. The collapse of economic growth and its resultant drying up of our sources of foreign currency, and the drop in exports, investments, and migrants' remittances have plunged the global economy into a crisis that it had not seen since the 1930s. Although it had entered a period of sustained economic growth, Africa, like the rest of the world, is feeling the full force of the serious consequences of this major crisis. To ensure a proper recovery of our economies and to ensure global socio-political stability, we need to give further priorities to international cooperation and solidarity. That is why His Excellency Macky Sall called for developed countries to fulfill their commitments in terms of official development assistance, to cancel public debt and to restructure private debt. I take this opportunity to commend the efforts made by the members of the G20, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund in the context of the initiative for the suspension of debt servicing. I would call on the African Union to continue its efforts to attain this moratorium to 2021. What Africa really needs is not only a debt moratorium, but rather it's a debt forgiveness, so as to foster economic and social resilience, and also to enable us to build effective health systems. In this context, the Secretary-General's appeal for a large-scale multilateral response to mobilize financial resources to the tune of 10% of global GDP warrants our unwavering support. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in its 75 years of existence, the United Nations, the symbol of multilateralism, has taken strides forward in the promotion of peace and international security, mutual understanding between peoples, sustainable development, and the respect for human dignity. It is beyond doubt that the organization has contributed significantly to the realization of our common ambition to rid the world of the scourge of war, poverty, and exclusion. The various peacekeeping operations throughout the world, decolonization, the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, but also the support and the assistance that the United Nations provides to all people in need throughout the world, regardless of their condition or background, all bear witness to this. Today, we need a rejuvenated multilateralism. We need a reformed and effective universal organization as collective responses to our existential questions, so that no one is left behind. Together, we can address the various challenges that we are facing, such as terrorism and violent extremism, armed conflicts, financing for development, illicit financial flows, migration, poverty and exclusion, public health, and climate change. One may well wonder why Africa is the only continent not to have a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council in the light of all this. By hosting the ministerial meeting of the Committee of 10 Heads of State and Government of the African Union to address the issue of the Security Council's reform, Senegal sought to reaffirm its commitment to this issue, which, more than a moral imperative, is also a way of renewing the founding spirit of the United Nations Charter. Africa is certainly facing political and security challenges that are hindrances to achieving sustainable development. In the Sahel region, for instance, terrorism and violent extremism have found fertile ground, leading to death, destruction of infrastructure, looting, and fostering a climate of fear. All of this with political and institutional instability, poverty, exclusion, porous borders, and illiteracy only exacerbating all of the above problems. This should not, however, lead us to ignore the other Africa, the entrepreneurial, innovative, inventive, successful Africa, which has admirably addressed the COVID-19 pandemic in the teeth of the gloomiest predictions. Young people in Africa, accounting for 60% of the population is under 24, its immense natural resources and its dynamism are all formidable sources of potential for social and economic transformation. The time has therefore come to consider this Africa too. As President Sall recently said, and I quote, "For a global economy on its knees, the Africa being built is a source of opportunity and investment." End of quotation. Hence, the decade of action to attain the Sustainable Development Goals, which we have just begun, constitutes a new opportunity for us to mobilize, to ensure a better recovery post-COVID, and to ensure the comprehensive implementation of the 2030 Agenda. By implementing the declaration to mark the 75th anniversary of the organization, which Senegal fully supports, we must renew our commitment to the UN's reform agenda to give pride of place to multilateralism around the United Nations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the determination with which we are beating back the COVID-19 pandemic must also encourage us in our struggle against climate change and our efforts to preserve biodiversity. Indeed, there is no need to recall that climate change has a devastating effect on populations, notably in that it exacerbates poverty, the rural exodus, social exclusion, and intercommunity tensions around natural resources. By way of example, like several countries in the Sahel region, Senegal recently saw the equivalent of a month's rainfall fall in only one day. Thousands of individuals saw their lives in upheaval as a result of this. On behalf of future generations, we must ensure that the post-COVID recovery bears the issue of climate change in mind as a priority, and this through the implementation of the Paris Agreement in particular, and also the respect of developed countries of their financial commitments in this regard, notably through the Green Climate Fund. The challenge of the erosion of biodiversity is equally concerning because, as His Excellency Macky Sall has said, the loss of biodiversity is a global emergency that should concern us all. This, as we are all part of the same ecosystem. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to address the COVID-19 pandemic, Senegal, with the support of its partners, has launched a program for economic and social resilience to the tune of 1 trillion CFA francs, or $1.6 billion US. This program has allowed us to garner the necessary health equipment to ensure the provision of hydrocarbons as necessary, and to support the private sector through the necessary tax incentives. This program integrates the SDGs and gives a key role to health and pharmaceutical sovereignty, to resilience, and to macroeconomic stability. It is in this context that the government has also launched an investment plan of 500 billion CFA francs, or $1 billion US, for the period 2020-2024 to bolster the resilience of the health system. Thanks to these efforts, Senegal has been ranked second on the Global Response Index in the context of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The priority action plan that Senegal has for 2019-2023 has therefore been revised upwards from 4.098 trillion to 14.712 trillion CFA francs, or $26 billion US. The crucial issue of climate change is given pride of place in this context, notably through the implementation of our plan for a green emerging Senegal. When it comes to foreign policy, Senegal, in line with its principles, continues to advocate good neighborliness, regional integration, and to promote peace and human rights, and international solidarity and cooperation. This is the meaning behind the work undertaken by our President, in particular in the context of ECOWAS, to ensure the return to stability in Mali for the good of Malians, but also for the good of the entire sub-region. Senegal is pursuing these efforts also within MINUSMA. We are providing our high-quality contribution to ensure the maintenance of peace with a view to promoting security and stability throughout the world. In the Middle East, Senegal believes in the right of the Palestinian people to an independent and viable state with East Jerusalem as its capital, coexisting in peace and security with the State of Israel, both within safe and internationally recognized borders. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it would be remiss of me to conclude my statement without highlighting that the future that we want depends on our learning lessons, notably from this health crisis, because in spite of our resilience, the pandemic has shown the beaten track to be unreliable and forced us to break with the past. As we are all in the same boat, as we are all facing the same vulnerabilities, Senegal remains convinced that there is no alternative to collective action based on solidarity. Hence, the sustainable development that we are aspiring to, for us and for future generations, must be based on our common humanity, and it must be in harmony with the laws of nature. That is the meaning behind the new global order advocated by our President, this based on justice, the rule of law, fair and equitable governance, in cooperation, solidarity, and mutual respect. That is to say, inclusive multilateralism, exemplified by a reformed and effective United Nations. Thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad of Senegal for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein to introduce a statement by the Minister.
Madam President, I thank you and have the honor to introduce Her Excellency Dr. Katrin Eckenberger, Foreign Minister of Liechtenstein, who will now address this Assembly. Thank you.
Mr. President, it is an honor to address this Assembly today. We all wish we could be in New York now and benefit from the unique opportunity that High Level Week offers to engage with colleagues, to present our initiatives, to exchange views. Given the challenging circumstances, there can be no question that the decision to hold this meeting in virtual format this year is right. My delegation in New York was among those who presented the very first General Assembly resolution adopted after the lockdown, supported by an unprecedented number of co-sponsors. The central message of that resolution was solidarity in the time of the pandemic. Today, I want to offer a message of solidarity to the city of New York, which was hit very hard by the pandemic, has shown remarkable resilience, and has been an outstanding host for us throughout. Mr. President, the ongoing pandemic is a difficult and humbling experience for all of us. The temptation to wish for the quickest possible return to status quo ante is very strong and is understandable. But the sober reality is that there is no way of going back to where we were. The pandemic has changed our reality and living conditions globally in a fundamental manner and had a profound impact. Most importantly, perhaps, it has exacerbated the existing inequalities, both within and among nations. Healthcare, education, and stability in income are the most obvious areas in this respect. And those who were at a disadvantage before the pandemic have often been hit the hardest and suffered additional setbacks. Overcoming the crisis is therefore an enormous challenge, but also a unique opportunity. Only in creating better living conditions for more people will be able to be better prepared and to enhance our collective resilience. The Decade for Action takes an additional significance in this respect, as the 2030 Agenda provides us with the perfect framework for building back better. Had we done better in achieving the goals reflected in the 2030 Agenda, from gender equality to healthcare, from inequality to climate change, we would have been much better prepared to fight the pandemic effectively in a spirit of genuine solidarity. Focusing on the 2030 Agenda must therefore be on the very top of our agenda for this session and beyond. Mr. President, even before the pandemic started, the Secretary General identified erosion of trust in institutions and the rule of law as a major risk for peaceful societies. I shared this concern then, and our recent experience strengthens our belief in the need for strong and accountable institutions, which has been a common theme in the analytical reporting of the impact of the pandemic. Only where high levels of trust in institutions exist can the response to the pandemic be coordinated, unified, and effective. Lack of access to the relevant institutions, inequality in treatment, and corruption fundamentally undermine such trust and must be important entry points for our collective response. We will continue giving the highest priority to challenges to the rule of law and the implementation of the SDG 16. The upcoming special session of this Assembly on corruption becomes even more relevant against the background of the pandemic. More broadly, though, the fight for the rule of law at the international level remains a central task for us. Mr. President, the United Nations itself is one of the finest streams of the rule of law. 75 years ago, states embraced a set of common rules reflected in the provisions of the United Nations Charter and agreed to solve conflicts jointly and peacefully, to subject the use of force to very tight and strict rules, and to embrace the primacy of international law. More than ever today, we are conscious of the central importance of this message and realize to what extent we can benefit from the effort to build back better after World War II. But more than ever also, we are confronted with the reality that there is a trend among some of our partners to question the centrality of the rule of law and indeed the need to tackle threats to international peace and to our planet collectively. We hope that this gathering, held in an imperfect format, will result in a resounding collective and unequivocal commitment to multilateralism and to the rule of law. Adhering to the rules that we have agreed on, the respect for international law, is of central importance for small states who make up the majority of the membership in this House. We defined the strengthening of international law as one of our priorities when we joined the United Nations 30 years ago. Liechtenstein will continue to stand up for the rule of law and for multilateralism. In particular, we will continue promoting the respect for the rules that govern the use of force between states. The Charter provisions are clear in this respect, but they are increasingly diluted in practice, in particular through the manner in which the rules concerning self-defense are interpreted. This is particularly dangerous in an area of increased militarization and of cyber warfare. We are working with our partners to help develop a clear understanding how international law applies to cyber warfare, to the cybersphere. Mr. President, enforcement has often been a weak spot, even in the proudest achievements of treaty making. For decades, we have had a high-end universal human rights standards, first reflected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. For way too many around the globe, however, these standards are in stark contrast with the often cruel reality of their daily lives. A decisive step forward in the enforcement of international law was the creation of the International Criminal Court. It was set up to ensure that the crimes considered to be the most serious under international law do not go unpunished. Ensuring accountability was a task assigned first and foremost to the national justice systems, who have the responsibility to investigate and prosecute. Only where states fail to fulfill their obligations does the ICC have a role as a court of last resort. The International Criminal Justice Project, with the ICC at its heart, has been remarkably successful. Almost 2/3 of the United Nations membership have joined this founding treaty, and innovative accountability mechanisms, such as the Accountability Mechanism for Syria, the IIIM, have been created in supporting of accountability efforts. And nevertheless, the court is under relentless attack. Staff members have been subjected to unprecedented measures simply for doing the work they are mandated to do. The court, as an institution, is under constant political attack. We, together with many of our friends, have consistently rejected such measures that are both unacceptable and a dangerous precedent. For the majority of us who support the ICC, this is a moment to come together, to forge a clear way ahead, to express unequivocal support to the court, find practical ways to assist it, and to remain faithful to the Rome Statute. Mr. President, if the ICC is of crucial importance to enforce respect for international law, the same can be said of the Security Council. Sadly, the Council is failing in this task on a regular basis. Time and again, it proves unable to enforce respect for international humanitarian law, to prevent mass atrocities, and to see to it that the law governing the use of force is observed. The Council continues to apply an outdated notion of security which hampers the relevance of its work, and it is paralyzed in near-permanent political standoffs. In this scenario, the veto power of the 5 permanent members has a pervasive, pernicious effect. For multilateralism to be operational, we need to be able to take action also where the Council finds itself in a deadlock in this Assembly. Where inaction or where the action of the General Assembly has been limited in the past, this was by choice, not by law. As a function of the Security Council's failures to deliver, often due to the veto power, the responsibility of the General Assembly to step up and address these matters increases. We therefore believe that the General Assembly should meet and discuss every instance of a veto cast in the Security Council. Mr. President, the pandemic is the defining challenge of our time. In addressing its various dimensions, climate change and its manifold devastating effects have to be at the very center of our response. Enormous work has been done to design solutions that help us fight climate change. The Paris Agreement was reached after painstaking and arduous negotiations. Hailed as a breakthrough by most, it was received with skepticism by others who criticized its largely voluntary nature. Today it seems that the Paris Agreement is not sufficient to save the planet from ourselves. Too many states, in particular some with vast impact on our collective CO2 outputs, have not taken commitments sufficient to change course. We are far off the trajectory charted in Paris and in fact on track to reach unsustainable levels of global warming even earlier than projected. There is hope that we have not run out of time yet, but we are certainly doing so quickly. The effort necessary now must include not only the governments assembled here, but also the private sector, civil society, and in particularly the voices of young people who are rightfully asking to be part of the decision-making that will have a profound impact on their lives. Mr. President, the inequality gap is one of the biggest challenges in achieving the SDGs. This gap has widened dramatically and rapidly as a result of the pandemic with devastating effect, both individually and collectively. Forced labor, as the most prevalent expression of modern slavery and human trafficking, has been the focus on our SDG work for a number of years now. Together with our partners, both governments and private sector partners, we have set up the FAST initiative to help fight what is both a global human rights crisis and massively undermines the 2030 agenda. Modern slavery and human trafficking make up one of the most profitable organized crime models. FAST stands for Finance Against Slavery and Trafficking and identifies tools for financial institutions to play an effective part in fighting these crimes in the areas of compliance, responsible investment, and financial innovation. The pandemic has made this work only more relevant. We are fully committed to continue our work to implement FAST both within the United Nations system and beyond. Mr. President, we are celebrating this year the 30th anniversary of our membership in the United Nations. Joining this organization was an essential step for our sovereignty, for a more assertive and independent foreign policy. The UN membership has solid support in our population, but also comes with expectations that we must work hard to meet. During the pandemic, people all over the world have instinctively looked for the United Nations to offer solutions and show a way forward. Not all these expectations have been met, while the specialized agency in particular have done tremendous work. We will continue our political investment in the United Nations. We will continue being a voice that promotes the rule of law. And we will do our part to ensure that the intergovernmental bodies are also fit for the upcoming challenges. One element the pandemic has impressively underlined is the need for this assembly to fully function at all times, in particular in times of crisis. We commend the effort and goodwill of all during these unprecedented restrictions for our core multilateral forum. But we have a collective duty to prepare better for the next time. The inclusive and universal nature of the General Assembly is too important for it to fall into paralysis when it's most needed. We therefore undertake together with many partners to equip the General Assembly with all the tools necessary so it can implement its mandate even in the most difficult of circumstances, including through voted decisions. This assembly is as strong as we want it to be, and should be as strong as we need it to be to justify the trust put into the United Nations by the peoples it was created to serve. Liechtenstein is fully committed to earning and increasing that trust and to working together with all interested states represented in this historical hall. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Justice and Culture of Liechtenstein for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria to introduce a statement by the Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. And considering that we are here on the 5th day of the general debate on a Saturday evening after nearly 10 hours of debate, a big thank you also to the UN Secretariat staff and all the delegates in this hall for your commitment to the UN and to multilateralism. It's now my honor to introduce the recorded statement by His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 75 years ago, the world cautiously rose from the horrors and the destruction of the Second World War. Humanity had experienced the darkest abyss of racial hate, cruelty, and violence. And Austria is fully aware of its own responsibilities in this regard. But after the devastation and the suffering, there was also hope. Nations came together to break the endless circle of violence and despair which marked human history for centuries. The vision of a world at peace received its institutional form. Since its creation, the United Nations has worked for the progress of humanity. It has made our planet safer by setting and improving global standards on human rights, rule of law, accountability, conflict prevention, peacekeeping, and disarmament. Since joining the UN in 1955, Austria is proud and honored to contribute in all these areas, whether in 60 years of peacekeeping or as a member and current president of the Human Rights Council. Austria will continue to do its part and is ready to assume further responsibilities. For this particular reason, we are candidate for the UN Security Council 2027 and 28 and hope for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, as any organization, the UN is not free of faults. The United Nations are often sidelined from solving conflicts, and the Security Council all too often fails to achieve consensus on how to bring peace to the world's worst crisis. But overall, if we compare today's standards with those 75 years ago, for example, on children education, women's rights, child mortality, access to clean drinking water, or extreme poverty and hunger, the UN can really be proud of its achievements. However, we continue to face numerous threats, some of which would have been familiar to those meeting in 1945. Dozens of armed conflicts, nearly 80 million forcibly displaced persons, as well as terrorism, political repression, and extreme poverty. There are also new and emerging threats, cyber warfare, and the risk of failing technological governance, bioterrorism, new geopolitical tensions due to an increasingly polycentric global system, and climate change as the potential future supercrisis. At present, one threat, however, towers over all of them, the spread of COVID-19. It affects everyone, everywhere at the same time. The pandemic changes the way we live and the way we work. Just look at this general debate. I would have preferred to speak to you in the General Assembly Hall instead of from Austria, but at least I have the honor to address you today from the UN headquarters in Vienna. And I would have preferred to meet personally with colleagues from around the world rather than via video or telephone. The pandemic deprives us of one of the most essential tools of international relations, enriching personal encounters amongst colleagues. Thus, we have to undertake even more efforts to keep the lines of communication open. Mr. President, COVID-19 has taught us the hard way that much we take for granted is more vulnerable than we believe. Instead of enjoying the liberty of freely moving between continents and within Europe, the pandemic forces us to grapple with travel restrictions. And we have seen only the tip of the iceberg of the pandemic's social and economic impact. A lot of the progress in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, which has been achieved over the past decades, is endangered today. Nearly 24 million children and young people will drop out or not have access to school next year due to the pandemic. COVID-19 has triggered the most severe recession in almost a century. We see record negative numbers in economic growth, unemployment, and inequality. And in international relations, the pandemic fuels the fire of existing geopolitical conflicts, while casting a shadow onto other security threats. As Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, the warning lights are flashing. And indeed, geopolitical trends that were present before the pandemic have gained further momentum. Re-emerging nationalism, protectionism and populism, decreasing trust in the international system, increasing dissemination of misinformation and alternative facts. The pandemic has proven again that false information can spread faster than the virus. It travels at the speed of thought. At a time when evidence-based decision-making is crucial, we witness an erosion of trust in experts, science and technology. What is more, an increasing number of people see the pandemic as a clear indication that the world as a whole is developing in the wrong direction. Instinctively, they reject advances in technology in the medical field, science, communication or business. Technological progress has jumped ahead, but it has left part of the population behind. This growing tension between new technologies and society is a challenge for politics on the national as well as on the international level. New technologies seem partially to overburden our societies. Buzzwords such as human downgrading, cybercrime, trading data, and protection of personal data and privacy come into mind. This list would, however, be incomplete without a warning of autonomous weapon system, machines with the power to decide who lives and who dies. This is not science fiction. This is fast becoming reality, a reality that the Secretary General has rightly called both politically unacceptable and morally repugnant. We have to act now, before the survival of civilians in a conflict zone is determined by an algorithm, and before all constraints laid down in international humanitarian law become redundant and decisions are taken by killer robots without any human control or ethical concerns. Austria will organize an international conference in Vienna next year to address this urgent issue. COVID-19 permitting, I invite you all to participate. Our call for new digital humanism needs one further reflection. Today is the International Day for the total elimination of nuclear weapons. My speech would not be complete without a strong appeal to get rid of these weapons once and for all. They pose an existential threat to life on this planet and cause tremendous human suffering. Ladies and gentlemen, while the fight against COVID-19 has overshadowed everything else, the conflicts and crises around the world have not simply disappeared. Wars and humanitarian crises are not afraid of a virus. On the contrary, many of them were even aggravated by the pandemic. We must ensure that these crises are not obscured by the shadows of COVID-19. Yemen is still ravaged by the worst humanitarian crisis of our time. Libya still suffers under protracted conflict and the manifest disregard for the UN arms embargo. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran hangs by a thread, which has led to a spiral of toughening positions. Furthermore, new crises have been unfolding in the midst of the pandemic. Lebanon continues on a dangerous downward slide. The Eastern Mediterranean has seen a sharp increase in tensions due to illegal activity by Turkey that could destabilize the whole region. And in Belarus, the leadership has to finally accept that the genie of change is out of the bottle and cannot be forced back. No one should believe that our focus on fighting COVID-19 constitutes a carte blanche for breaching international law or for a military adventure. However, there were also rare positive signs coming from a region usually lacking in good news. Austria very much welcomes the announcement of the normalization of relations between Israel and the Emirates and Bahrain. We hope these relations will flourish and serve as examples to other countries. Mr. President, Austria joined the United Nations 65 years ago, and in November 1956, in the first speech delivered on behalf of my country, then Foreign Minister Leopold Figl said, and I quote, "Today the world looks to this community of nations in which all of its hopes are placed? Will it justify the confidence of the peoples of the earth and assure and preserve peace and order, bread and work?" End of quote. In order to justify this confidence placed in us, it is not enough to meet once a year and lament the crisis of multilateralism, and it is not enough to pay lip service to international cooperation and the need to implement rules. Let's be honest, when the virus struck, even the most ardent multilateralists focused on keeping their public safe, closing borders, hoarding masks and equipment. And even the toughest my state first unilateralists looked for international cooperation to secure medical supplies and assistance to overcome the social and economic crisis. So why don't we use this pandemic as a game changer and simply do away with the unnecessary dispute between multilateralists and unilateralists? Let's change that game, set and match. A testing ground for this new approach could be the cooperation on COVID-19 prevention and effective treatment. Newly developed vaccines must be a global public good, accessible to all at a reasonable price. Yes, as politicians, it is our duty to protect our own citizens. But the virus does not distinguish between unilateralists and multilateralists. With COVID-19, no one is safe until everyone is safe. We therefore have to avoid all forms of vaccine nationalism. Developing a vaccine should not become a new race to the moon. I'm very much encouraged by initiatives like the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator and its COVID-19 Vaccine Global Access Facility, and I greatly value the indispensable role of the World Health Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has exposed the vulnerabilities of our societies and the fragility of humankind. And we all know that the next global disaster is lurking just around the corner, waiting to hit us, be it climate change, nuclear disasters, or cybercrime. Our success or failure in taking decisions here at the United Nations does not take place in a vacuum. It reaches deep in our societies and the everyday lives of our citizens. This global crisis has brought home to us one clear lesson. We will succeed or fail together. We, the people of the United Nations, need each other, and we need a strong and functioning multilateral system today and in the next 75 years to come. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belarus to introduce a statement by the Minister.
Thank you very much, President. I have the honor to introduce the statement to the UN General Assembly of the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus, Mr. Vladimir Makey. Distinguished President, ladies and gentlemen, for reasons of which we are all aware, this anniversary session of the UNGA and its high-level week is for the first time being held in such an unusual format. Naturally, no speaker at this assembly can avoid addressing the issue of the coronavirus pandemic. The pandemic affects us all, and what is more, it is a problem that will be with us into the near future at the very least. Leading experts and analysts are actively underscoring its global ramifications and its impact on global politics and the economy. According to many assessments, we are dealing with a paradigm shift and tectonic changes. Perhaps we are. Only time will tell. And unfortunately, the pandemic has clearly shown that the international community that we talk about so much was, at the peak of the crisis, essentially unable to meet the hopes placed upon it. Clearly, the prevailing thinking was that this is a challenge best addressed individually. Practically everyone battened down the hatches, closed their borders, and cut off contact with the outside world. In response to this challenge, Belarus didn't choose what we sought to be a dubious path. We didn't shut down, we did not isolate ourselves. We immediately wondered what then was the point in us promoting globalization and openness over recent decades. From the outset, we believed and continue to believe in the success of collective efforts. We believed in and continue to believe in the potential of the international community.
Unfortunately, some countries chose to use the method of accusing others of acting wrongly in the fight against the pandemic. This was for the simple reason that the international community did not draw up a common approach. The problem, probably, then lies not so much in the pandemic as elsewhere. In the situation before us, specific national contexts have become a determining factor in the fight against coronavirus. We in Belarus chose to forge our own path. This was based on two factors: how to keep the country running in the best possible way, primarily for its economy, and ensuring our people are best protected. Our approach, as the situation in Belarus has shown, has proven its worth, and the spread of coronavirus around the world today is further confirmation of this. There are a lot of evaluations and conclusions still to be made, but we can already say with certainty that the COVID outbreak has, on the one hand, shed light on the acute need for a stronger state, and on the other hand, has clearly shown how interconnected the world is. No country alone can make real progress in solving problems that are global in scale if other countries remain sidelined or left out. Through our joint efforts, we must transform this crisis into an opportunity to improve the situation around the world. We need to learn to work together. The pandemic has temporarily shifted focus away from other global problems and conflicts, including security problems, which regrettably are not falling in number. In this anniversary year for the UN and 75 years after the end of the Second World War, the Republic of Belarus, as one of the founders of the UN, is calling for particular responsibility to be demonstrated by member states, first and foremost by the members of the Security Council, for the functioning of our organisation and the fulfilment of its role. In this connection, I wish to recall one of the leading figures in the UN, former Secretary General and Nobel Peace Laureate Sir Dag Hammarskjöld. This year marks 115 years since his birth. He is believed to have been the one who inspired and tirelessly advocated for preventive diplomacy. Dag Hammarskjöld, who died carrying out his mission to find a solution to a grave crisis, believed that only mutually respectful dialogue and honest negotiations between parties to a given conflict at its early stages can prevent a conflagration. This is something that is lacking in today's world. We have forgotten what dialogue is, and if we manage to remember, then we have surely forgotten how to use it. I must mention that for several years now, Belarus has been actively calling for a renewed broad dialogue on international security in order to solve disagreements in intergovernmental relations. This dialogue could put back on track the building of a just and effective multilateral global order. With this in mind, Belarus is supporting and promoting pragmatic initiatives at the UN, focused on maximising the organisation's potential in terms of maintaining international peace and security. This year we will once again table at the General Assembly and the First Committee, with broad co-sponsorship from like-minded states, a resolution on a prohibition of new types of weapons of mass destruction. This resolution traditionally enjoys universal support from practically all UN member states. We invite all states to co-sponsor and endorse it. Going back to the anniversary of the end of the Second World War, I wish to underscore our deep conviction as one of the countries who suffered the greatest losses. We must preserve the memory of those tragic lessons learnt from the most horrifying catastrophe of the 20th century. This memory must remain a key element of our collective immunity against the emergence of global and regional confrontations. As stated in the UN Charter, our organisation was founded to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Cooperation based on UN Charter principles is the only alternative to natural selection and the survival of the fittest. Taking into account modern technologies and information capabilities, which are now available not only to states but also to non-state actors, we must be fully aware of the risks of political, economic and military confrontation, irresponsible competition and the bullying of countries that are out of favour. And one more important point. We note with regret the increasing attempts by a series of countries to abuse the UN platform, including the Security Council, to further their own narrow political interests. This includes some Western nations focusing their attention on the situation in Belarus, which indeed has become complex by dint of circumstances imposed upon us, primarily from elsewhere. I would recall that in August of this year, the people made their choice during the presidential elections in the Republic of Belarus. They chose a stable and prosperous state. They chose peace and good neighbourly relations. They chose sustainable development. However, rather than respecting this choice, we are seeing attempts to destabilise the situation in the country. Following unsuccessful attempts to impose colour revolutions on us, we are now experiencing external interference, aiming to undermine the very construction of our state. Statements brimming with cynicism have been made by a series of our Western colleagues about their alleged concern for Belarusian sovereignty and well-being. In actual fact, they are nothing other than attempts to bring chaos and anarchy to our country, to make Belarus lose many years of development. We call on our partners to demonstrate wisdom, restraint, and impartiality. Interference in our internal affairs, sanctions, and other restrictions on Belarus will have the opposite effect and are harmful for absolutely everyone. We have been through this already in the past. The future of the Republic of Belarus will be decided by its own people, as has been shown on more than one occasion over our country's history. The future is not to be decided at the barricades, but through civilised dialogue, including through the process of constitutional reform, which has already begun. I wish to highlight once again that we strongly reject any use of unilateral coercive measures in international relations. A blatant example of this is the decades-long trade, financial and economic blockade of Cuba by its northern neighbour. The maintaining of these suffocating instruments of pressure on sovereign states, even without the coronavirus pandemic, is a particular threat and is fraught with irreversible consequences. Trade wars, arbitrary financial and economic sanctions to lever political pressure must end. Another important topic is the health of the global economy. Today it is seriously faltering. The pandemic is threatening to nullify everything achieved since we adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It has become ever clearer that the post-COVID era will necessitate a change in how we approach socio-economic development. Belarus supports proposals that focus on increasing investment in healthcare, infrastructure and education, and broad access to digital technology and sound management of natural resources. We share those approaches that revitalise the economy through greening our economic models. For our part, Belarus is continuing its journey towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals from the 2030 Agenda. Our country's efforts are focused on striking a balance between economic development and environmental protection, and promoting the green economy and smart cities concept, and developing precision agriculture. This work is being done with the involvement of all domestic stakeholders and in close cooperation with our international partners. It is indeed partnership between all players, both on a national and international level, that for us is a key factor in accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Belarus, as a middle-income country, is certain that in order to successfully achieve the SDGs, for this category of countries, we need a separate Sustainable Development Strategy of the UN, much like there are similar documents for other groups of developing countries. In conclusion, I would like to mention one simple but important pearl of worldly wisdom, that every cloud has a silver lining. We are bearing witness to life-changing events. Indeed, 2020 has been an unusual year for the whole year, forcing humanity to rethink how it lives its life. In our view, a new page in history is being written. The world will not be the same as it was before. In learning our lessons, we must not carry the mistakes of our past into our future. We must build a new world that is people-friendly, free from wars and conflicts, one that is sustainable, predictable and happy. A world that is armed with the benefits of technological progress and uses it for development, not for destruction. These days we hear no little criticism of the UN. Sometimes it is justified, sometimes not. Belarus naturally shares the following idea. The organisation must move with the times. We need an effective Security Council which will put an end to the numerous wars and armed conflicts, including through taking into account preserving of territorial integrity and complying with the norms of international law. We want to see a more active General Assembly, one that takes important decisions in a timely fashion on a whole range of pressing global problems. We are all keen to see the Economic and Social Council and the whole UN development system provide more effective assistance to states in achieving the SDGs. In evolving with the times, the organisation will remain necessary to all people, all over the world. The Republic of Belarus was a signatory to the UN Charter, and it took on the responsibility to assist in fulfilling the fundamental purposes of the organisation. Our country will continue to work to maintain and build on the unifying and creative origins of the United Nations. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus for the statement just made. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate on Tuesday, the 29th of September at 9 a.m. in this hall. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. I call on the representative of Armenia.
Madam President, Armenia requested the floor to exercise right of reply to the delegation of Azerbaijan. We resolutely reject the repetitive narratives which aim at distorting the root causes and consequences of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, as well as the fundamental principles of its settlement. The Azerbaijani representative who tried to build a deceptive argument upon the legal aspects of the conflict failed to mention that the people of Nagorno-Karabakh gained independence in the context of the disintegration of the Soviet Union in full compliance both with international and the legal norms at the time. Strictly in line with the law, Nagorno-Karabakh authorities adopted the Declaration of Independence and held a referendum on 10 December 1991. To these peaceful aspirations of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh, the Azerbaijani authorities responded with brutal force. I am compelled to recall that the conflict began with the pogroms of the Armenian population in Sumgait in February 1988, when Azerbaijan responded to the peaceful appeal of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh to self-determination with mass violence. The atrocities committed in the Azerbaijani city of Sumgait are known as the first identity-based mass crime in Europe since the end of the Second World War. They were soon followed by meticulously planned new crimes of wider scale in Baku, Kirovabad, and occupied territories of Nagorno-Karabakh Republic, Shahumian region, parts of Martakert and Martuni regions in early 1990s. Thousands of Armenians were killed and maimed. Hundreds of thousands were deported. The massacres of the Armenian population of Azerbaijan clearly demonstrated that the Azerbaijani authorities pursued the goal of total extermination of the Armenians and that the people of Nagorno-Karabakh face existential threat. The allegations on ethnic cleansing are nothing short of cynicism coming from the representative of Azerbaijan, a country whose very foundation 100 years ago was manifested by premeditated mass atrocities of the Armenian population in Baku, Nakhichevan, Agulist, Shushi. Total elimination of Armenians continues to be at the core of the modern state building of Azerbaijan. Only 4 years ago, Azerbaijan's armed forces launched another offensive against the people of Artsakh in April 2016, which was accompanied by mass atrocities and identity-based crimes against the peaceful population, all well known and extensively documented. I would like to remind the Azerbaijani delegate that the territories of Nagorno-Karabakh presently occupied by Azerbaijan, in which Armenians were ethnically cleansed, have been completely resettled by Azerbaijanis. This reality is being acknowledged by the leadership of Azerbaijan and presented as a good example of the resolution of Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. positioning itself as a model of tolerance and multiculturalism. In reality, Azerbaijan has achieved complete annihilation of every trace of civilizational presence of Armenians in the territories currently under its jurisdiction, in particular Nakhichevan, occupied part of Nagorno-Karabakh and other areas. The barbaric destruction of old Juga cemetery with over 5,000 khachkars, medieval Christian crossstones in the period of 1998-2005 is illustrative in this regard. It is documented fact that Azerbaijan rejected all requests by the European Parliament and other international structures to send a fact-finding mission to Nakhichevan to investigate this crime. The leaders of modern-day Azerbaijan have long adopted the dangerous practice of promoting hate and Armenophobia at the highest level. Portrayal of Armenia and Armenians around the world as enemy number one is the last line of defense of leadership of Azerbaijan, which has failed to create a peaceful, inclusive, and democratic society. Madam President, my delegation hopes that the member states have taken careful note of the statement by the leader of Azerbaijan a few days ago, which was a textbook example of hate speech and manifestation of clear genocidal intent towards Armenians. Time and again repeating its distorted and one-sided interpretation of the UN Security Council resolutions of 1993, Azerbaijani side fails to acknowledge its responsibility for the violation of their primary requirement, namely the immediate cessation of all hostilities and hostile acts with a view to establish durable ceasefire. The Azerbaijani side shies away to acknowledge in its statements that resolutions clearly identify Nagorno-Karabakh as a party to the conflict. If Azerbaijan is willing to implement the Security Council resolutions, it should first and foremost reach out to Nagorno-Karabakh and its elected authorities for achieving progress in conflict resolution. 27 years after the adoption of the Security Council resolutions, Azerbaijan continues to manipulate and instrumentalize the genuine requests of the Council in order to pursue policy of use of force and threats to use force against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh and Armenia. Azerbaijan continuously fails to honor its obligations under the trilateral ceasefire agreements of 1994 and 1995 that it signed with Nagorno-Karabakh and Armenia. Due to the destructive stance of Azerbaijani side, the arrangements on risk reduction mechanisms, including expansion of the number of international monitors and their activities, and creating an investigative mechanism into ceasefire violations, remain on paper. By failing to respect its commitments, the leadership of Azerbaijan assumes full responsibility for ceasefire violations, deliberate targeting of civilian population and infrastructure, and other war crimes. The most recent such provocation took place in July 2020 when the Azerbaijani armed forces attacked the border positions and settlements on the northeast section of the state border in the direction of Tavush region of Armenia. While the international community had focused on response and recovery from the crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic, Azerbaijan not only refused to unconditionally support the Secretary General's appeal for immediate global ceasefire, but resorted to escalation of situation and targeting civilian population and infrastructure of Armenia's border settlements. After being repelled back, Azerbaijan opted for export of violence and hate abroad, making attempts to instigate interethnic clashes in various countries. The threat of launching missile attack on Armenia's Metsamor nuclear power plant by Defense Ministry of Azerbaijan were both a demonstration of the level of despair and state of mind of the military political leadership of Azerbaijan and its destructive role in deteriorating of the regional peace and security. Madam President, the inalienable right to self-determination of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh represents the fundamental principle of the settlement of the conflict, as acknowledged by international mediators and reflected in the OSCE documents, including in the OSCE Athens Ministerial Declaration of 2009. The people of Artsakh have the right to determine their own future, free of fears and oppression, and in full exercise of their democratic self-government. In the context, I would like to recall that the elected representative of Nagorno-Karabakh is an internationally recognized term since 1992, which is reflected in the OSCE documents. Under that name, the authorities of Nagorno-Karabakh participated in the peace process since 1992. We understand the frustration of Azerbaijani side in relation to the definition of elected representatives. We do realize that when it comes to democracy and human rights, Azerbaijani leadership can hardly stand any comparison with the authorities of Artsakh, who have gone through decades of democratic state building, representative and accountable institutions, rule of law, and protection of human rights. As for Azerbaijan, it is hard to disagree that what it represents is a dictatorial regime with a power structure reminiscent of a medieval khanate. The poor record of governance and human rights is documented in numerous reports of international organizations and human rights institutions. The Azerbaijani leadership has instrumentalized the pandemic to silence the voices of opposition, civil society, and media. In light of the sharp contrast with the human rights record and the political system of Armenia, it comes as no surprise that Azerbaijan's recent address to General Assembly resembles nothing short of tantrum, demonstrating the actual source of discontent of the dictatorial regime, which is trying to instrumentalize the conflict and the pandemic to seek legitimacy and validation. We hope that it is also well noted by the UN colleagues in the context of consideration of various initiatives of the Azerbaijani leader. Madam President, the government of Azerbaijan should reconsider its policy of the use of force and threat of force, promoting xenophobia and anti-Armenian hatred, renounce its attempts to destabilize the regional security, and prepare itself for peaceful settlement. As the guarantor of physical security of the people of Artsakh, Armenia is fully confident in its capacities to protect the right of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh for self-determination and the right to live freely in their historical homeland without foreign coercion and oppression, and we will continue to constructively work towards peaceful settlement of the conflict. Thank you, Madam President.
I call on the representative of Indonesia.
Madam President, I'm taking the floor to exercise Indonesia's right of reply to the statement made by Vanuatu. It is shameful that this single country continues to have excessive and unhealthy obsession about how Indonesia should act or govern itself. Frankly speaking, I'm confused. How could a country try to teach others while missing the point of the whole fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter? Let me tell them the following. To do what is right is to respect the principles of non-interference in the domestic affairs of other countries. And to do what is right, it is to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other countries. So until you have done so, please keep the sermon to yourself. Madam President, the President of Indonesia stated a few days ago in this great Hall of Nations, and I quote, "We must promote a win-win approach in building relations among states that is mutually beneficial," unquote. Indeed, such a call was echoed by world leaders throughout this prominent week. But this ignorant country chooses the contrary. At times of an emergency health crisis and great economic adversity, it prefers to instill enmity and sow division by guising their advocacy for separatism with flowery human rights concern. Indonesia, comprising of more than hundreds of ethnic groups, a diverse and multicultural nation with thousands of tribes and hundreds of local languages, spreading across more than 17,400 islands, is committed to human rights. We value diversity, we respect tolerance, and everybody has the same right in this third largest democratic country in the world. We have also promoted and protected human rights where each individual has the same rights under the law. Furthermore, we have ratified the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. While interestingly, Vanuatu has not even signed it. And how could one talk about promoting the right of indigenous people when it does not even sign the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the core human rights instrument? This actually raises the question, do they really care about indigenous concern? More importantly, Vanuatu has not signed and ratified the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. We call on the government of Vanuatu to please fulfill your human rights responsibility to your people and to the world. Madam President, the accusation of human rights is typical, a tall tale that they sell and stage over the years in the hall. Let me tell them, you are no representation of the people of Papua, and stop fantasizing of being one. Papuans are Indonesians. All of us play an important role in the development of Indonesia, including on the island of Papua. Madam President, the principles of the UN Charter, which Vanuatu clearly does not seem to understand, stipulates the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. Indonesia will defend itself against any continuing advocacy of separatism conveyed under the guise of artificial human rights concern. The provinces of Papua and West Papua are irrevocable parts of Indonesia since 1945. It has also been firmly endorsed by the United Nations and the international community decades ago. It is final, irreversible, and permanent. I thank you, Madam President.
Before adjourning the meeting, I would also like to call the attention of members to the letter circulated on the 21st of September, 2020, which has information regarding the occupational safety and health plan for this meeting, including the possibility of follow-up in the unfortunate and hopefully unlikely event of a case of COVID-19. Following the arrangements in recent meetings, the Secretariat will actively manage the exit by calling each row for departure in a staggered manner. Members are therefore requested to remain seated after the adjournment of the meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam President. I would first invite the delegates in the first row from Iceland to Italy to leave one by one from Iceland to Italy.